was just being on my face for hours. But anyway, welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, aka Timothy Spoiler Fant, and this video we're breaking down Alien Earth. The brand new series has just dropped on Disney Plus with a big 2-episode debut, Electric Boogaloo. Throughout this video we'll be going through the Easter eggs and also pointing out the changes to the timeline and our overall thoughts. We will of course be breaking down every single episode every week right after it airs, so make sure you're subscribed. Anyway, I just want to get straight into the series, and right from the off the show's awash with references. Beginning with the FX text, this is written in the same style as the display on the computer Mother on the Nostromo. We also have the fact the title is Alien rather than Aliens, showing that they're focusing mainly on one xenomorph. We do get different species though that I'll talk about more in just a bit, but I do wonder if we'll even get that S added at one point. Watch out James Cameron. Either way, we see the text floating in akin to the opening of the first film. This appears bit by bit, just like how it did there. Beyond that though, we get lots of clips behind it. This appears to be a way that they're gonna recap the previous episode, and it's kind of what they use it for in episode 2. It actually reminded me a lot of the original Alien trailer and how it was used there. We have clips in the background while the logo faded in, and I definitely think that's what Hawley was pulling from. Either way, we get a block of text that actually ties in more into another one of Ridley Scott's franchises. That is Blade Runner. Over the years, there's been little Easter eggs left in Alien that show that these two universes might be connected in more ways than one. For example, in Aliens, we get a scene where Ripley's debriefed by the board at Weyland-Yutani. During this, we get a shot of Dallas's profile, and upon closer inspection, we can see a mention of the Tyrell Corporation. This is the corporation that made the synthetics in Blade Runner, so it hints at their connections. When discussing Prometheus, Scott also said, "I think when the Nostromo crew got back to Earth, they might have wanted to go off to a bar on the street near where Deckard lives." Beyond that, we also had the fact that the same display graphics were used in both films. Dark Horse further cemented this in their Alien vs Predator comics. They mentioned the Great Deletion, which is something that also happened in Blade Runner. I don't think it's any coincidence either that Timothy Olyphant's Kirsch looks heavily based on Rutger Hauer's Roy Batty. Either way, this opening discusses the quest for immortality, which is also something that we explored in Prometheus and Romulus. The former had Weyland living his last few days, desperate to meet his maker so he could become immortal. In his and his daughter's death, the corporation went into freefall, and this is how Yutani was able to seize it. We meet her later in episode 2, and there were originally plans to have Michelle Yeoh play her in Prometheus. However, after Charlize Theron's scheduled freed up due to issues with Mad Max Fury Road, she was able to appear in the movie more. We also had Charles Bishop Weyland appear in Aliens vs Predator as well as Ms. Yutani in the sequel. Scott's prequels later retcon the AVP timeline, but it's great to see Ms. Yutani here nonetheless. However, I am sure many fans would love to pretend those movies never existed in the first place. But we are working on a breakdown of them at the moment. Yay! Kill me! Stick a face hugger on my face! At this point in the timeline though, they're now Weyland-Yutani, which we get confirmed in this intro. Romulus also had the Black Goo experiments, which they were trying to reverse engineer. This involved experimenting on a rat, and we see a similar sort of shot in this opening episode. When it comes to the continuity though, things are kind of up in the air, and there has been some very conflicting reports. Hawley said this is sort of in its own timeline, however he's also stated that he's working within the established canon. This included consulting with Ridley Scott along the way. Now, Prometheus took place in 2093, which was roughly 30 years before the events of Alien. That was set in 2122, and this show's set in 2120. So it doesn't necessarily wipe Prometheus out of canon, and you can sort of juggle this stuff in your head. To be honest, mate, like my mind's awash with loads of different things that all retcon the other thing, but somehow I've managed to jigsaw them together in my mind. Even the Dark Horse comics, I'm like, I've forced this to be canon in my head. I was raised on James Bond, mate, so all this stuff makes sense somehow. I think the biggest issue the series is going to have, though, is explaining how humanity remains unaware of the xenomorphs down the line, especially as an outbreak like this is happening on Earth. Personally, I think we'll likely see a corporate cover-up that shuts the entire thing down, and they've been known to do it in the past. Even Hadley's Hope had a false narrative spun about it, and they definitely have the power to do it. Either way, the opening tells us that humanity is currently in a corporate race for immortality. This comes in the form of 3 guises, and we meet them throughout the episodes. The first of these is the cyborg, who are cybernetically enhanced humans. These are people like Morrow, who's morally ambiguous. He has a torch built into his hand and loads of cool gadgets there that make the women go wild. Next we have the artificially intelligent beings known as synths. These are the androids that we've seen throughout the franchise. Whether it's the basic ones like the Working Joes in Alien Isolation, or all the way up to David, these are the most common type of robots that we've met. This is also the biggest connection to Blade Runner and similar to what we know there. In both, synths were used as slaves because of the hostile nature of the majority of planets in the universe. When the corporations were expanding their building worlds programs, they'd often send in synths as the workforce because of their enhanced strength, durability, and power to hit the thumbs up. This added an extra bit of social commentary to the whole colonization of planets thing, and it's something the series has started to explore more and more. The final type are the hybrids, which are the ones that we meet with Wendy. I'll talk about the Ghost in the Shell influences later, but it asks a lot of philosophical questions about what it means to be human. There's also clearly these sort of Black Ops style missions where they're bringing back alien life forms. It's here that we join a ship on a mission like this, which is the USS Maginot. This is named after Andrew Maginot, who was the French Minister of War during the 1920s and early 30s. He developed something known as the Maginot Line, which was a line of defensive fortifications along the border of France. This was supposed to stop Germany's invasion, and it was considered impenetrable. Just one problem, mate, yeah? The Germans are going to go around it, and they invade the country through Poland and the Netherlands. So it's a massive failure, yeah? And the term has since been adapted into the lexicon. A Maginot typically refers to a defense strategy that's completely ineffective due to a limited understanding of what they're facing. It's also basically about having a false sense of security and a sort of hubris about something. You can completely imply that to the show and how ill-equipped the humans are to deal with these creatures. Throughout we get little flashes of their doomed vessel, and it's kind of like your last voyage of the Demeter. From the Dracula book, mate, not the movie, you uncultured swine. Either way, we get the Xenomorph flying sideways and pan over its head. There's lots of flashes of it on the ship, and we get shots of that with a facehugger in between. It's very, very similar to the opening of Alien 3, where we got quick cuts of the facehugger breaking free. What is really similar though is how we open up the episode after this. I don't know if I've seen something this member buries this much before, but it pretty much is shot for shot the original film for most of this opening. We begin with a helmet and the screens reflecting off of it as Mother starts to wake up the passengers. The central computer is also exactly the same as how it was shown in that film. What's new though is where we cut to in the cargo hold. There we see several of the captured aliens, including the planet at the center. We don't really discover what this does, but I think we're going to see something big happen with it at some point. Because yeah, it gets a lot of focus and they spend a lot of time with it in episode 2. We then cut to the crew waking up, which is pretty much exactly the same as Alien, even down to the fading and the wipes. Like the way the character sits out of bed here, mate, identical. In the original film, there was the theme of motherhood and subverting the ideas of birth. We obviously had the chest burster, the vaginal design of the facehugger, and the phallic-like xeno head and tongue. However, the entire ship was also laid out to be almost like a womb. Kane even talked about a nightmare of smothering, and the computer was of course called Mother. These pods were designed to be similar to eggs, and the crew waking up was symbolic of a birth. So they continue that here. We get them smoking, fitting in with the style of the original, and also the hairstyles, mate. That's pure 70s, that pure 70s. Cutting to breakfast, we see them having basically the same chit-chat that the original crew had. They were pretty much described as space truckers, and that was carried across to the costumes. Stuff like the caps, the patches, they were all part of that idea. They really paid attention to detail here though, and even stuff like the shirts are exactly the same. Speaking of shirts, mate, if you love Alien, then why not check out our merch store right below the video. There we've got a ton of Alien-inspired shirts, including our perfect organism based on Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. We also have our Game Over one, along with our classic chestburster as well. On top of that, we've got our Predator-themed ones too, and if you buy 3, you get 20% off, so it's a bloody great deal. Now we also get a cut of Tang staring at the crew as they sleep. We don't really learn much about him, and initially I took him as being a synth. It's similar to how David watched over Shaw and Prometheus, and these guys don't tend to go down for a nap. However, Tang did, and Ash also did in Alien. That was to keep up his cover, but yeah, I was going back and forth over whether or not he was one. He gives a time to Earth in seconds and is very creepy. He seems almost like he could have a connection to the creature as well, as he reaches out to the woman's stomach while she's out. I did actually wonder if this was a flash forward as well, as we later see she's attacked by a chest burster, and it seems almost like he's reaching out to that. That's all a reach itself though, and I'd love to hear thoughts below. Now it's through this that we learn the mission's 65 years. This kind of shows how far they went, as the original Nostromo mission was just 8 months. We then hear from the workers, namely your boy Michael Smiley, about all the corporations. Weyland-Yutani is initially described as the Joker card, but that's changed to the workers. They're just the ones who are basically the dancing jesters that are controlled by the higher-ups. Your Joker is a wild card though, and this entire mission could be seen as a crazy way to gain immortality, rather than just downloading memories. We learn about the 4 corporations that run the world, with Yutani running North and South America. Dynamic run the moon, whereas Yutani have Mars and Saturn. Beyond this is Prodigy, which is run by the Cavalier, youngest trillionaire ever made, and you might recognise him from Black Mirror, namely the episode Lock Henry. Cavalier is shown to be up his own arse and just wants someone to have a decent conversation with. He has zero respect for Yutani, and we see this very early on. I love how, as we hear the name of his company, we then cut to him in the frame on the left with Yutani on the right. His feet are then shown on the table. Showing the soles of one's feet is very disrespectful in Japanese culture, and it shows how cavalier that he is. Now, he seems like a composite of tech CEOs and billionaires, and acts like Zuckerberg in the social network. He's a young upstart with his AI company, similar how the race for the best LLM model is printing money right now. We then cut to the lab and see the specimens. This includes a facehugger and a water tank, which is a little nod to the lab in Aliens. Turns out that a lot of the people died trying to get these creatures, and we see how dangerous they are firsthand. The crew go down for a nap, and we see the rat put into the tank with the bug creatures. As we see firsthand later, these act like a leech and drain blood from their victims. So the red about the tube kind of foreshadows that. The lid on the top is also just like the vents from the scene where Dallas goes hunting for the creature. Big hug! These iris shutters were also used heavily in Alien Isolation. We also have the spider-like eyeball thing watching her. Though the show was very member berries at this point, I did actually appreciate that they made some new creatures for the series. Every alien in this universe feels deadly, and I'd love to see these return in other entries. Now while they get their fancy stasis bed, we see as the engine crew have crap ones. They're basically like Brett and Parker, and we see a ginger cat beside them. This is clearly riffing off Jonesy, who was Ripley's cat in the first 2 films. And I would not be going back for you, mate, you're on your own. Now I do wonder how these creatures got out, as they do seem pretty secure. The iris on top of the pod though, that does seem to close with a bit of a stutter, so maybe that's how the insect things escaped. In the end though, we don't really get it filled on beyond a couple of flashes as the crew go down. I do wonder if we're going to get a flashback episode that might even fill in these blanks. Because yeah, they do a lot here with the crew dynamics, and I think it would be a shame if we didn't see any of them again. Now them flashes, mate, they're bloody fast, but just for you, I did a Canadian lad and watched it at 0.25x speed. We begin with Risha Morjani's character hiding around the corner while Zeno stalks the corridors. Judging by her clothing, it's likely this scene precedes the one later where she goes to Morat Mother. She's wearing that white top with the buttons, and I feel like it builds into that. That's actually very reminiscent of Ripley's escape from the Nostromo, specifically when she's trying to get into the shuttle. Coupled with this, we also have Morrow pointing a gun while Zeno's in the background behind him. Due to it being there and him pointing the gun forward, I'd imagine that it's him pointing it at another human. It also appears to be the taser gun that he uses later. Now, maybe another one of the specimens, but I feel like the way this is shot, it's like he's protecting the creature. They could be wanting to kill it, but he's trying to keep it alive, which is something we see throughout. Like, don't put it in a web thing, mate, kill it! In between this, we have Tang at his desk, and then shots of him sat in his chair screaming. This may be the insect creatures crawling inside of him, as the 2 soldiers later do a similar thing. We also have the xenomorph looking through a grate. I feel this may even be above Tang, which could be dropping acid onto him. Kinda reminds me of when Reese got the acid on his leg in Alien Resurrection. After that, we also have the lab tech dead on the floor. This is the moment that we get in episode 2, namely at 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Later, when we rejoin the ship, we get flashes of the bugs crawling on the counter. So I'm guessing they escaped because she was messing around, watching YouTube videos and not subscribing, what you like. And there is a bit where she seems to move that I'll talk about more later in just a bit. However, we do know the I-1 at least gets the cat. Bloody like Mike from Monsters Inc. that. After this, we have the xenomorph running through the corridors, and we then leave with Morrow falling asleep. He's going to wish he didn't wake up tomorrow, eh? Anyway, you might notice that the front of the ship itself looks somewhat like the head of the xenomorph. I feel like this is intentional, and in the original movie, they used the creature to influence the design. All of these constant tubes and similar shapes, it was done to subliminally make you think the creature was round every corner. So it sort of blended into the environment. It of course hid from Brett by doing this, and at the end lay on the shuttle unbeknownst to Ripley. We get two similar camouflage moments in Alien 2, which I'll talk about when we get those bits, but I'm just feeling so hot right now. I'm gonna move all this stuff, I'm gonna get out of this suit. I'm just so hot right now, so bloody hot.
A few moments later.
Anyway, we then journey to my place of birth, Earth, namely Prodigy's Neverland Island. This of course plays up Peter Pan and the idea about never growing old. We have clips of the Disney film before Marcy switches bodies, and the name Wendy alone plays in a Peter Pan. That name was actually invented for the book, with J.M. Barrie saying his childhood nickname was Fwendy, so we changed it to that. Wendy's full name was Wendy Darling, and we get a nod to that later.
Wendy, darling.
Cavalier's also like your carefree Peter Pan figure. Where we begin though is with a scorpion. These deadly creatures heavily influence the xenomorph's design and were looked at a lot for the Queen. Kinda represents life, the deadly side of it, and also how precious that it is. Marcy, or as I'm probably going to refer to her, Wendy, she wants Kirsch to kill it, but he sees the value in keeping it alive. The corporations are of course after the xenomorphs, and though my strategy would be like,
I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
they see the value in keeping it alive. Kirsch also talks about how in trying to kill it, another scorpion might show up and kill him to protect it.
What if, while I'm squashing it, another scorpion stings me? To protect its friend, the same way you're trying to protect me.
I do wonder if the different species all kind of have each other's backs, and from what we can see, they haven't really attacked each other. In trying to kill one, the others may see that as an opening on the humans and then attack them, which this conversation could allude to. I think overall though, it's about seeing the value in life, even something that poses a threat. Most would have given up on Wendy as well, but this facility is trying to keep her alive. She says she's scared of it, but Kirsch does the usual about how it's probably scared of her as well.
Think of how the scorpion must feel, trapped under glass, menaced by giants.
And this also plays into the xenomorph. That also reacts negatively to fear and may be exhibiting the same thought process that Wendy has. Either way, we see her escort down the corridor and you see someone freezing a part of the wall. This reappears in episode 2 with a guy doing the same job. And we don't really learn why. Initially, I did think that it might be like acid burns from xenomorph blood and that they had one here before. But yeah, no idea, mate, and haven't got a good theory either. Either way, we then see the transfer process going ahead. I rewatched Ghost in the Shell recently and actually saw a lot of similarities. Adult Wendy looks a lot like Major, but beyond that, we have lots of philosophical questions. The anime had a woman's mind transferred to a machine and it asked a lot of questions about the human condition. For example, if someone did this, would they still have a soul? Do we even have souls? And if we do, is it something that can be replicated? What I'm thinking while watching this is, would it even really be you, or simply a machine replicating your thoughts? Even today, we see with AI how it can mimic an author's style of writing. In mimicking that, it's mimicking their thought process, and when you think about it, the original Wendy's dead. They even give the children flowers which they hold on their chests, which is of course akin to a funeral. When they die, they're zipped up in body bags and then taken away.
We've tried to simulate them, to simulate adolescence as you grow into your adult body.
She doesn't have hormones anymore and you wonder what's going on with this. And is she even still human? Later, like, she's even confused by her beard.
These are weird.
So, despite her mind growing, she's an alien in her body. Like the Lost Boys, these kids are never growing up, even though they're now technically in adult bodies. As we get the transfer, we also see Marcy's life flashing before her eyes. In this flashback, we can see Noah Hawley himself playing the kid's father. It's a neat touch, as he also plays guitar in real life and has produced music for Fargo and Legion. While this could be the memories copying across, I also think it could be her final thoughts. To me, the kids are in fact dead, and we just have a machine mimicking their minds. You also wonder what would have happened if Marcy had remained alive, and there'd also been this copy walking around. Like, say they shifted her mind and it didn't kill her during it. If she stayed alive, who would be the real one? I think talking about it like that, clears up more how I feel about it, and yeah, they're dead.
She's not human anymore. Why are we pretending she is?
I am human.
Or we'll see anyway. Technically, she's just being copied though, and therefore it's not really Wendy. It's kind of like if you took a photo of the Mona Lisa. It's technically the exact same image, but one's the original that's worth like millions and millions, whereas the other's just a copy that looks exactly the same. The reason that the original has value is because it has soul, and that's kind of how I see things here. Totally open to you having a different opinion. I know loads of you are bots out there, so if you have a different opinion, leave it below. But yeah, that montage we see later on with all the kids, I did feel there was a side of horror to what was happening. This also reminded me heavily of Invincible, in that we have the Mauler twins who are clones, and they always make it so they never know which one's the original.
Welcome to the world of the living, clone. Don't start. I'm the original. So the process was a success.
One of the heroes as well, Robot, he employs them to put his mind into the body of a clone. In doing this, he's able to leave his dying body, much like this, and they're both kind of the same, but one's clearly the real person, or, well, it's a debate, I'll say. So yeah, they're copying across things very, very similar, and one ends up dying while the other gets to go ahead. From here though, Prodigy own her, and she's got absolutely no privacy. This is to the point they can even see through her eyes, and I do wonder what other types of control they possess. I even feel like she's their slave and just doesn't know it. I do feel like the series is also tackling how corporations can be as parasitic as the creatures themselves. We had that scene with the Joker card, and it does feel like the characters are just being used. Her brother is also told she's dead. But yeah, to me, I'm really interested to see where that relationship goes. This entire concept though is clearly inspired by Black Mirror, and I don't think it's a coincidence that her brother's played by Alex Lawther, who was from Shut Up and Dance. After it, everything seems better for Wendy though, and the lyrics of the song in the background, they even say, "After a Now this is Killer Crane by TV on the radio, and it signals a new dawn for Wendy. She's hot, faster, stronger. And this Daft Punk has a lot of things to look forward to. There's also lots of weird slow-mo shots, and definitely the feeling like something's off. It's kind of a deal with the devil, and I do wonder what other hold Cavalier has on his staff. Kirsch is kind of the wild card, as he doesn't seem to be interested in keeping the hybrids human, and is proudly a synth. We kind of have a robot and a human here debating back and forth on what she really is, and it's a really great scene. These horror motifs then continue as we zoom in on the TV. There's lots of pictures behind it, including someone running away. There's also a weird shape that, I don't know, kind of looks xenophobic, which, wrong word to use there, but you know what I mean. She's also given a walrus toy, which could be a reach, but that might be a reference to the Walrus and the Carpenter. That's a poem that was featured in Through the Looking Glass that focuses on greed and abuses of power, much like how Cavalier is a selfish person in a world full of corporate greed. It's also referenced in the iconic Beatles track I Am the Walrus. Noah Hawley is a big music fan, which you can tell from the music throughout the show. He directed the movie Lucy in the Sky, with that title being inspired by the Beatles song Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. She even takes it with her later as we see it hanging on her overalls. So I do feel like that's connected. Seeing Cavalier watching, we also have a synth skeleton to the left and faces on the right. Just kind of plays in the whole body horror theme of the franchise, and though we know they're fake faces, yeah, you can just see it as being something that's a bit twisted. We then see how Wendy's sort of used as a way to get other kids to agree to it.
Can you be a big sister?
If you ever read stuff about trafficking, or like even serial killers like Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, you'll know that women are often used to lure in victims. Might not be that deep, mate, probably not that deep, but seeing the men watch down from the top, while Wendy charms them into giving up their lives to Prodigy, it's something I couldn't but help think about.
When do we get to go home?
You don't.
Though they say they've cured death, I do wonder if they'll still have the Nexus problems that we saw on Blade Runner. These were given shortened lifespans in case they went rogue. That idea of never going home is also something that's often used metaphorically. When they say in stories you can never go home, it means that even if you do, you'll be so changed that it won't really be the same. It's something that was used heavily in Lord of the Rings, and I feel is apt here as well. But for now, Wendy's gone from a little sister to a big one. Like most children, she's emulated adults' behaviour, and she clicks her fingers and plays a Peter Pan clip on the ceiling. Just like how Cavalier did. She's somewhat indoctrinated in the philosophy and ideals of the program that she's under. I also felt like throughout these episodes that Wendy was really similar to Ripley in Resurrection, and she of course had her own resurrection as well. Also got lots of flashes of Call, with her also being an android. Though she appears human on the surface, something is off, and it kind of plays in the themes here. Ripley was powerful and cool, but also made by a corporation, and that came off the back of a number of atrocities. In the end, we get a sort of lost boys thing who will never grow old, and they all live in Neverland. Also kinda saw it as being similar to the Queen building their hive. You might also notice that one of the characters is called Smee, which is of course named after Captain Hook's right hand. Well, not his right hand, mate. He got a hook or whatever, but yeah, that's just a little Easter egg there. Reading them Peter Pan as they go to sleep, we hear Cavalier talking about how Wendy first heard of Peter Pan. That was through clearing out her brothers' heads before they went to sleep and saw things from their imaginations. We see Wendy putting her head into a device as she sleeps, which may be Cavalier doing something similar. I think this episode definitely plays into the kind of monstrous things that can happen when you lay down for bed. We had a similar thing with Morrow, and now that motif's repeating here. In to go with this, we see Marcy along with a sheep. The first animal that was ever cloned was Dolly the sheep, and this raised a lot of ethical questions. We also see the scorpion, a needle going in someone's arm, and some hair going down the drain. That sting from the scorpion tail and the needle, you know, kind of marries up nicely and subliminally thinks of like a pin thing stabbing something. I think this is from Marcy's treatment, which would have caused her to lose her hair. Next, we cut to what's known as the three wise monkeys. These represent see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. The idea is that you don't dwell on negative things and just buy some of the merch store and live your life in happiness. However, this has been thought to also highlight ignorance, which ultimately leads to bad things happening. That's what we see going on in space, which is when we rejoin the Maggonaut. In what's an excellent moment, we pan along the side of it before then going into the craft. Upon the approach to the airlock, we also see some stuff spraying out into space. I did wonder if this is actually the hole in the hull, and one of the things that the characters come across later. Jumping on board, we immediately go straight into the Xenomorph's point of view. It's kind of similar to what we got at the end of Alien Covenant, but the vision's much clearer. This gives us a better tour of the ship, which looks identical to the Nostromo. Apparently Ridley Scott even visited the set when they were filming and was like, "This is my set!" Anyone who's played Alien Isolation as well, you're going to get flashbacks to running down these sort of corridors. Or not running, because you should be very slow and crouch and just walk along very slowly. It's a nice mirror of that first movie though. That opened up with us slowly going through the ship, which was sort of similar to what we did at the start of this episode. But here we see it in an emergency. The red lights are flashing, and that show of Morrow with the taser also had these. So that might have been just before this moment. Either way, in to go with this, we have a facehugger and also have the medical wing, which is where Kane was kept at in Alien. On the ground, we have the medical officer as well, so I do think that someone or something moved her due to where she shows up later. This body later disappears when they explore the ship at the 2-minute mark of episode 2, so yeah, something or someone moved them. Possibly one of the other creatures. We also have someone on a bed who gets discovered there later on. Next, we head down the corridor similar to where Ripley berated Brett and Parker at in the original film. We also get a flash of a woman running, which feels like it's playing off the original trailer. In the control center, we then get a scene playing off the crew expendable moment in the original. Morrow says that containment's failed, and we see he's willing to let the rest of the crew succumb to their fates. Like even says they're dead before it happens. We also see the blowtorch built into his hand, which he uses to seal the door. This is sort of a reverse of the iron torch in Alien Isolation, which you would use to open up doors with. These weapons can be altered and changed. As we see in episode 2, it switches to a blade. Morrow is completely ambivalent to his pal getting torn up outside, and we then see the Xenomorph making his way to the door. It's a great revealed scene, and hats off to you, Morrow, for not crapping your pants. The Xenon walking backwards, that also A first look similar to the plants that we mentioned earlier. The creature cracks its head into the glass and it feels like the lander scene at the end of Covenant. Hiding in an impact room, he then locks himself away as the creature tries to get him. Careful there, mate, you've got some spit on you. We then see the X warning signs on the monitor, which were also used in the original. He also mutters a song to keep himself occupied. Look, I'm whistling. How can I be scared? I'm whistling. I'm singing the song.
Collision imminent. Impact in T-minus.
This felt like the first film when Ripley sang My Lucky Star. She prepared to open up the airlock. This was actually also brought across to Alien Isolation, and it feels very, very in line with that.
My lucky star. Lucky.
The ship's on a collision course, and I love how as it crashes into the gate in space, there's absolutely no sound. Either way, we then cut to Earth and see how much the corporations loom over everything. There's propaganda posters for Cavalier mentioning potential realized and one of him with a red flag like background. This is essentially a company city. This is basically where a company has a monopoly and they create homes for workers, so you never need to leave, guys. In the past, some even paid wages in scripts, which is what we saw in Sinners. This was a type of money that could only be used in company shops and establishments, so it was extremely limiting. This appears to be more like the British company towns known as model villages, such as Bourneville. It's also kind of corporate colonialism, as we see this Asian countries being taken over. Kind of similar to how East India companies took over, well, India. Corporate culture is so embedded into life though that we even hear one of the rescuers saying they collect Weyland-Yutani trading cards. From here, we then cut to Wendy's brother CJ. Or Joe. We discover she's been watching him, and I love how there's still cuddly toys about her room. Just kind of shows how she's still a kid. She also says that her brother's name's Joe DiMaggio, but the cast list says that it's CJ, which is something I went back and forth on with her calling him Joe.
Good night, Joe. Joe?
I did wonder if that's playing off how the pair took on the name of people they admired. CJ's surname also lists him as Hermit, and Hermit as well. You've got the subtext there, mate. Either way, we can see he's got a baseball t-shirt. Guy also gets obsessed over a ball later on. DiMaggio was one of the greatest baseball players of all time, and we can hear him listening to his old games. And still getting excited. Don't know if that's like a comment on franchises repeating the past or what, but hey, it's not, but yeah. Sometimes a cigar's just a cigar, but I couldn't help but think that. Although these cities and environments look like they're Asian, I did go back and forth on if they actually were. Let me explain. Later on, Yutani says Cavalier is something that belongs to her, so yeah, it might just be his territory as we know she owns America. However, everyone's speaking English, and this might be for one of those Ridley Scott reasons. Casting your mind back to Blade Runner, LA had lots of Japanese imagery because their corporations were now running the country. Okay, so after doing a bit of research, it turns out this is actually New Siam. Siam is the previous name of Thailand, so yeah, scrap everything I said before. Scrap all that crap! Either way, we see him with a similar headset to what Ripley had, and we learn he works with Prodigy. He's basically a medic that's sent in to provide aid. His sister's living vicariously through him, and we learn he's completely alone. Holding a photo with his sister and father, we learn the latter's died. Like for real. So discovering Wendy, it's likely going to bring up a lot of things. Either way, we see him watching Ice Age, which is of course in the aftermath of an extinction level event on Earth. So it feels apt. I love how the camera spins past the projector and shows the kid watching the movie on the other side. Plays nicely into Wendy, who's currently watching her brother on the wall. She's still a kid as well, and it takes her back to watching the film as a kid. Which I don't know how you can remember being that young, but you might be a robot, so you've got perfect memory. The next day, we see him with his team of soldiers, and this is where it all kicks off. Hearing,
"What did the robot say yesterday?" "I gotta serve out my contract."
We see his request denial later on. It feels a lot like the opening of Romulus, where Rain was told she had to stay in Jackson. The corporation are what control their lives, and they don't have any free will. So I do wonder if he's going to use this as a chance to break out and maybe run off with his sister. Things all come to a head though, and we get the standout scene from the episode. As the ship comes down, we see their sort of UN search and rescue mission.
Search and rescue! Search and rescue!
Heading out in landers, these look like earlier versions of the ones the colonial marines used in Aliens. It's an excellent moment just watching Hermit head outside and look around as the ship's in the side of the building. The engines are still firing away, and then we pan up towards the sky. It's complete chaos, and I loved seeing it from this ground level. You might also notice the group have got pulse rifles, which also builds off the Marines. Just like how the interior of the ship was created to look like the Xenomorph, I did wonder if the helmets here recaptured that as well. Obviously they use these helmets in real life, but yeah, seeing those black domes reminded me of the alien head. Making their way through the building, they then eventually come to the ship's entrance. Which I wouldn't go any further, mate. Feels very September 11th though, as the ship's crashed into Twin Towers and the rescue team are sent in to go and find survivors. Even the ship flying overhead is very similar to eyewitness footage of the planes going into the buildings. We then see them enter, which feels very much like the news footage of Ground Zero. Now it's here that I really started to think about the original script for Alien 3. In case you don't know, that was written by William Gibson and basically involved a group of soldiers coming across a vessel just like this. They slowly piece things together before being taken out one by one. Did anyone... Oh, me hot. Don't know what came over me there. We then see the Maginot computer starting up, which looks a lot like the one on the Nostromo. It's here that Morrow breaks out and we see the remains of the crew. Woke up to worse than that have though, mate. The command center is exactly the same as the Nostromo though, and I loved seeing this doomed vessel. You can actually go to a setup like this in the opening of Isolation, and they managed to recreate it perfectly. Back with Wendy, we see her learning about pregnancy, and the guy says he can't have kids. This is because he has a low sperm count, which she finds funny because of the word sperm. Did wonder why this was added in, and I think they're playing off the themes of birth again. Alien and chest versus coming forth from a man, you know, that was supposed to play off how terrifying birth would be for a dude. So I do think this conversation here could be foreshadowing something with his character. Also, these are all kids, you know, they're making kids and keeping them in chain, and maybe not being a dad, he'll help them break out or something. I don't know, we're spitballing there. They don't get much time to talk as it's breaking up by the crash, which quickly takes over the conversation. Also, just nice seeing Adrian Edmondson. Kind of plays off the Consigliere Cavalier, and I did wonder if he was a synth or a real person. Basically, Alfred droid. We later see a similar figure with Utani, and yeah, kind of just your business. It's businessy to have someone around who just follows you around all the time. But are they artificial or not? That's what I need to know. Now he says that there weren't that many casualties as people were at the park. I do wonder if this was to downplay how many people know, and potentially this could aid them in the cover-up. Knowing her brother's in danger, Wendy then decides to head in. Kind of like showing off the Thunderbolts, this might be some good PR. They want them to appear like the next step of humanity, and even though she's catching balls so fast it disproves it, it's something Cavalier's up for. We also have some child soldier illusions here. While they have adult bodies that are insanely powerful, they are still children. They're sitting around like kids and were sold the idea of being immortal and changing humanity. But now they're just being used as child labor to go out and make the company look good. So yeah, it's very morally conflicting. Grabbing a weapon, this kind of felt to me a bit like in The Faculty when Zeke grabs the guillotine. Don't know if that's a reference to it, but the parasites in the episode do look a little similar. Heading out with her walrus and synthetic siblings, they then go out on some prototype dropships. The search and rescue team go to the lab, and it reminds me of Aliens and also Alien Romulus, where the horrors of what they're going to is revealed. Joining Morrow, we then see him moving through the corridors with his stun gun. The pipes look like tails, and even the paneling in the top left looks like a facehugger. Upon entering the lab, we can also see one of the creatures is still contained. I feel that's gonna break out at some point and possibly go mental, mate. Possibly, I think that's gonna happen. Am I gonna be right? 100%! Who is free though are these bloodsuckers that descend on one of the soldiers. We also have a character on the ground who's been shot. It was one in the chest and one on the head, so it definitely wasn't self-inflicted. Or a creature. I do wonder who was behind that, as Morrow seems to avoid killing where possible. Even the soldiers here he ties up, I don't know if he wanted them to die. But you were pretty careless, mate. Definitely don't leave people tied up here, dear me. Like, even the gunshot ricochet sounds like a xenomorph. Wait, was that scaring off? I don't know, but that's what it sounded like. Escorting them to the pole, we then get the mother sound effect from the computer. Morrow then gets called brother and says,
I'm not your brother.
This then gets flipped in episode 2 where the god says,
I'm not your friend.
This is quite a deep cut Easter egg, mate. Very, very deep, because it's actually a direct reference to this.
Don't call me a rat, buddy. I'm not your buddy, friend. He's not your friend, guy. I'm not your guy, buddy.
I also see it as the idea of what is and isn't human. Morrow's a blend of machinery and humanity, and clearly sees himself as being beyond these normies. Elsewhere, we then see as they come across cryopods. That woman Teng had a Teng for had a chest burster inside of her, and some of the others died in their sleep by falling rubble. There's another guy as well, and the chest burster was so strong it actually bust through the glass. My guess is the guy got face hugged, lovely that, and they put him to sleep to try and keep the face hugger asleep. It then burst out and took over the ship. I love the shot of when CJ leans in, and then we see something moving in the glass above them. Takes a second though, but I just love stuff like that though, whenever something in the background happens in a show or movie. Bloody love it, and they do it like 3 times, yeah. 10 out of 10, no notes. The leech bug vampire things make their move. Hawley said with these specimens that he wanted the viewer to feel the same fear they had when witnessing the xenomorph for the first time. I want you to have that feeling, because that feeling is integral to the alien experience. But I can't do with these creatures. So let's introduce new creatures where you don't know how they reproduce or what they eat, so you can have that I'm out feeling multiple times a week. He also discussed how the show is about nature versus technology, and also how both things are trying to kill us. You can definitely feel that in Morrow, who's a mix between the two. On top of this, he also said, what's the worst thing I could think of? And the fun of it is not just, what's the design of the creature in the machine? And how do they kill it? With the creatures, what do they eat? But also, then you have the opportunity of, well, how do they reproduce? And that's going to be gross. So expect lots more body horror. Now back with Wendy, we see some of the gang playing rock, paper, scissors, which kind of just once more enforces that they're kids. Even the patch on their arm also looks a bit like a bear, and I did wonder how this was going to impact them, especially with them basically being around Newt's age. I did also notice that CJ had this patch later on, and we see later this is the logo for Prodigy. Must be a big fan of Smack My Bitch Up. The logo is also on the kids' name tags, and I feel like it's constantly repeating because it's showing that they're kids. Kirsch then talks about the scorpion and how humanity used to be food. Once our lives are short and filled with fear, but with technology we managed to conquer nature. We lost our fear and started to think we were no longer food. However, he says there's always something bigger or smaller that can kill us. Kinda ties back to the scorpion and how though it was small, it was still really dangerous. That's the same with the eye and the bugs, but Wendy defiantly says that she's gonna save her brother. She's someone who's been saved from certain death herself and knows there's always a chance. So it makes sense that she'd have this belief.
He's not gonna die. I'm gonna save him.
I also see it as him alluding to her being irrational about wanting to save her brother. Sure, she's going to save him for now potentially, but eventually he's going to pass away from a myriad of issues that don't affect their kind. We then hear Mob Rules by Black Sabbath. The song was actually used in the landmark animated movie Heavy Metal. It played over an army assaulting a city and wiping out all the inhabitants, which might end up happening here if they get told they have to purge everyone. The army was corrupted and they committed atrocities after finding a crash site. A hero named Tana was then psychically alerted and came to avenge the city's population. Using a sword, she defeated pure evil. We saw how Wendy took the guillotine and used it as a sword, and she's gonna do this to help the people of Prodigy. So it's a nice little callback to that sci-fi fantasy classic. And whew, still getting really hot, mate. Don't know what it is. Are you hot as well?
A few moments later.
Going to episode 2, we see the montage again with there being moments of Wendy asleep intercut with a xenomorph. Both wake up and CJ's given the focus, with both sides wanting to get him in the episode. Cutting to him exploring the ship, everyone's trying to figure out what's gone wrong. Reminds me a lot of the first act of The Thing, where they go to explore the Doom camp. Hell, even the way they search the space jockey ship in Alien, you know, it's very similar to this. Something runs through the corridor behind him, and in the next part we see the tail going up into the ceiling. I think this is where they really ramp up the environment, and those dangling pipes all resemble the creature. We see the guy on the table from before, and also someone strung up in the ceiling. It's a lot like the way the xenomorph was hanging up in Romulus, and it's a very creepy way to display the body. From what they can gather, some of the victims have been dead for a week, and the medical woman died of suffocation. This was due to a kind of toxin, and I do wonder if that was the plant. Leave your theories below though, mate. CJ then checks a monitor and it looks like a facehugger going down someone's throat. While we only see the aftermath of the crash, I would assume that it's very much like the scene in the original Aliens. There we saw Ash and Dallas try to remove the hugger from Kane's face, and they actually look very similar on the image to the one that CJ sees here. Ash was also investigating it later in Alien, and we saw it again on his monitor. Making their way deeper into the hull, I love how there's just that constant feeling of paranoia. And yeah, there is stuff there, mate. Once I composed myself out of jumping out my seat, I really appreciated this moment. It's very similar to the first movie again, where the xenomorph was sleeping in the escape pod. It made Ripley jump after holding its hand out, and it was hiding in plain sight, just like the one here. Now, it's also important to bear in mind that this is the first time the aliens made it to Earth. I know that might be obvious from the title, yeah, but the Nostromo mission, that was about stopping it. Alien 3, they wanted to kill it before the corporation arrived and took it to Earth, and Resurrection was about destroying the ship before it got to the planet. So starting off here, it's pretty bad. Cutting to the research island, we see Dame Sylvia looking over the kids' tapes. During this, we hear stories of Wendy, who's described as the big sister. Again, enforcing these Peter Pan notions. We also see some toys that look like Native Americans, with them also being a big part of that movie. I see this entire facility as them playing God and basically how it's gonna backfire. Cavalier comes in eating an apple, and symbolically this is often shown as the fruit of knowledge. He views himself as the smartest person in the room, in like every room, and just wants someone who can challenge him. He and Sylvia have different points of view, and this is seen brilliantly in the set design. Cavalier slouches in a comfy chair, whereas she sits upright in a much more formal one. Basically sums up the whole characters and how he's just doing things on a whim to see if he can. He's cavalier about it. Yes. He's created immortality though, and doesn't quite understand the cost that comes with that. Sylvia sees this as a great thing that they must look after and nourish, and that the children need to be cared for. She wants things that are best for them, whereas Cavalier wants something that's gonna be good for him, and his ego. In this scene is a debate about the use of tech for good, as they're building these perfect humans that are indestructible, powerful and smart.
Why?
Is it just because you can, which is sort of something that they discuss with the engineers. We even see in real life how jobs are being sacrificed for the AI arms race, and though it's a market that's printing money now, is it going to come with a much bigger cost later down the line? Will it change humanity for the worse, that sort of thing? In the end, the material conditions for the public aren't improving, so why are they spending billions doing this? He patronizes Sylvia for being book smart, while he wants a deep and philosophical conversation. Sylvia's idea of making her more human than machine is shown later when Wendy's looking at her brother. Kirsch actually calls it a distraction, while Sylvia says it suits her. He's very much a machine who's anti-emotion, while her creator is trying to keep her humanity. It actually reminds me a lot of David in Prometheus. His creator saw him as a robot, but he wanted him to understand humanity through art, philosophy and music. In the end though, Weyland didn't want to advance humanity, he wanted to stand face to face with his maker. We then cut to Wendy. I love how the windows are egg-shaped and it just builds nicely into the series iconography. Discussing things with slightly, I actually prefer his mate, mostly. They have conversations around death, the fragility of life, and taking a leap of faith. The pair have seen firsthand what diseases can do, and both nearly lost their lives. Beyond that, Slightly's dad came down with a cold and apparently passed away. They had a funeral, but he still wonders if they cremated him while he was still alive. I think all the characters are harboring regrets and just scared of things out of their control. Death is the biggest thing when it comes to that, but obviously Neverland have made it so it's no longer a fear. Or well, as much of a fear. These guys still aren't invincible though, and people in general aren't, which we see in the next scene. Which is a literal leap of faith rather than a conversation about one. They have to jump across the stairway, you know? What's that saliva dripping down from the ceiling? Yep, it brought back a lot of memories of Alien Isolation when you go up and look in a vent. If the saliva's dripping from it, don't go look at it. That's my advice. Whew. Anyway, the guy stares up into the dark and yeah, absolutely great reveal. Chasing him through the corridors, he then manages to make it to the elevator. Reminded me a lot of the moment in Terminator 2, and he barely survives. Getting a flashback to one day earlier, we see he's rejected by the corporation. Again, it's a bit like Romulus, but allows us to see another part of Wendy's powers. We learn she's capable of rewriting code. He'd made a promise to their dad he'd go back to medical school, and I think this emotional connection is what allows her to do it. So she's very much still got that human side to her.
Have it hard.
Guy wants to go to Mars as well, and it'll take him away from all this pain, and his sister. I do wonder as well how this ability to interface things will extend beyond what we've seen so far. Upon landing, Wendy hears a buzzing sound and ticking that initially sounds like radio static. This then repeats with the eggs, and I'll talk about my theory with that later on. We also see things through her eyes. The crashed ship here did remind me a lot of the derelict one that they find on LV-426. It's got that tube TV effect to it, and heavily plays into that VHS style that the original movie had. It also reminds me a lot of the Void Comp test in Blade Runner. Now it's here that they really start to have Wendy displayed similar to Ripley, especially with the cropping. The themes of being stalked and watched continue as we have Wendy watching her brother, which is alongside the Xenomorph. Cavalier's watching her, watching him, and thus there's all these characters that are spying on each other. We can also see how green and immature the Lost Boys are. The two look like they're playing with swords while one's making a paper airplane. This idea of flying, that may even tie into Peter Pan. Back with Cavalier, we then get our first proper scene with Yutani. This is done on an analog iPad, which again feels very VHS. Demanding he hands back her property, it makes sense why they didn't get the Xenomorph in the end. Thus, the Nostromo was sent with it being confirmed recently that the company indeed put it near LV-426 on purpose so that it would potentially pick up the signal. Either way, it's at this point the Lost Boys and girls, we're not sexist here, they make it to the ship. It's basically the kids entering the haunted house for Halloween. They're far more confident than the soldiers that preceded them and stroll about with no need for weapons. We also get some foreshadowing of the eggs at the end as we can see one in a tank. Also, love how we have the shop, which is still playing adverts while it's also completely destroyed. Highlights the world the corporations are trying to build, but it's their inability to control nature that will likely destroy everything. Because life finds a way. Through the cameras in their eyes, we can see on the HUD that they mostly all have the names of the Lost Boys. We mentioned Smee earlier, with one being called Toodles and another named Curly. Nibs is also name-checked by Kirsch. Wendy and Slightly then make their way into the building, whereas Kirsch and the others remain on the ship. It's here where they come across the plant that also resembles an egg. Kirsch tells them they're not animals though, so they have absolutely nothing to fear. We'll see though, mate, we'll see with our eyes. But yeah, it does look like it restrains itself when looking at the hybrid. Now, here we have the Venus flytrap thing, and then come across the bugs. These have massive sacks like your granddad, and then we get the eye. This is where I really think they went next level with it, and it was so creepy seeing it coming out the cat. The new monsters reminded me a lot of The Thing, specifically that aliens are using animals to hide themselves. Cats are often also used in horror for jump scares, and you'll normally cut to one to show, look, it's not as bad as you think it is. See, it's a fake out, it's just a cat. But that's not the case here. That is pretty much playing with the tropes though, and even Jonesy, who was like used that way in Alien, and initially you think everything's okay. And then it looks at you and you see the weird eye thing. This then acts like a face hugger, and my guess is that it latches on, eats your eye, and then from your brain it controls your body. We do later see a file on this nightmare fuel creature which says how it replaces the eye and takes over the pathways to the brain. Now, it appears to be called an ocellius, which is an eye-like marking on an animal that replicates the eye. It's said to be super strong, which is why the Lost Boys were able to stop it from latching on. The way it scuttles across the floor, that also reminded me a lot of the spider head in The Thing. With Wendy, she then discovers her brother's backpack, and we also see the xenomorph drool on the floor. Back with Hermit, we get a lovely statue, that really nice. Hope nothing is hiding in there. Now, I did go back and rewind it, and it definitely wasn't there. It's not your fault, Hermit. Here he's reunited with his pal, and they then try to warn the Renaissance party there's about to be a revolution. Now the idea of a company town marries well with the look of a high-class French fancy dress party. The man's wearing a powdered wig, which was a symbol of nobility in Europe, particularly in pre-revolutionary France. During the Enlightenment era, we saw the Industrial Revolution then tip society on its head. A revolution of technology rapidly changed the world and brought about new money, which Boy Cavalier essentially represents. The old guard elites were suddenly rubbing shoulders with the mill owners and factory magnates that had basically came into a fortune. Here though, the lad who wants to go to medical school is somewhat an indentured servant. Not allowed social mobility, he must work for the company. all while these rich people party it up and say they know the manager. So we see a merge of the let them eat cake class and the new money rich. But these snobs are about to receive their own reign of terror. It's also reminiscent of Titanic, where they have solitude and no fear of dying in a tragedy, while the lower classes suffer. Revealing itself from the statue, standing at 8 foot tall, it makes mincemeat of the soldier. Swings him round from the head, which I also felt resembled the culmination of the blood test in The Thing. Tearing up the party, your brain kinda does the work as you hear the screams and then see the shadows on the ceiling. And then everything goes quiet. Hermit ends up grabbing the rifle, and we can see this as a green laser pointer. This is just like Alien Covenant, where the team had similar sights. Inside, he sees it's basically like an impressionist painting, with everyone completely ripped apart. They're all getting legless. Nah, it's weird. Bad seeing him crawl across the floor. Up on the staircase as well, you can also see the creature running past. Leaping from the balcony and using its tail to trip up CJ, it closes in for the kill. Like an Alien Isolation death scene. Morrow is here though, and he electrocutes the creature before also doing the same thing to Hermit. Taking the beast in, he seems pretty loyal to the company, like loyal mate. Like my old job, if they told me I had to work 5 minutes past closing time, fuck off, I'm off, I quit! The taser being used here is massive though, and it looks big enough to take down an elephant. The insect themes are then further played into as the webbing carries over. Sorry, arachnid. Spiders were also the basis for the alien queen, along with ants to them living in hives with a queen at the centre. It also looks kind of similar to the cocoons that the humans are kept in throughout the franchise. Morrow clearly knows a lot more about the xenomorph, and Weyland-Yutani maybe even reverse engineered these cocoons. When the Ripley clone was born in Resurrection, she also came out in something similar. Back on the ship, we see as Kirsch integrates with the Magnotti and downloads the data. The way he does this is also very similar to Cyberpunk 2077. Now on this, we also get lots of graphics from the original film. This includes shots of an approaching planet, which is what we saw as they entered LV-426. Back with Morrow, we witness how it won't attack if you remain calm and still. It reminded me a lot of Golic in Alien 3, who wasn't attacked by the creature either. Because of this, he began to worship it, and even went to see it for himself. I don't know what Morrow's plan was taking it away like this, because woke up like 2 minutes later, but yeah, I think the guy, you just need to kill it, mate. Like, you've just got to kill it at this point. This idea of being unafraid is also something that we see with the plant now. And the guy even steps forward, which is when it flinches. So, these creatures can be intimidated. The plant is also reminiscent of Bjorn's death in Alien Romulus when the tentacle comes out. It's at this point Kirsch sees the eggs and some blood drips down on his Slightly's face. This is also something that happened with Golic, and there it was sort of like a baptism. With Hermit, we then see as he discovers the Reggie Jackson ball. Famously known as Mr. October, he had an incredible run in the World Series. Everyone was celebrating and kids were drinking their dad's beer. Yay! You also see what looks like a Phillies jacket on the wall. Might be, I don't know, I'm British, we prefer cricket. And I don't even watch that shit either. It's here that he's reunited with his sister though, and remembers when the pair watched that game together. The reason he goes back to these old games is because his dad wanted him to see the world can give you a moment to shine. This is basically what the crash is going to be for the family, and the world's going to give them the chance to kill all these aliens. Just kill them. Wendy doesn't reveal that she's his sister here though, and instead the conversation moves to how the blood isn't Slightly's as they're all white on the inside. We've seen throughout the franchise that synthetics all have milk-like liquid inside of them, and Ash actually drank milk in Alien potentially to top this up. There's definitely the sense that Wendy wants to tell him, and in Peter Pan, she was of course united with her brothers. Now he's grown up and they look around the same age, and we see how jarring this is for Hermit. He's someone who deals a lot with death due to being a medic, and might not even really accept that this is his sister. Though he does seem to do that, you know, he questions repeatedly to see if it's really her, and I think that doubt might start to creep in through the season. He might just accept it though, but these scenes are clearly about what happened and the boy genius that she idolizes. It all works really well on the human level, and yeah, it was a great moment that, though I'm saying like, I hope he doesn't remember, you know, I actually do hope that they get to be happy. Again, this reminds me of Invincible a lot though, as Rexplode was sold off and turned into a weapon, much like what happened with Wendy. Wendy's father sent her off, and I do wonder if one, if he was paid off heavily by the company, and two, if her possible terminal illness was actually exacerbated. Making their way through the ship, it's here they then come across the cargo hold. I did like how slightly he was waving his hand up at the wall, pretending it's a plane or a spaceship. It's something my kids do as well, despite being told to stop touching everything. The toys are not yours. The toys are not to be played with. The blue beam is then reused from the original film, and there it was supposed to be a warning. This is why it reacted when being broken. They even used the same sound effect.
There's a layer of mist just covering the eggs that reacts when broken.
Now as when he gets closer, that static seems to come from the eggs or either the xenomorph. Again, I'm not sure exactly what this is, but she can either tap into the creature or part of the ship's system. I think it's more likely the latter because I don't really get how the former would work. However, they do work as a hive mind, and she may be picking up on all the signals that come from that. Who knows how it works? Hermit then does the classic thing you want to do when you get close to an alien egg.
In the name of science, I will put my face in it.
Luckily, the xenomorph arrives and runs off with him before it kicks off. I'm guessing he's taking him to put him on a wall so that more xenomorphs can be made. We also get a bit against the background that looks like rear projection. I don't know if it's the effects that were bad on purpose there, but I actually quite like it. Aliens was full of rear projection and the ship crash heavily used that effect. So it just looked like a little nod to that. Either way, she's off to go look for her brother, and we see Slightly's left slightly in danger. We close out with Stink Fist by Tool playing, and the song is certainly a choice considering what it's about, and I'm sure you can figure that out. The deeper meaning though, no pun intended on deeper there, that's about how people will go to the extremes to feel something. Be it drugs, alcohol, or even a stink fist. Eventually it basically says that we become numb to stimuli and require more and more extreme things. The heavy, progressive rock feels almost industrial at times, and it fits in with the stripped back, analog look of the show. Now that wraps up the breakdown, and if you've seen my review, then you kind of know my thoughts on the episodes. I think this was a really solid start to the series, and across the board they nailed the aesthetic. I also like the balance between the AI stuff and the more horror-centric stuff with the aliens. Scott's always dipped his toes into artificial intelligence, with Prometheus and Covenant, heavily exploring that. So it felt like a natural progression, but I do feel like that stuff might be divisive. I know there's people who just want to see the xenomorph and might see that as being boring. However, I think it adds a deeper layer to the show, as it could easily just turn into a straightforward monster thing. Pacing wise, I did think some parts dragged, and I was kind of a bit meh on the opening of episode 1. I know people's mileage is going to vary heavily on that, but doing stuff shot for shot for me, especially when it's a prequel, I don't know, it's just kind of weird to me. I get it was done to establish the world, but I found it a bit redundant. Because I was more like, that's this shot and this shot and this shot, rather than getting to know the characters. Kind of takes me out sometimes, but yeah, my brain kind of works like that. Overall, it's a very small thing, and I know some people are going to love it, but for me, it was just kind of like, oh, it's weird. And look, I'm digging the show for very minor things here, but I want to give you the positives and negatives, and that's what a review is. In the end, I walked away from these episodes really happy with where we're starting things off from. Obviously though, I'd love to hear your thoughts, so make sure you drop them below. Ooh, just feel a bit of a pain in my chest there. Now, just to let you know, I'm actually running a half marathon for my local dog and cat shelter, so if you want to donate, then the link's below. Please drop a like on the video as well. If you want to follow us, make sure you do it on Heavy Spoilers at Instagram. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Alien Earth. After dying at the end of our last breakdown, I've been put into the body of a synth. And I'm definitely human. I am not a hybrid. In this video, we're going to be going through episode 3, which is titled Metamorphosis. It's possible that this is actually another book of the same name by author Franz Kafka, in that a man awakens one day to find himself transformed into an insect. It's a story about what it means to be human, transformation into a monster, alienation, and ultimately exile, which are all things you can apply to the show. Be it AI or alien, there's lots of things to talk about, and throughout this video, we'll be breaking down the Easter eggs, hidden details, and things you might have missed. We'll also have a theory time as well. Whereas the first 2 episodes leaned heavily into nostalgia, this takes a bit of a different direction. It mostly ditches the homages, or at least the most obvious ones, and blazes its own trail with a big cliffhanger ending. We see more of New Siam and the experiments on Neverland, and get lots and lots of world building. Now, I actually think what we're seeing is what would have basically happened if the Nostromo returned to Earth. A sort of what if. Though I dinged episode 1 for basically doing the opening of Alien shot for shot, I think it set the stage for the story that it's telling. A sort of alternate history which Noah Hawley has somewhat said the show is. Basically, what if the space truckers returned to Earth with the eggs? Anyway, we begin with the FX logo written in the same green display as the mother computer. We then get the iconic title text, which is once more used over a recap of the first 2 episodes. Again, this follows the title sequence from the start of Alien that was later used in Prometheus, Covenant and Romulus. With the music hitting like this though, I was in awe and I thought, wow, a recap can be pure cinema. If you skip the intro, I will kill you. We then get new shots of the alien's body, and other aspects of this were shown in the prior episodes. I did even wonder if this is them looking over it in the lab, which is something that happens in the episode after its death. Now we open with Wendy running to save her brother. She sprints through a corridor where the damage has made it look like a heart. It's also coloured red at points due to the lighting. Bit of a reach here, but she is running to her heart, aka her brother, Reachley Scott. Either way, it's sort of an Alien Romulus situation. There's a robot and human who are siblings, with the former saving their flashbag sister. Here we have a human brother saved by a robotic sister. It's a really interesting dynamic, and that was easily one of the best parts of Romulus. The idea of humanity is front and center in this episode though, as Morrow's also fascinated by the hybrids. My guy's been in space like it's been 65 years, crash lands on Earth and then finds robot kids. During interviews, it has been said that he owes his life to Yutani, and this explains why he's so loyal to the mission, even at the expense of the crew. Morrow has some deep connection pre-Maginot, Maginot, butchered it last time, and thank you for your comments, but I am very excited to learn Morrow's backstory. Maginot. No, not Maginot. He's half man, half machine, what does it mean? And I think he may end up trying to become a hybrid. This would take him towards immortality, whereas at the moment he's still human. It also plays into the overall themes of the show as well. Kirsch wants the kids to embrace that they're machines, whereas Dame Sylvia just sees them as kids.
She's not human anymore. Why are we pretending she is?
I am human.
In the middle is Joe, who I feel will go back and forth on whether Wendy's still his sister. Like, even down to the fact that he still calls her Marcy. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. The kids are then tasked with retrieving the samples as Kirsch studies the files on the computers. We can see the eye thing is designated as species 64, and its full name is Trypandichnia ocellus, or T-ocellus for short, in the same way that Tyrannosaurus rex is shortened down to T-rex. Ocellus is another term for an eye, and Tirapasronocha is a parasitic tapeworm that infects fish. Look, I'm a YouTuber, mate, not a doctor. Timothy Oliphant is superb, though, as the reluctant synthetic babysitter, telling one of the guys to look with your eyes and not your hands. That had me cracking up, because, yeah, any parent out there, they know exactly that happens quite a lot, in very dangerous situations sometimes. I do think he will start to rival Boy Cavalier though, as the experiments start to unfold. I mean, putting eggs on an island with humans is a recipe for disaster, and he clearly doesn't value human life. The hybrid acting here is also very detailed, as he acts like a scorned child. We then learn more about the kids, and it's not all a fairy tale on Neverland. We see Nib staring creepily at Diacelis, and it's almost like she's looking into the abyss. Kind of like it's staring directly into her soul. Last time we did get her staring into a mirror while Cavalier read them Peter Pan. She seems the most traumatized by her death and rebirth, and we flash back to her human body. The way this is shot is almost like a funeral. There she lays dead on the slab while holding flowers. I can imagine it would really mess with your head, as it's a literal out-of-body experience. Whenever those are reported, the person often says they were floating in the air looking down at their body, which is what all the kids would have experienced. She also remembers being attacked by the eyeball. She seemed like a manic pixie dream girl at first, but is now questioning the whys of the whole program. Why couldn't she keep her name?
Why?
Why does she have to be called Nibs?
Why?
Why does no one ever hit the thumbs up?
Why?
I think she just might be the person who brings everything crashing down, and she'll see how they're treating them like slaves. No kid wants to be forced into this nightmare situation, and Cavalier can see everything they do. I'm guessing he also has protocols put in place to shut them down in case they go rogue. They are very much experiments as well, and share more with the creatures than they do with the humans. I also like her namesake Nibs, as it juxtaposes her personality. She seems withdrawn and not really there, while Nibs in Peter Pan is a happy, cheerful boy. In some tellings, he doesn't make it to Neverland and falls behind on the way. So this could highlight the character's reluctance to get fully on board with the process. Did make me laugh when she asked why they were called the Lost Boys when half of them are girls. Cavalier's first name is of course also Boy, so potentially they were called that by the creative team to give a little nod to who owns them. Kinda like Charlie's Angels. She also says, why put them in adult bodies when they're not supposed to grow up?
Why?
This really reminds you that they aren't grown up, they're just kids inside a grown-up's body. They're kept completely secret and will likely be covered up just like the Xenomorphs. I always wondered how they were going to work it with them being on Earth before the Nostromo mission happens. However, the fact that everything's taken to Neverland, that could easily explain why no one's ever heard about them. And also why Boy Cavalier was never heard from again. Which, oops, spoiler alert. She's also a little bit jealous of Wendy for getting to be, well, Wendy. Nibs later starts to almost lose herself as she stares into the mirror again, and we see those weird pressure washers. Curly reminds her, though, Wendy was the first, which is why she's called that. However, later we also see Curly shares the same resentment towards Cavalier's favourite girl. She even tries to usurp her as the number one. So this scene kind of feels like it's foreshadowing her shooting her shot for when Wendy's out of commission. She steps up to report to Boy Cavalier, and later on he does seem somewhat impressed by her initiative. But back to the start, Kirsch is called and told to collect the samples and bring them back. To him, $1 trillion has just landed on his lap. He calls them bioweapons, which Weyland-Yutani have an entire department for. In Alien 3, Michael Bishop even went to retrieve Ripley personally, along with the alien inside of her. Predator Badlands also features that division, as it's on a capsule that houses a damaged synthetic. It looks like we've seen all the samples though, but because of this trailer, it was thought Ayucha may have been one of them. I do wonder if the show will connect to Predator in some way, as the two franchises, they're of course married together. That goes to our merch store below the video as well. There we have a whole host of Alien and Predator inspired t-shirts, ranging from our perfect organism based on the Vitruvian Man to our game over one as well. We've also just launched our Predator tattoo inspired one that contains a quote from Predator Badlands. If you want to pick some up, then we're also running a discount where you get 20% off if you buy 3. Yep, shabow! Anyway, Cavalier handwaves the protests and says he has a high quarantine lab in the basement. Yeah, mate, that's totally not gonna go all Pete Tong, is it? What he truly cares about, though, is Wendy. He implies that she's the most special, and I do wonder if they implanted something extra into her. This may be how she's able to pick up on the signals from the eggs. It's at this point that we then catch up with Wendy and see her drop down into a parking garage. This appears to be on the basement floor, and it reminds me a lot of the areas in Hadley's Hope, namely during the chase. She then finds Joe trapped in a meat truck, and he's in the early stages of being turned into a cocoon. The original Alien had a deleted scene that saw Dallas stuck to the walls, and Aliens also had a similar scene with a woman that said, "Kill me," and then a deleted scene that featured Burke, who was going to be used as a cocoon as well. So yeah, that's definitely what they're doing here. A cocoon scene was also cut from Alien 3, but Resurrection had a notable scene that saw the newly born. There were also hanging meat carcasses at the start of Alien 3 in the version where the creature was born from an ox. Can't remember if that's the assembly cut or if that's a theatrical, but one of the versions, I think it's the assembly cut, it's born from an ox instead of a dog. It also looks like the same spray stuff that Morrow used last week, so it nicely builds off that webbing image. I do even wonder if the stuff in his gun was reverse engineered from the samples. The meat truck to me is also reminiscent of Predator 2, where the city hunter had a taste for beef. There we saw the OWF confront the Yucha inside a meatpacking plant, but they got instantly wiped out. So that might be a reach, but yeah, just the way the franchises are brought together did make me think of that. Noah Hawley though, he provides some incredible tension here. The Xenomorph sticks its head through the sheet door, but then clearly senses she's a threat. So it Resident Evil 2 William Birkins it and attacks from the ceiling. It's also similar to the elevator scene in Terminator 2 when the T-1000 attacks from the roof. Wendy then stabs the alien, only for acid to pour out. It dripping down from the ceiling is very reminiscent of when they cut the facehugger's digit in the original Alien. We then get a great bit where the sets flip sideways and the container's overturned. This feels like a real horror movie as we see Joe walk out with a meat hook. He then gets stabbed with a xenomorph's tail, providing a solid jump scare. The same thing happened to Bishop at the end of Aliens, as well as Chopper in Aliens vs Predator. As he crawls out, we can also hear he's struggling to breathe, and they of course later remove his lung. So I do feel like it was damaged. They did the surgery and were like, hey, we can infect this, let's bloody do it. It's almost game over man though, as he gets slobbered on by the alien. However, Wendy arrives and saves the day. She pierces the hook through its second mouth or tongue, and we then see a showdown. We are about to reach here as well, so bear with me. The siblings used a hook to lure the alien, which may be a callback to Captain Hook from Peter Pan, making this xenomorph somewhat the crocodile from that story. Maybe. Perhaps. Probably not. Running to the shuttered door, it reminds me of Ripley trying to lure an alien to the airlock. In Alien 1, she jettisons it out the escape ship, while in Alien she uses the power loader to get it to the airlock. In Alien 3, they also trapped it behind a door, and there it was held prisoner for quite a bit. Joe then mans the door controls as Wendy's locked in with the beast. Luckily, she manages to lop its head off with the guillotine, and the creature's finally defeated. Which I wasn't expecting at all. Kinda thought it would be with this one for most of the series, but it shows how capable that Wendy is. However, she's heavily damaged in the process. We can see her bleeding the white milky liquid that the other synthetics in the franchise have had. I used this image for the thumbnail of our trailer breakdown last week, and yeah, got a couple of comments saying how it might look like something else out of context. You dirty pieces of shit. Luckily, the brother and sister will be taken back to Neverland and fixed up. They can fix up anything. Slightly, however, is stuck looking over the eggs when Smee arrives. The former steps in some slime and then picks up some skin, which is exactly like the first alien. There we saw Brett do the same thing just before he died, which is a very nice callback. Even the chain dangling in the doors are the same, and yeah, this nicely plays with your expectations. Now these are clearly the most childish of the bunch, and they say a spaceship underground is a very dumb idea. Now, being a big Predator fan, I did wonder if this was poking fun at the Lost Tribe ship being under LA in Predator 2. I mean, how did it get under the building? If you're a fan of the franchise, and you know that's been a big debate back and forth over the years. They're totally unfazed by the eggs though, and it's so funny seeing them talking like kids. Reminds me of stuff like Stand By Me, The Goonies, or even The Lost Boys, eh? Did kind of take me out of the scene a bit though, when they kept saying bro. I don't know, that's kind of like what kids today would say, and I didn't think I'd ever hear it in the Alien universe, especially with it being 2120, or what the 70s thought that 2120 would be.
The magnificent far-off year of 2002.
The goofiness though, that's quickly broken up by the arrival of Morrow. The boys barely even know what they are, and Morrow's baffled by their entire existence. I think that's why he even puts a taser down, as I don't know if it would even have an effect. He wants to know what they are and why they're here. However, it's classified, but in the end, the lads give up just enough information for him. Now, you know, I've been theorizing this, but I do feel this hints towards how Morrow might want to go full synthetic, as at the moment he's only a cyborg. But yeah, they're giving up lots of info they shouldn't, and it's similar how Slightly gave up that Wendy was Joe's sister. I mean, they are kids at the end of the day though. Morrow then explains how he was the chief security officer on the Maginot. They said they found the eggs on the moon, and that's likely LV-46. It's actually one of the 3 moons that orbit Calpamos, so it's reasonable to assume that these eggs must have come from the planet. We also heard last week that a lot of people died on the mission. Now in Alien, it wasn't a 65-year mission, so I do wonder if these guys have gone beyond LV-426. They may have stopped along the way, but with there being 5 different specimens, they could have visited lots of planets across the universe. So we may learn about the other pit stops. He then downloads the data from the ship using a Philips Hue LED strip and mentions how Mother said the crew's lives don't matter. Only the bounty must be saved. This is similar to how Ash jeopardized the crew's lives just to ensure that the xenomorphs were sent to the company. Crew Expendable, it was famously called, which is also the name of the DLC in Alien Isolation. It's also what we saw in the first episode when he went into Mother's command center and basically talked to Mother directly. Mara then explains how there's a feeling when this is told to him and how you can only save yourself. He's asked if he's a robot, and he then replies by saying, "Wouldn't that be nice?" Which basically means he doesn't want the worst parts of being a man. He still harbors guilt about the crew dying and saving himself. If he was a robot though, you know, he wouldn't have any of that guilt and would just be free from his torment. In reality though, he was a chief security officer, so they all died on his watch. However, he's also extremely loyal to the company. It's good to get some more info on him as well, as it did seem like he was at fault for the crash, but now I'm not so sure. Based on his words though, I feel that the eggs hatched and caused all sorts of chaos. He then basically went to the computer to ask what to do, and it said, look mate, as long as the eggs are okay, fuck the rest, we don't have to pay them. Unlike Alien as well, you have to remember that this had other specimens on board the ship, so who knows what else they got up to. We also saw how last time how members of the crew looked down on him for being a hybrid, so they may have even mistrusted him, and thus tempers flared and he ended up choosing a side, which was himself. He then asks them what they would do in the same scenario and if they could harm others. He's confused as they then bring up parents and also talk about it would have to matter if someone was bad or not. In his mind though, Morrow's told what the orders are and he must follow them no matter what. He's sort of programmed in what to do, and even though he's human, parts of him, beyond his, robotic parts, also think like a machine. They have that sense of logic, and everyone has to kind of dehumanize themselves and shut themselves off and be cold in, making decisions that often include life and death, which I'm sure everyone, knows. Not that you have to make life and death decisions often, but yeah, you can shut down your emotions if it really requires it. At the moment though, he just wants to make sure his boss's data doesn't get into the wrong hands, and thus he uploads and then erases it. I think with him being in Prodigy Land, he might also be worried he could be compromised. This mind uploading is also likely similar to what the crew went through when they were copied. I even wonder if Morrow might be killed and then brought back down the line due to this upload. We see how strenuous it is on him though, which kind of plays in the fact how difficult it is to copy across adults, whereas kids don't have that difficulty, which was something that Cavalier said. Channeling the T-1000, he then makes a blade come out of his hand and he interrogates slightly, asking when is a machine not a machine. This later gets questioned by Boy Cavalier's security goon. He says he doesn't have friends, which he will likely use to manipulate Puss slightly. Knowing their children, he can twist them easier, which is something Cavalier is playing upon as well. Kirsch then arrives, describing himself as a neighbor, and this ship as being the ball that's landed in his garden. It's basically like when a big boy, you remember being a kid, mate, a big boy like Ryan Airy showed up and they kicked you, and then your dad showed up and was like, fuck off and subscribe to Heavy Spoilers instead. He makes him back off, and I loved seeing the egg open up next to Morrow. We can see the facehugger scuttling inside, which is also something we witnessed in Alien. It's also like the moment in Aliens where Ripley goes to leave the Queen's nest and the eggs open up. So he's still more human than machine because the eggs don't activate around the synths. They can somehow detect what's human and what isn't, and this is why later on we get Kirsch blocking out all humans from the lab. We then get a great time lapse as we see the cleanup. The Prodigy forces then deal with the aftermath of the chaos while Joe and Wendy are taken off on stretchers. I liked how she was put on the same bed thing that she was also transferred on. As she's pulled out, we can see the headpiece, which I imagine handles updates and resets. This is why she sleeps in it basically. Technically, machines shouldn't need sleep, so it might be like setting your phone to update overnight. Must be some sort of diagnostic too low. It's also the same thing that wakes her up when she gets signals from the eggs. Later we learn how she's had all her systems turned off, and this is in order to try and save her. The alien is then brought in on a forklift, which eagle-eyed viewers will likely spot an early version of the power loader. Like the arms on it are exactly the same.
Where you want it.
Morrow's body though hasn't been recovered, and as we learn, he's managed to escape. The search and rescue team look absolutely exhausted though, and at least 2 of them have been killed. The hybrids also look tired despite being machines, and Curly stares at Wendy, probably plotting to take her job. It's very much like a Vietnam movie at this point though. They return to the base on the futuristic versions of the Huey, and the score itself is also extremely similar to those kind of movies. Considering that the Vietnam War took place in the 70s, it's pretty close to building off the style that would have been commonplace when they made them. Well, the originals anyway. James Cameron even modelled the colonial marines after the soldiers who fought in the war, and that style's carried across here. Both groups are then given a guard of honour when the Xenos brought in. It's rather similar to the opening of Alien Romulus. There we see the alien from the Nostromo brought aboard a ship and then removed. Kirsch also looks smug as he leads the kids in and the specimens enter the facility. The alien is here with a severed head, and Cavalier looks giddy with excitement at his brand new toy. He and Adrian Edmondson stare down from the glass room, which feels like a repeat of when Wendy was getting the sick kids to join. We also see one of the security team has a cigar, which was something that reminded me of Sergeant Apone in Aliens. The samples are then placed in the lab as he says, well done to his hybrids. Toodles is beaming when this happens, as in a way, Cavalier's like a godlike figure to them. why Curly seeks his approval so badly. To the left of Cavalier, we can see a black spider-like thing in a tube. So far, we haven't seen this in action, and I do wonder if it's going to play into creating an alien queen. It's thought by Bishop that the royal jelly is used to create a queen, which is similar to honeybees. There, when the hive decides they need a new queen, they use this jelly to feed the larval bee and then make it into that. Sciencey there. However, in other books, comics, and games, an alien queen can simply be evolved from a normal xenomorph. Now, it might not be that, but it would be interesting if the fluid here somehow helps create and feed that. As we cut to Kirsch, we can also see a spindly thing in a tank of liquid. I do believe that this was what was in the skylight at the start of episode 2, where something crawled away behind Joe. Cavalier talks about how it's like charting an undiscovered country, which may be playing off Star Trek, The Undiscovered Country. May not be, but whenever I hear that, that's what I think, mate. It may also be a reference to Hamlet, in that the prince recites the legendary to be or not to be soliloquy, which I did wonder if that was playing into that "are you a machine or not a machine" thing. When is a machine not a machine, he said. There though, Hamlet wonders whether it's noble to avenge his father's death, but also ruminates on life and death itself. He refers to death as an undiscovered country, but it's one that, from whose bourne no traveller returns. It's exactly what Boy Cavalier's doing as well. He's trying to traverse death and stop it from ever happening again. Well, providing you have the money to pay for it. As he's no doubt a vicarious reader, I suspect he is indeed quoting the bard here. Like Kane and almost Joe, Boy Cavalier heads to the egg and puts his face up next to it. Starts to basically transfix him, and yeah, you can see like the hypnotic pull that these eggs have towards people interested in science. Either way, Kirsch kicks him out and tells him how there's a proto-creature that bursts out of humans. The dynamic has now shifted. The trillionaire prodigy can't be on their floor as he's limited by his humanity. Now it's the machines who can make the discoveries that he can't. Even going to the ship was something that was far less dangerous for them than it would have been for him. Kirsch is now in complete control, and I love the reflection shot where he appears much bigger than his boss. Humans are now banned from the floor. However, part of me thinks that life finds a way, and curiosity will ultimately get the better of them. Much like sticking your face above an egg. We then see Slightly and Smee chilling on the most 70s sofa to exist and get some drawings of the beast. Usually, you know, you'd see people writing a diary or record a video log, but these guys are kids. The only way they know how to process what happened is through doing drawings, which is something that psychologists often use to basically make kids explain what trauma that they've gone through. We also see Smee making a paper aeroplane, which is exactly what Nibs was doing last week. On the wall we can see a picture of a kid, and it might be there to reinforce that they're children. They obviously can't see their bodies most of the time, so might forget what they look like. It's only upon facing the mirror like Nibs that they start to have a moment of reflection. Adam Eanes comes in to talk to them and makes me wildly uncomfortable as he tries to find out more about Morrow. Now, I know that's Adrian Edmondson, but I cannot unsee Edward or Vivian from Bottom and the young ones, respectively. I love the colour on the suit though, but he's very intimidating. Their childishness is on full display here as Smee's scared of Morrow. Mate, your colleague took down a xenomorph, I'm sure you'll be fine. It's also revealed to them that everything they do and say is recorded, which is something they had no idea about. Instantly, I thought of those parents who track their kids' phones and even those secret teddy bear cameras. The logo for Prodigy, you know, it is of course a teddy bear, and they've basically signed away their privacy. Afterwards though, Kirsch watches them to see their behaviour, which makes me wonder if he has other plans. He's expressed his disdain at them being human-like, so he may want to force them towards being machines. David loved a good old experiment as well, and sins always have that sinister side to them, or synthesized side to them. We then hear how Morrow will likely be unable to infiltrate the island, which kinda sets up why no one knows about this thing later in the timeline. Again, I'm kinda guessing that everything is going to be contained to the island, and we'll see the outbreak then covered up. In regards to everything, like, you know, Cavalier, he's a massively rich man, very powerful, but we never hear about him in the other movies, and I know that's because this is made after those ones, but in terms of storytelling, I don't think he's making it out of it. Cutting to New Siam, we get focus of a boat on a river, which is just like how Joe is introduced. Morrow then steals food while on the run and makes a call to be extracted. Speaking with Ms. Yutani, They're both unsure of who the other person is. It's been over 60 years and the Utani he knew was her grandmother. He has the data on the specimens, but they need the actual specimens themselves. Again, we've kind of touched upon this before, but it's been said he's deeply loyal to Utani and owes them a life debt. So probably something that we're going to find out more about in one of the other episodes. If we do get that flashback on the ship, on the Machino, I can imagine the people being like, why are you still doing this? Why can't we just kill it? And then we'll probably learn exactly what happened. That would be my theory. I'm not going to theory time it though. It's really cool seeing a live action Utani again though, and we haven't seen one since Alien vs Predator Requiem. That Utani we saw could be the grandmother that's mentioned here, and Prometheus's Weyland may even be a descendant of the one we saw in Alien vs Predator. It was thought the character was going to be initially portrayed by Michelle Yeoh in Prometheus, but the part was then rewritten to be Weyland's daughter. That was all because of Mad Max Fury Road, and they realised when that got delayed they could get Charlize Theron in the movie more, so yeah, they basically restructured the whole thing. Morrow clearly knows he can manipulate slightly though, and he wants them back as the samples are his life's work. He's basically sort of like a fish out of water, and he realises the world's changed radically in the decades that he's been gone. The young upstart Cavalier has come in and challenged the titans like Weyland Yutani in the world of business. During the phone call, I also love the way the camera's fixed to create the impression that she's almost walking on water. Just a really cool visual, and with her being so high up while he's down in the gutter, yeah, you can see how they're showing who's in charge. Yutani also says,
Run by a child.
Which may again hint that Boy's actually a boy who put himself into a hybrid. Wendy constantly called him the boy genius last week, and I think this could also be a possibility. At this point, we then cut back to Cavalier. He puts down his Puzz 3D when Curly mugs him off by saying, smart people don't ask dumb questions. Wendy is only the favourite as she's the first, and he's surprised that she doesn't care that this is the room she was made in. She's not bothered about where she's been, but only where she can go, which is kind of a comment on her ambition. On the flip side of this, Wendy's only bothered about her brother, which is very much an element of her past. In the first two episodes, Cavalier mentioned how he just wanted an interesting conversation, but I think he also wants more than that. Being a trillionaire and in control of a whole city and people's lives, it's rare that anyone would ever stand up to him, which is something that we saw with the technician earlier. He thought that the decision his boss was making was stupid, which was overheard by said boss. He's behind me, isn't he? Boy urged him to grow a spine and stand up to him though. The technician shrunk and Dame Sylvia had to cool down the situation. Now huge shout outs to Harry Evans 11111 on our last video for bringing up a really interesting theory. They said that Cavalier might actually be a synth and that Weyland could have moved his mind over into it. He seems to have just popped up out of nowhere, and I think it would be a pretty cool twist. The only issue is that Boy said it only tends to work on young minds, which is why they have to select kids. However, you'd only know that if you did it on an adult, which may also hint to some of the other people that they've tried it on. Curly's annoyed that all Wendy cares about is her brother, when she thinks about how to make life better, even wanting to be Boy's successor at some point. Now, we also discover she's learned French. It's Matrix style where stuff just gets uploaded to your brain, so technically she didn't learn French, she just got a software patch. I guess that beats having to watch your back for the Duolingo bird though. Oh no! Lo siento, señor Duo! Wendy is more human though, and that's despite having the capabilities to just think up amazing inventions. She wants to save her brother and use her abilities to do so. She's not about just making things to make the rich richer. That hasn't benefited anyone, and despite these companies projecting that they're helping humanity, poverty and wealth inequality, that all still exists. Boy again enforced the idea of why they needed to be children, and he says how prodigy is prodigy because prodigies are kids. They're able to be free and uninhibited due to having an infinite imagination and creativity. Now he's going to send her some recordings and books to swat up on so he can finally have an interesting conversation. Well, he says once she's read them, they can play, which creeped me out a bit.
I'm getting the word nonce.
Samuel Blanken though is just superb as the smug tech CEO. He's just so slimy and self-assured and has the most punchable face I've ever seen. After me. Makes me a bit angry how much Witcher Blood Origins wasted him. Witcher fans will know how layered his character was, but yeah, I won't dwell on that too much. Now part of me thinks her playtime's gonna be a total failure. She's eager for his approval and to usurp Wendy. As Curly said though, her character was called Pickles in the book. So even then, she's not one of the famous lost boys, and yeah, don't feel like she's gonna go to the forefront like Wendy. She is fully indoctrinated by power though, and the corporate society, whereas Wendy hasn't changed. All she cares about is family, and again, yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic. It's ambition and drive at the expense of others versus doing what you can to help who you care about. As Plato says, only those who do not seek power are qualified to hold it. Now, I also wonder how this is going to play into the whole Peter Pan metaphor as well. Peter Pan was all about growing up, and though there was the idea that they could stay young forever, ultimately the characters accepted that they needed to leave Neverland. Wendy was told by her father in the beginning to grow up, and that she couldn't sleep in the nursery anymore. In the end, she says, "I'm ready to grow up and have her own bedroom," but her father says, "You can stay where you are." So this may be a theme that gets explored later down the line. She could end up leaving Neverland and go off with her brother to become her own person. We then catch up with Slightly, who is watching a movie which is, I believe, the 2013 animated movie Epic, which was produced by Disney, who also own this show. Now, you might have noticed before that Morrow took a contact lens looking thing from his finger. He then grabbed Slightly, and we got a shot where we could see something being absorbed by the character's neck. Morrow has hacked him, and much in the same way the facehugger puts something in your body, Morrow's doing the same thing here, which is almost parasitic. He's also doing this while looking up the company, and we see the history of Prodigy. The first article lists how Boy crashed his car while driving at the age of 15. He was asked why he was even driving it himself when he's made billions off AI, kind of showing how reckless he is and his clear disregard for the rules. We also learn how Prodigy bursts its way onto the scene. In doing this, it helped turn the three powerful companies, aka the Triumvirate, into five. Originally, Weyland-Yutani, Dynamic Corporation, and Threshold held all the power. Interestingly, Hyperdyne Systems isn't listed, but they were name dropped in Aliens. Lynch and Prodigy then joined, which made it five. Sadly, the only ones we've explored in the lore are Weyland-Yutani, but I do hope that we see more beyond Prodigy. Morrow then opens up the article, and we learn how Prodigy ceded territory from North America and Southeast Asia. This builds upon the social study lessons that Malachite got on the Maginot. In South America, we learn there was actually a civil war which resulted in drought and famine. We know that Weyland-Yutani owned both South and North America, and this clearly came at the expense of the people. The article explains that an abundance of natural palladium's also been found in the South. It's because of this that the Americas were brought under some sort of unity. Palladium has a wide range of uses, but here I imagine it's sought after because it's great for soldering and it's also used heavily in printing circuit boards. While the oil rush powered the 1900s until now, rare minerals are becoming the new oil. Things that are used in electric vehicles, circuit boards, and semiconductors, they'll become more and more essentials as countries race to win the AI wars. A scramble for land is also important as it mirrors the companies desperate to find places to plonk down their data centers. Something that is actually explored in Ari Aster's Eddington. Below this information, they then tease a new update to the robotics space. These are of course what the kids are, and immortality would be a hot property. We also discover that since then, Boy's thrown himself into his work due to grieving over a death. Cuts off before it says who it is, but I think this line is very important. Someone close to him died, which no doubt spurred him on to solve immortality and move people's consciousness into hybrids. Now I even wonder if that death was caused by the car crash. That takes us to big theory time. Okay, so I wonder if in the car crash he accidentally killed his mother. The reason that Wendy could be special is because she was modeled after the mother that he lost. In the story of Peter Pan, the Lost Boys refer to Wendy as their mother. With Boy Cavalier being called Boy, he could see himself as being a lost boy due to no longer having a mother. Wendy looks a lot like Cavalier and both have the same colour skin, hair and eyes. Him seeing her as being more important could be because he recreated her as a synth. He's kind of stuck in his childhood and desperately looking for a mother figure. Even his logo with a childlike teddy bear, though it's a cool bit of design that reminds me a lot of techno record labels from the 90s, it's clear that he's seeking something back to his childhood. And yeah, if Wendy's his mother, I don't know, maybe Dame Sylvia's also a synth and she doesn't know it. There's lots of things going on, but that's the end of theory time. Who is Dame Sylvia as well? What's her relationship to Boy Cavalier? Could be anything, could be a synth, could be a mother, could be a hybrid. Now, lastly, we learn how his HQ has moved to an undisclosed location, which is of course the Neverland that we've seen in the show so far. During this conversation though, Slightly clearly doesn't want to talk to Morrow, especially with that terrifying Adam breathing down his neck. But Morrow says, "Could you be my friend?" which kind of feels Mr. Rogers-y. The reality of what's going on though is immediately shown as we can see he's at a weird sex club. And yet very, very sinister. Just kind of plays in the nature of the darker side to everything. And it might also be a Matrix reference. Morrow then talks about his daughter desperately trying to connect with him. Turns out he had a child who it seemed died between his departure from Earth and his return. It reminds me a lot of Ripley, who also lost her daughter. When she set off she was a kid, but upon returning home in Aliens, she found out that she had died. This was expanded upon in Alien Isolation, where you play as Amanda Ripley. Obviously, you know she doesn't find her mother, but it's still an excellent game. It's something that also makes this investigation seem personal for him. I do wonder as well if the reason that he has robotic hands is purely because something happened in the past where his daughter died, potentially in a car crash as well. Utani may be the one who basically saved his body, made him into a cyborg, and then he swore this undying loyalty to pay her back for this debt. At this point, Morrow also uses Slightly's words against him and says everyone needs a friend. He also says, "Don't let the bed bugs bite," which don't go near any of those weird specimens. As he leaves, we can also see a woman who's strapped to a spider web-like thingy. Look, I don't frequent these clubs. Might not be able to show it because of YouTube, but it could play into the bug and spider theme of these specimens. We then follow Nibs for a bit, and she sees that mysterious guy cleaning the wall. I felt like this might be a reference to Blade Runner, namely the guy who makes the eyes for the synths. Just as she does this, she touches her eye, but it might be reaching. Cutting to Wendy, we then hear the interference noise and she wakes up. It somehow turns on her brain device and she then goes wandering. I believe it's an ESP, which is why she's able to pick up on the hive mind. I'm keeping spoiler-free stuff that's been shown in the trailers out of this part of the breakdown, but they hint towards something that I'll talk about at the end. That I'll give you a spoiler warning on, but it could show the creatures are communicating with the other species. And maybe they'll end up working together. Like Xenomorph with the eye thingy on, that would be terrifying. Carrying around a big plant thing as well. As we see though, her brother's being operated on and we can see his lung on the screen. This evokes the imagery of the surgery monitors from earlier in the season. That was also building off Alien when they were scanning Kane. Just the idea of a corporation doing organ harvesting though without your consent to use your lung for a science experiment to infect it with a parasite, pretty mental. Elsewhere at the lab, we then see Kirsch carrying out an experiment. The kids are assisting in the investigation as Curly films a dissection. I love the cameras they use as well, which feel very VHS. Gives a cool retro feel, which fits in the aesthetic that's matching the 70s era of the original. Kirsch also wears goggles that remind me a lot of Toad from X-Men. As this is going on, we see Wendy walk through the egg room, which has a mist similar to how Kane found them on the engineer's ship. The mist is one of the biggest mysteries about their creation, and at the Kevin Spoilers office, Matt, our editor, he was theorizing that this might even be a pheromone which lures people in being drawn towards the egg, which is a theory that I love. Though Kane did have a helmet on, so I don't really know. Now it seems that the noise she picks up is the distress of the facehugger in the egg. She becomes distraught as the hybrids try to control the hugger and taser it, making it seem like she's one with them. Of course, her body's also electronic, so she doesn't feel pain, but she must be picking up on their communication method. Telepathy has been hinted at in Alien Queens, as well as the Alien Queen Mother. In Alien 3, the Xenomorph could also smell or sense the Queen inside Ripley. So again, she's very Ripley-esque. Might be that she can pick up on the telepathy itself and is sort of like a synthetic Alien Queen. Becomes so bad that she collapses when hearing the egg speak to her, and it did make me laugh how no one heard her behind them. The scene with Kirsch where they examine the facehuggers also very akin to Alien. After a let go of Kane, it ended up withering and dying, and they were able to examine it. This is when the acid blood popped out, which is a similar scene to what we get here. Even the angles are similar. However, they expand the lore and show us the embryo within. It's kind of freaky and tadpole-like, and we see it swimming in a tube. Cutting back to Joe, we see him in a pod which appears like the sleeping bay in Aliens. The ones in the first film were more horizontal, whereas this had more of a dome that curved down. Hope you're alright, mate. Do you mind if I just just use your lung to make a xenomorph. It's creepy how they keep the lung pumping with oxygen, and they basically make a test tube Xeno baby. Yay! We then get another rock song over the credits. This time it's Wherever I May Roam by Metallica. It was featured on Metallica's best record, the Black Album, which I feel a bit like in the internet's busiest music nerd saying the word record, but the song's about the band's relentless touring schedule. They had barely returned home, and guitarist Kirk Hammett had bought a house but had never even seen it due to their workload. The woes of touring would then be used again when the band covered the absolute classic Turn the Page by Bob Seger on 1998's Garage Inc. To me, this kind of speaks to Morrow. He's lived the space trucker life and everyone around him's died. Just like how Ripley escaped from her ship only to be thrust into the future due to being in stasis. Like, if you think about it, Ripley basically did Alien, the plot of Aliens, and then Alien 3 in what would be like a couple of weeks from her perception. They both had daughters that they never got to see for various reasons and are stuck in this hellish corporate rule landscape. Basically, no one's get a break and they're going from one thing to the other. Anyway, that wraps up the episode, and now I think this was a lot of basically setting up things for the future. I really enjoyed it. It had a solid start, added lots to the lore, and yeah, overall had a fun time. I think the pacing is still off in the show, and they do drag things out at points. But overall, I'm gripped by the series and blown away by the production level. Now, some minor spoilers that have been shown in the trailers are going to be discussed in the video next, so if you don't want to know, then turn off now. However, there are some interesting things that we know are coming from the teasers. If you don't want to know that, then thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Love you. Thanks. Bunch of fucking twats there, mate, leaving the video. I bet they didn't hit the thumbs up. Anyway, the Weeks Ahead trailer, it showed the sheep we've seen that's gonna end up getting the eye. Mad sheep with an eye running around, mate. You're gonna be scared, I'll tell you that. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host, Paul, and in this video, we're breaking down Alien Earth. After being killed by a chestburster in our first breakdown, and then being put into a hybrid on our second, I've now actually ended up becoming mates with the xenomorphs. Look at this little guy. He's always drunk, that lad. Anyway, we're here to talk about the episode, and that is Observation, which is our fourth in the series. That title basically sums up the premise and actually applies to a lot of different things. We not only have the specimens being spied on, but also the characters as well. Kirsch watches over slightly looks over Joe, and everyone's slightly on edge. Though little happens here plot-wise, it's very unsettling. There's metaphors for grooming, a lot of manipulation, and just an undertone of something sinister. In the end though, what we get is the fact that Prodigy's making xenomorphs, and the machines are questioning their masters. I'm sure it's all gonna go swimmingly. I mean, it worked out for the USM Auriga. That film was all about corporate control and how in trying to play God, you often realise you can't. Cavalier's arrogance has been very cavalier, and he seems to be constantly pushing the boundaries. Not only has he created artificial life, but he's now also making monsters. In the end, I feel like me, Wendy might even tame the xenomorphs, and that's the way things close out. Noah Hawley has said that the series is about nature and technology and how both are trying to kill us. And maybe that's where we'll end things, with both working together. Where we begin though is on the beach, and we see clips from last week. Whereas there we got cuts of the xenomorph, we instead see a doll's head on the sand. It reminds me a lot of the opening of Alien 3 where Ripley crash landed on Fury 161. There we saw water lapping at the sand on the hellish post-industrial planet. Just like that, Neverland's also isolated and kept secret from the rest of civilization. We could even argue the hybrids are Cavalier's dolls or action figures, and it really feels very Ghost in the Shell-like. There the shell was almost like a doll that one could implant their personality into. We even had moments where we focused on mannequins in a shop. This was supposed to make us question whether the AI had soul, or if we were simply looking at mannequins that could move and imitate being human. And seeing this doll far off, I did initially go back and forth over whether it was machine, synth, or just an inanimate object. What makes a soul? Could this doll have one? And are the synths just things boy can break and throw away? Even when it comes to the AI here, he doesn't really care about them. He's got the specimens now, and they're the cool new toy he wants to play with. It's even at the point I was like, I wonder if they're going to play Toy Story instead of Ice Age this episode.
It came! It finally came!
Basically like that. I don't want to play with you anymore sort of thing. Now Boy is very much of the move fast and break things mentality, just like Mark Zuckerberg. This is explored later when Arthur explains to Dame how what Boy is doing is in science. The hybrids have barely been examined and his attention's already diverted. They were sent to a crash site and the data from that hasn't even been extrapolated. He just wants the conversation that's going to challenge him. Because of this, upon discovering that Wendy can talk to them, he becomes obsessed with developing that. His giddy excitement at being able to speak to them that just takes over his life, and he now barely cares about the other kids. Beyond that, Boy was never really meant to be a father, and it's clear that he doesn't want the staff to be parents.
She's scared. She needs me.
Careful. You're not a mother.
This is especially damaging, as in the episode we learn Dame's married to Arthur. Arthur mentioned in the premiere how he and his wife couldn't have kids, so it's clear she's been trying to fill the void here. Now after the titles, we see Wendy awaken confused. It's the second time she's passed out now, but she can't hear because they've turned off her hearing. I'm guessing that this is because they realised it could cause her to collapse and don't want anything that could further damage the unit. Seeing Kirshen Dame from her point of view, it's very much like RoboCop. There we saw Alex Murphy waking up in his robot body and seeing the people who made him. In a way, he was also a lot like the hybrids. He died and his brain was put into a machine and he started to become more and more sentient. That film's about him regaining his humanity and proving that he's more than machine. Here we have the constant back and forth with Prodigy describing her as a unit. Her brother sees her as his sister and both sides are desperate to define her. But ultimately, it's Wendy who will choose. Being able to control their hearing's also another level of power that they have over the hybrids. The silence is nice, but unfortunately, it's broken up by Cavalier, announcing he's having a colonic no less, which yet totally changes the mood. He then tells Curly to just press buttons and turn some knobs. It's almost like a sort of bring your synth daughter to work day. She's slotted into the role though as the person at his side, but she's always behind him and even enters the room after him.
Just assume I'm ahead of you, always.
Which is a nice line that plays off how he views himself and all those beneath him, including Curly. She's eager to stand as an equal and make her mark, but all Boy cares about is his favourite girl, Wendy. He also says,
"It's an IT issue, not a gap session."
He shows how little he cares for the well-being of children as he dismisses Dame, saying it's not one of her gab sessions. The guy simply calls it an IT issue, and he's like,
Bitches leave.
Dame, Arthur and Joe are really the only ones safeguarding Wendy from Boy.
Oh good, it's the brother.
Joe's concerned and confused by her hearing being taken offline, and Boy asks him how he's finding his new lung, which sounds a bit threatening. Are you going to turn his lung off? We saw last week how he was pierced by the Xenomorph's tail, which led to him needing a bionic one. He's been given the very best care in the world, but this wasn't out the kindness of Cavalier's heart. In this capitalist hellscape where corporations have replaced governments, his medical debts used to extort him. Thus, he's indebted forever and unable to work his way out, and now the corporation control him and also his choices. Later, Adam reminds Joe of his place, keeps calling Marcy Wendy, and basically says, neither of them are going home. They need him to confirm that his sister's indeed his sister, and the transfer of consciousness is working as intended. He's also used as a way to manipulate Wendy. She doesn't want her brother to go, and thus both are used to blackmail the other. Joe is also told his sister isn't his sister, and she's basically the property of Prodigy Corp. While they've been trying to work and push the idea of this being the next stage in human evolution, ultimately it comes down to ownership. If people accept the terms and conditions of this program, they'll ultimately be owned by Prodigy, which is kind of horrifying. When they want to sell her to investors or to the public, she's human, but when it comes to her being human with her brother, she's classed as just a unit. I do feel like the series will be about her breaking free and leaving Neverland just like the original Wendy. It's painful as Joe's the only one who sees her as human and keeps calling her Marcy as opposed to Wendy. I love this scene combined with the other one I mentioned earlier though, as it shows two wildly different lives. Both Samuel and Blinken and Alex Lawther, who play Boy and Joe respectively, are pretty much the same age. They're also very similar looks wise, you know, both British in real life, and yeah, I think they've cast them for a reason, but one's a trillionaire whereas the other's his employee. Even here, Cavalier patronizingly reminds Joe how he works for him or one of his holding companies.
You work for me, or should I say you work for a subsidiary of a holding company of an LLC of mine. Yeah, how's a new lung?
Just kind of talks about his network of power and how he basically runs everything. The boy genius can do what he wants while poor Joe's on the hook for his medical debts. We even saw how Joe was desperate to go to medical school but he couldn't. Joe's social mobility is limited as he can't get out of his contract, which is also like the prison that Wendy's in. Just like Rain and Andy in Alien Romulus, Joe and Wendy are stuck in the social class they were born in and now are controlled by the person with power. Even when it came to Joe, he was only at the crash site because
computer says no.
I even find it pretty horrifying how he's harvested his organs for part of his experiment. Like the guy didn't consent and the guy doesn't see people as humans and instead everyone's just a form of product. This power balance is once more hinted in the blocking of the set as we have Boy standing up the stairs looming down on Joe. Now, we don't know much about Boy's early life, but we have discussed the theory that he was an old billionaire who then put his mind in the hybrid body at age 15, which would explain why he's very intelligent.
My boy's wicked smart.
The Google article last week talked how he was in a car crash, and maybe this was a fatal thing that made him have to transfer his consciousness. I don't know, we're spitballing here. Boy then refers to his new lung and says,
"You'll never guess what we did with the old one."
Using someone's old lung to create the scariest monster. You're lovely, you're really cute, the scariest monster to ever exist in the universe. That should be a serious piece of science. But Boy looks like he wants to tell a friend about a dirty magazine he found in the woods or a great YouTube channel that he always hits the thumbs up on. Also, makes me want to tell you about the sponsors of our video. Now at this point, Wendy cries out,
I can't hear.
Okay.
Joe's horrified that they brought back the samples to their lab as he's seen firsthand how horrifying that they are. Not you, not you. The hybrids and people here are removed from the horror because they're either like super strong or didn't see it firsthand. However, he's been up close and personal with them. He basically also plays down his surgery as he doesn't want to worry his sister. She recounts what happened and we learn that the noise is
like bugs rubbing their legs together.
They say this is something that crickets do to communicate.
Peter, I'm your conscience, Jiminy Cricket.
Ah, bug!
And it seems like the communication is very high-pitched. As Wendy can communicate using it, no doubt Prodigy can come up with basically Google Translate for it. She also calls the face hugger
it's a baby.
Humanizing the alien is very, very interesting, and these kind of takes don't always work out too well. Where it does though is something like 28 years later where we saw the main characters help deliver an infected baby. Just made it seem like there was slightly more to them when Mother's intuition kicked in and broke through the infection. In the end though, it's reshaping what we know about the enemy, similar to what the Book of Boba Fett did with the Tusken Raiders.
Like a panther. Yes.
I am cautious that this storyline's been pushed forward because the Xenomorphs are like pure chaos. There's a reason why in all the Alien vs Predator stories that the humans team with the latter, but they definitely have that depth of communication. We saw in Alien 3 how the queen in her body meant the Xenomorph wouldn't attack her. The newborn in Resurrection was also kind of a cross between human and Xenomorph. That was due to her DNA being combined with the queen and thus it saw her as a mother. I do wonder if Wendy's going to fit that role due to seemingly calming down the creature at the end. Something in her code allows her to speak with them and thus she may be able to control. Oh, look at you. Oh, you're beautiful. What a beautiful little puppy. What a beautiful little puppy he is. What a beautiful puppy. It's also heavily reminiscent of Sarah Kerrigan in the StarCraft franchise, whose DNA merged with Zerg. The Locust Queen from Gears of War also showed there's levels of control that can be adapted. Queens, of course, lead the hive, and Wendy could end up becoming Xenomorph Queen. Boy is en route to Curly again, as he asks if she can hear anything. She tries to pretend she can, but he scolds her for just saying what he wants to hear.
Don't tell me what I want to hear, tell me the truth.
He also quotes Isaac Asimov.
Asimov said above a certain level, technology is indistinguishable from magic.
It's something that gets played on later when Toodles calls himself
Isaac.
While Kirsch says Newton in response, I did wonder if it could also mean Asimov. Asimov wrote the sci-fi stories in the Foundation collection, and this has since become, well, the foundation of sci-fi. This was the first story to mention a galactic empire, and Dune, Star Wars, and countless things have been inspired by his work. However, upon doing my research, I actually found this quote, though often attributed to Asimov, was really coined by Arthur C. Clarke. He wrote 2001: A Space Odyssey, which also featured AI turning against its masters. Considering that was written in the 60s, you can see how forward-thinking that he was. So maybe Hawley knew that and deliberately misquoted it, so losers like me would look into it. Asimov actually came up with the 3 laws of robotics, which was heavily featured in iRobot, and later sort of played upon in RoboCop. These laws meant AI couldn't harm humans, but in the end these rules were broken, which could be what we're seeing in the show. Curly's then made fun of as Boy says,
Sure, you speak French, but can you do that?
Wendy then practices talking in Alien. I cracked up when Boy said this.
Oh, the brother's having a feeling.
He really despises Joe and just wants Wendy to be isolated, which gets built upon later. Joe wants her to rest though, but Boy says she has a lithium-ion battery which can power a small city. In the end, you know, they've got this amazing power, but all they've done is basically create something that can extend rich people's lives. This is while people around the world are all still energy poor. Boy could power the entire planet and uplift people out of poverty, but in the end he chooses not to. Also wonder how often that she needs to charge. Seems like they go down every night, and potentially she'll run out of power if she's away from her station too long. So she may even have to remain prisoner on Neverland. Cavalier doesn't stop bickering until Wendy stands up for herself, and he seems to be competing with Joe for her interest. This kind of plays off him berating Arthur last week, as he clearly just wants someone to grow a spine.
Please, grow a spine.
Still though, he's the king, and this is his world.
It's my world. He just lives in it.
Which I felt might even be a nod to this line.
I run shit here! You just live here!
Cavalier even sits on the chair, and he appears like a king with a throne. Even Adam's at the side, acting like his hand.
Give me evil, sexy Hamlet. Settle into it. Enjoy it. And cut!
It plays into how the corporations are now like a royal family, and we've seen with the Utanis how controls pass down through the bloodline. We even learn later how people ceded the rights to corporations as democracy wasn't working. Sometimes political subtext and metaphors, you know, they can be a bit on the nose, but Hawley, I think, manages to get the balance just right here. In the end though, Boy basically just wants to use Wendy as a conduit to talk directly to the aliens. He also worries if Utani gets back the creatures, he'll wake up with a xenomorph in his chest. The fear of being overthrown feels very medieval and kind of ties back to that king thing. Now, we then cut to Wendy's bedroom, and I loved how she said,
And this is my bed. Well, it's more like a charging station, but it's kind of like a bed.
She's also got some drawings of her brother, and we see one of her picking all the kids up. This happened in episode 1, and it's a pretty neat touch to have her draw this happy memory. It's interesting she says she doesn't sleep as well, as we did sort of see her dreaming in episode 1. Do androids dream of electric sheep? She was a sheep there, you know. Machines having thoughts though when they go down is something that was hotly debated by Philip K. Dick. That book was then turned into Blade Runner, which we've discussed the connections to in previous videos. Basically though, at its core is, do machines continue thinking after they're turned off, that sort of thing. If they dream, then they might have a soul, but the fact that Wendy doesn't could highlight she isn't human. Instead, she seems to just close her eyes and charge. It might be her clinging to the human side and just going through the motions, trying to keep some sort of continuity. Now we once more see Boy Cavalier reading to the kids, which is something we saw in episode 1. Reminded me heavily of on Her Majesty's Secret Service and Blofeld hypnotizing his sleeper cells. Now this is done because during sleep, people become docile and influenced by the voice. Thus, when they hear it in real life, they activate and are controlled like how they were under hypnosis. That was kind of the basis of MK Ultra, and I did wonder if Hawley was pulling from that or if we're reaching like hell.
But yeah, if you go to sleep listening to my videos, then chances are you will hit the subscribe now.
Either way, the siblings finally have some alone time, and she asks if he's mad at her because he had to go to a funeral. He didn't know she was technically still alive, and it's something that continues at the end with slightly. His family also didn't know he survived. Slightly himself talked about how they cremated his father and how he wondered if he was still alive. So I do feel like the trauma of being swapped over has given the kids this weird perception of death, and how even their dead loved ones may still be alive. Makes you wonder if these kids did actually die. Mr. Sylvia later says,
Best case, we got a bunch of AIs running around thinking they're human. Worst case, we killed 6 kids.
This kind of hints at something we've talked about before, in that the kids did indeed die. They were zipped up in body bags and even had flowers over their chests like a funeral. And personally, I think the machines are just copies rather than the actual kids. Nibs is starting to go haywire, and I feel like a violent outburst hints to the program clashing with itself. Ash actually went mental in Alien because his programs contradicted each other. In one, he's told to protect the crew, and in the other, he's told crew expendable. This was also a similar thing to what sent Hal crazy.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
He was designed for accuracy and honesty, but also kept his true mission secret. So these clashes are clearly coming to the surface, and with Curly attacking Dame, I was a bit like, whoa, are they gonna go mental? Now he mentions how if there was a way to see her when he was sick, then he would have found it. This is something Boy manipulates later, saying how if he was her brother, then he would have found a way.
All I know is if I was your brother, I'd find a way to be there.
I mean, of course you would, mate, you're a trillionaire. I think it also highlights, though, that he's been watching their conversations, as it feels like a line that's too close not to be. They then sit around and watch Ice Age, and she cries. It's interesting, as a robot wouldn't normally cry, but she knows all the emotions from her organic life. Now that Ice Age is Ice Age Continental Drift, and they may be watching it for a reason. This is, of course, what they watched as a kid, and it has lots of emotional ties. They quoted it in episode 2 when it was either Taste My Furry or Face My Fury. What's a line? But either way, that's what made Joe think that she really was his sister. Beyond that though, Ice Age is about a world in flux that's going from one era to the other. That's what's happening in the show as we jump from human to machine, and we're also seeing how brutal that nature is. Beyond that, the film would be over 100 years at this point, and it kind of highlights the cultural stagnation that everybody's going through. We're constantly being fed the same thing over and over, and even Joe's listening to old games of baseball. Everything's became boring, and you can see how Cavalier's desperate for something that challenges him. We then get lots of transition shots, and this includes a speaker that appears almost like a golden egg. Slightly then heads out to speak to Morrow in private, and also sits on what looks a bit like an egg. We see more spider imagery as one's on a web, and both show how poor Slightly's stuck in a web and how the xenomorphs are spider-like. The facehuggers of course had this design as well, and they also looked at scorpions when designing the creature. The synthetic Kirsch then watches the footage of Morrow, asking when is a machine not a machine, all as Boy Cavalier reads Peter Pan. Now both Cavalier and Morrow are using these children for their own gain. They're basically manipulating them to get what they want. I'll talk about the Peter Pan metaphors later, but you could see Morrow as being Captain Hook. He of course has that artificial hand which can even change into a blade. I did laugh at Slightly's naivety as well, as when he's asked to bring Morrow an egg, he says,
"You don't have eggs where you are?"
Now Slightly's tricked by using childish notions of heroes and villains. Morrow also presents the egg as his own property, so how is it wrong to give it back to the owner? Kind of builds off Kirsch last week, who said the ship was like a ball that had landed in his yard. It's moral to give back what was stolen, and the kids have a childish notion of right and wrong. For all the power these hybrids have, he still has to learn like everyone else. I do even wonder if their intelligence will evolve, or due to their immortality, that they'll stay like this forever. Can they upgrade and update how naive they are, and if they do that, are they still human? If that's the case, and people can update their knowledge, then also surely they can be manipulated to think a certain way that the programmer wants them to. Toodles says later how he's learning zoology and advanced biology. It's also funny how some of the kids are striving to help out in the company more than some of the others. Both Curly and Toodles are doing this, while Smee and Slightly aren't. Some are being company kids, whereas the others just want to break free.
I want to break free!
Morrow then gives his name, and we learn that he's from Ghana. He does this so Smee does the same back, but Morrow then holds his family to ransom. And you could say he's morally ambiguous, eh?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
This manipulation, though, it's later mirrored in Cavalier. I love Morrow's face when he gets a name, and this is because he knows he's going to blackmail him. He looks incredibly happy and clearly wants to celebrate, but has to keep things cool. You can also see how childlike that slightly is as he plays with the wall, but is then confronted by Kirsch. I also love how Slightly kept his cricket pads despite never needing them again. Like the drawings with Wendy, it's just a tie to his past that he doesn't want to let go of. I also wonder if they get to choose their own clothes, and if they do, they should check out our merch store below the video. There we've got a whole host of Predator and Alien themed t-shirts along with our brand new Building Better Worlds one. We also have our Wendy's weapon inspired one as well, and if you buy 3, you get 20% off. It's a smashing deal. Kirsch then talks about the 3 monkeys, which we discussed in our breakdown of episodes 1 and 2. They're supposed to represent hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. The Buddhist teaching is to help people not dwell on bad or negative thoughts, but since then, there's been another interpretation. That is, how ignorance can be destructive. In ignoring things, we become naive to them, and thus evil's allowed to expand. The idea of hear no evil also plays into what's happening with Cavalier. Even though everyone's like, come on mate, don't fucking breed killer aliens, mate, he's still like, oh man, can we get that guy's lung out and put a fucking alien in it? He's just completely ignorant and doesn't fully grasp exactly what he's doing. Now in this family relationship, I kind of see Dame as the mother and Kirsch as being like the surrogate father or uncle. He's kind of hinting to Slightly he knows something's slightly wrong and just wants to tell him like, yeah, come clean mate, we know. Like even the dialogue here is eerily similar to what Morrow said in the ship last week.
If I hurt or caused others to be hurt, would you do something to stop me, or would you look the other way?
Which I feel definitely calls back to this bit in episode 3.
Could you harm others, or allow them to be harmed?
He's basically presenting the moral question about if he saw him do something evil, would he intervene or tell someone else? Now when it comes to see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, if we look at the characters, we have several people that fit this mold. Wendy was deaf at the beginning of the episode, and thus she could fit the hear no evil. Nibs is obsessed with her eye, which could be see no evil. As for speak no evil, well, Slightly refuses to talk about Morrow, even when things get really rough.
Careful.
I also love how Morrow's listening in at all times, and it's just so creepy. In the same way that the xenomorphs are parasites in the body, he's now infected Slightly. The humans are also putting their brains into machines, so we have this constant parasitic relationship throughout. He's kind of like the Predator who's groomed Slightly and told him if he tells anyone they're gonna get hurt. And honestly, I found this stuff way creepier than all the alien things. As we know though, Kirsch has been reviewing the tapes and essentially he hints to Slightly that he knows. Part of me wonders if Kirsch is going to use this as both a way to get what he wants and maybe eliminate Cavalier in the process. I'm guessing that Kirsch can't hurt Boy, but potentially Morrow could come to the island and take him out for him. He too could go to Slightly as a friend and also manipulate him as well. Beyond this, it feels like he's using it as a test to see how Slightly works under pressure. It's also surprising to me that the young lad's conducting this in secret as he knows they're watching. Kirsch is able to see through his eyes, and Adam told him this last week, but he thinks that going away to a certain part of the island, it removes all that surveillance.
He dumb?
Speaking of eyes, we then cut to another parasitic relationship that takes over your body. That is Mike from Monsters Inc., aka your boy T. Oculus. Speaking of eyes, the creepy eyeballs sent in via an iris-like security hole. That's similar to the pod that the hybrids used when they collected the samples, and the doors in Alien, Alien Isolation, and also Alien Romulus. It's a horrifying scene as we see the Oculus take over the creature. We haven't seen this happen to a person, but it highlights what might have gone down on the Maginot. The Maginot! 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 Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! It's got to put a French inflection on it there.
I would like to buy a dagger.
We also know it eventually ended up in the cat, and I hope in the end we get a crazy killer sheep running around the island. Like even it's standing there on 2 legs. Just very unsettling, very horrifying. Boy looks amazed by it though, as Kirsch says it's fascinating. Timothy Olyphant's delivery is just so good, and he comes across really well as this cold, calculating synthetic. He himself is the Oculus watching the rest of the cast in the background through all the machines and monitors. The eye is also looking back as well.
Look how it's watching us.
And yeah, that episode title observation is bang on. Clearly, Boy looks concerned as he sees Kirsch study the sheep and constantly tries to get its attention, almost like, look at me, I am your master, that kind of thing.
Me.
I'm Mr. Meeseeks! Look at me!
The guy has just such a big ego, and it's much like how he's trying to control everything from the hybrids to Joe. I would love it though if we learn he's actually a hybrid himself when Kirsch makes his move. Oculus, though, that's giving me a real thing vibe, with that hiding in plain sight and controlling a creature from within. Just that spider-like design as well kind of plays off the head in that movie, and maybe that's what the web was referencing before. Adam then tries to warn him what would happen if just one of these escaped, but he says,
It's glass half full, kid.
Kind of plays into the three monkeys and how he's being optimistic and not dwelling on the negative. But yeah, mate, definitely do not give this guy a lung. Next, we see what looks like a Komodo dragon swimming in the water. It's sort of how we saw the Xenomorph last week, and it plays up the theme that there's lots of dangerous things on this island. There's the constant shots of predators, like the scorpion in episode 1, the spider from before, and we're now getting this. We end with the Xenomorph, and it shows how cavalier they are when it comes to dangerous animals. Pun not intended. The well was pun intended. I'm not lying to you. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just filling these videos with shit puns. The Sylvias then meet, and there's a clear rift between the pair. She forgives Cavalier for taking risks, as so far it's paid off. Arthur, though, he thinks it's all going to go wrong, and spoiler alert, probably right on the theory time right there. Arthur then brings up that they may have killed kids, and it clearly touches a nerve with Dame. Due to her past, it's clear kids are a sore point, and this is then made worse by Nibs. Here's a couple who couldn't have kids, and then we get someone who shouldn't be able to have them at all, saying that she's pregnant. Okay. I do wonder if either Dame or Arthur might get face-tugged, and then what comes forth could be seen as their child, similar how in Aliens, Ash referred to the creature as Kane's son. That will play off the twisted pregnancy themes throughout the franchise, but we also have that basically showcased in Nibs. She says something is growing inside of her, and this could be a fracture. She has a chat with Dame, and it's funny how this is her basically being given the talk. Every so often, the show highlights how these machines are just kids. In episode 1, Wendy was even laughing at the sperm.
Isn't a sperm what comes out of a boy and then goes into the girl's egg?
And lots of their childish notions and lack of understanding about things, that all ties back to pregnancy and so on, which is, of course, a massive theme in Alien. Nibs mentions how God brings babies, and I did find it interesting how despite the tech advances, she's still holding on to this idea of a higher power. This is something that Prometheus and Covenant also explored as well, but in the end, they revealed it was aliens. However, Nibs believes that she may have had an immaculate conception. Mary conceived Jesus without biological input from Joseph, which is similar to what's happening here, if it is at all. This scene is basically just a sex education scene for the character though.
Men have nubs. Women have fannies. Pop nub. Infamy.
Doesn't go down well, and Nibs is constantly traumatized by what happened on the ship. This fear could be corrupting her code and basically destroying her from the inside. She also says her kid wants to be called Clarissa, but later refers to it as Trevor.
Trevor, it's a good name.
This is clearly her shutting down and struggling to deal with coming face to face with a monster. People in traumatic situations like this, not with aliens and stuff, but they'll often exert power over something weak to show they still have control. It's basically why people who are abused tend to go on to abuse. Kids who are bullied are normally bullied at home, and there is the feeling that Nibs doing this to Dame here, it's basically why she attacks her. She's trying to show how powerful she is, and kind of cope herself. I hadn't thought about them attacking humans before this scene, but I do think that's the way the show's gonna go. Either way, Nibs doesn't want to be reminded that she's got a machine body and is clinging to anything human, even if it's ridiculous, like saying she's having a kid. We then watch Dame get some flavor strip tease, and she uses this as a distraction and sounds the security alarm. You'd be terrified, but I do wonder if the kids start to become more like soldiers, if Cavalier will see the value in that. It shows how they could also be used as weapons, which is something that would make a lot of money. The pregnancy may also be her hearing the facehuggers and not knowing what she's hearing. We still don't know exactly why it's only Wendy who can pick it up, and that might not even be the case. She may think she's pregnant while hearing the eggs talk to her, and yeah, she does kind of zone out and clearly has something else going on with her. Nibs is also somewhat acting like a teenager, uninterested in what her parents are saying, and she's then confined to her room. Nibs, to me though, she's a ticking time bomb, and Dame calls it a level 3 event, which indicates that they're prepared for this situation. Personally, I think it's going to go to a shutdown, and they'll then inspect her code. But from here, we cut to Joe speaking to Adam, as mentioned earlier. The siblings being forced to observe and report on his sister, which reminds me a lot of Ex Machina. In that movie, a man's hired to conduct the Turing test. Named after the legendary scientist Alan Turing, it's intended to deduce if a machine is a machine or if it can pass as being a human. In the test, they didn't know it was AI, whereas in the film, they ended up being told in advance. And still had to see, whether they passed or not. Also, look at this lovely cover. Look at the cover. It's... Oh, great spoiler alert if you've not seen it. It also seems like Adam Eames might be a machine, as we saw him catch the ball earlier. This is the same thing that Wendy caught in episode 1. This came after Boy said if he didn't know any better, he'd think she was human. So Adam catching the ball shows he might be a synth. He also stands next to some faces which sort of play off the see no evil thing. Perhaps they could also be showing the steps to creating someone like him. Boy has said that the transfer tends to work better on kids, but to know that, he'd need to have tried it on an adult. So Adam may even be a hybrid of his dad. Is he? I don't know, but a flashback episode of Prodigy's creation would be a lot of fun if we get it. Joe then solemnly says, "I'm your man." But he's clearly reluctant. In his mind, there's still a hope he's gonna take his sister home, but there's no way they can escape Prodigy. Now Adams mentions that she's the first step on the path to their transhuman future. Transhuman was actually a term coined by Julian Huxley in 1957. It was thought of as a way to supplant human evolution by the way of technology. The richest people in the world, like Jeff Bezos, they've funded several anti-aging companies, and many transhumanists want to eliminate disease. Critics argue it's a form of eugenics and that the poor will be left behind while only the rich will benefit, which is exactly what we're seeing here. As no doubt, uploading the mind, that'll only be attainable by the people who can pay, or sign their life over to the company. This is also an idea that was explored in the Prime Video series Upload, and yeah, when you're watching this, seeing how the corporation act, do you really want to sign over to become their immortal slave? Creepily, Boy's watching Joe interact with his squad mates. Cavalier's barefoot again, using his foot to point to where to sit. In our first breakdown, we talked about how he met with Yutani and sat with his feet up on the table. In Japan, this is a major sign of disrespect, so would have been a massive thing to Yutani. He's doing it here to Wendy and basically showing how she's like something on the bottom of his foot. He asks her if it was like pirates or Indians when she fought the alien. Again, it just highlights how everything here comes back to Peter Pan. The guy's trying to stay young forever and discover a way to do that. Children have infinite imagination and are capable of being prodigies, so he wants to be forever young. Now, last week, mate, our editor Matt was saying how the xenomorph's like the crocodile. I was like, yeah, whatever, mate, talking shit, but I'll put it in the script anyway. However, Reach confirmed, Boy compares the creature to the beast. That, of course, also swallowed an alarm clock which alerted everyone to its presence. She can hear the species communicate, and now the ticking is like its usage here. So I do wonder if when it inevitably escapes, which it definitely will do, when they go and search the island, if kind of Wendy will be used as like the sniffer dog. Wendy also used a hook to beat it, like Captain Hook had. So Reach confirmed. Let's fucking go! Theory time confirmed, motherfucker! Either way, Wendy wants to send the creatures back, whereas Boy says they should send Joe home instead. Especially as no one else gets their brothers or sisters.
What kind of intellectual argument is please?
Alright, debate bro. Gets played on later when Slily's furious at seeing Joe. Especially after his mother and brothers are being threatened by Morrow. If they were allowed to stay with him, then they'd be safe. So he takes a dislike to him and wants to sacrifice him to the facehugger. I love the acting here though, and Sydney Chandler does a brilliant job playing a kid who's stuck in an adult's body and trying to act old. All the kids, I think, seem really vulnerable and helpless, and all the actors convincingly nail the emotions. Boy is trying to isolate her from her family, which again is a metaphor for child abuse. He uses Joe as a tool to get Wendy to do what he wants, and it's a very chilling scene with some excellent acting. Now, while she's a machine, he manipulates her by playing on her emotions. That's how these machines are controlled, and it's what's driving all their decisions. Even Nibs and Curly are controlled by jealousy. Now that to me is similar how Tinkerbell was jealous of Peter Pan paying attention to Wendy. Cavalier is also just like Peter Pan here. I am Peter Pan! He wants Wendy to stay on his island away from her family and never grow up. Continuing the metaphor of Morrow being Captain Hook, he tricks slightly similar how Hook tricked Tinkerbell. We then see Tootles say he wants to change his name. You might have noticed last week that he overheard Nibs discussing this, and that feels like it's why he's doing it here. All the kids are trying to be the best of the best of the best, sir, and they're all desperate to get one up on the others. Even the way he tells Slightly he's got a new name, it's kind of done to put him in his place. Again though, the acting here is great, and Kit Young nails being that bratty little shit teen. Kirsch also allows him to change his name, which is a rare act of kindness from the synthetic. He's almost trying to get him on his side, and I feel like he'll lead an uprising. It's funny how Slightly asks if they can just change their name as well. Even having to ask this shows how he has very little agency. He kills it here though, and looks slightly confused and withdrawn while also trying to downplay it. Normally in horror movies, you know, when characters do stupid stuff, you're like, oh mate, Alien Covenant, that movie's terrible. However, I think the fact they're kids excuses it, because yeah, any adult would be like, let's not unleash the facehuggers. Kirsch then monitors Slightly and we can see inside his head. It's crazy getting this view of them and realizing all they are is simply just a processor. Morrow then reveals he's met with Slightly's mother. Babu Cisse excels here, and he's such a creepy villain. Like in general, pretty much all the characters are creepy, but you get the threat here that he's extremely dangerous, especially as he's remained calm in front of a xenomorph. Morrow's request takes on a very scary turn as he asks Slightly to sacrifice a person. He's tasked with breeding a xenomorph, which he'll then come to collect. It's heartbreaking seeing his mother talk to him, and now he's got to go and protect his family. It plays on their first meeting and how Morrow asked if he could bring home to others. They're Slightly mentioned parents, and Morrow's used it because it was clearly a weak point. Poor Slightly has been massively manipulated, and there's no real way to go back. We then see Kirsch go look at the eggs. He has to unlock the door to do this, and I do feel like this will come back around again. No biological humans can go into the lab though, so it will be a big ask for the lad as he needs to trick someone into going there. Saying biological human as well, mate. Dear me, the show's getting to me. Also, having just done a breakdown of Alien vs Predator, I did laugh when Morrow said the infected would have a bad couple of days. Because in that movie, the facehugger goes on and the alien hatches in like less than 10 minutes. Just whatever the writer needs, really. We then catch up with all the kids eating synthetic Bertie Bott's all-flavored jelly beans. This does kind of shut down the theory that Boy is a hybrid because he ate an apple, though it could have been a synthetic one. Also, yeah, I'm not planning that idea as being true, mate. We're just discussing theories about what it could be. Don't kill me, yeah? Don't write in the comments, I'm gonna kill you, Paul. They're also playing Jenga, and I did wonder if these were concrete blocks or something that requires a lot of strength. I loved seeing the kids messing around for a bit though, and actually being kids. We hear about how they can upload books and learn what they want, which again, isn't really learning, it's just simply copying data. Curly then asks what the 5 corporations are. Joe says they've fixed all the problems in the world, but this is clearly propaganda and likely why people are just so subservient to them. It shows the hybrids have no idea about the world around them, and it's kind of like when you were a kid and had no idea about politics. Boy, he controls the narrative and decides what way they see the world. It's also a mirror of the conversation Malachite had on the Maginot in episode 1. That scene showed how everyone should know this stuff, whereas the ignorant, poor kids, they don't. Joe then theorized that Utoni's likely asking the rest of the 5 to intervene and help them get back their specimens. Something we might see in the future, and Boy may even need them to come in if an outbreak happens on the island. We saw in the AVP flashbacks what happens when the creature's over on a location, and there the Predators wiped out an entire civilization, just to cover it up. Wendy then scolds Slightly for being rude, and she says she's the oldest. However, their original bodies are older than her, but she was transferred into her hybrid first, so is she older? Not really. Slightly then makes a desperate plea to get the others to demand their parents are brought here. However, this fails. Curly and Isaac like it here, and they get respect, which they don't feel like they'll get from their parents. But that respect clearly isn't universal. It crushes slightly though, and the only way to save his mother now lies in the death of another. This might be why when we see him looking at Joe through the window, it hints at he's gonna get revenge by sacrificing him. Something I bet Cavalier would be happy with as well. Wendy might even see the creature that comes out of him as being like a transformed version of Joe. This could even be seen as being like a butterfly, and I think this would be a really messed up way to take things. The body horror is then mirrored in the end where we see Joe inspecting his scar. His lung is now in the lab and Wendy goes to visit it. Wendy's almost singing it a bedtime song, just like her namesake did to the Lost Boys and Peter Pan. It's like she woos it out and then is able to fully snake charm it on the table.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
It's absolute nightmare fuel, not you, mate, but she subdues it using her abilities. It's almost biblical in its themes, as we had a snake in the Garden of Eden. Eve taking the apple was a metaphor for humans gaining knowledge, and in a way the hybrids are in the Garden of Eden. They're limited in their knowledge and are prevented from leaving. Again, boy ate an apple in episode 1, which we mentioned was a metaphor for knowledge in our video. While a snake tempted Eve, here she's controlling it, showing humanity's evolution. She is defying Satan and God and basically becoming the next path on where we're going to go from here. Kirsch watches on, and I would love to know what he's thinking deep down inside. He's easily my favourite character in the show, and he's as morally ambiguous as the rest of them. We then close out with Wendy petting the creature and potentially imprinting upon it. So what happens next, we really don't know, but yeah, I love how the show's now off doing its own thing. I did criticise the opening for being just member berries, but this is now carving out its own path. We end with a xenomorph on the island, a worry about what's going to happen, and here is Ocean Sighs by Jane's Addiction plays over the credits. It's a single from their 1988 debut album, Nothing's Shocking. You can tell that Noah Hawley's really thought about these tracks, as that album contains their biggest song, Jane Says, which other shows or movies would likely use over that one because it's a bit more obscure. Perry Farrell actually wrote the song about being homeless, which you can apply to the characters. Perry lived in a house with 14 other people, and they all had to clean it together. They were then evicted, and Ocean Sighs is about his wish to never have to move. I mean, looking for a flat shit in it. The hybrids and Joe are all kind of homeless in a way though, but they might have to move out. Like Curly and Toodles says, they're living a dream, just like Perry did in his nice clean house. However, they are there at the whim of the boy genius. So how things are going to go, we don't know, but overall this was another great episode and was more like season 1 Legion that basically dealt with lots of theories about what it meant to be human and lots of mind-bending stuff. I'm not even like that bothered about the xenomorphs anymore. I just love the comments on AI that it's taking. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Alien Earth. Episode 5 is now here, and you do not want to miss it. Sorry, I must stress, it's Maginot. Throughout this video, we'll be breaking down the episode and going through all the Easter eggs within it. I finally get the name right, and it finally explains the story of the ship. Also made me realise #Morrow was right. Throughout there's betrayal, backstabbing, literally, and death, along with us learning lots about the creatures. If you enjoyed, please hit the thumbs up, and make sure you subscribe for our breakdowns on the episode right after they air. With that out of the way, thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into Alien Earth.
My orders are from Yutani herself. Nothing matters but the cargo.
Now, the introduction of episode 1 closed out with Morrow drifting off to sleep. Intercut with this were flashes of moments that we pointed out during our episode 1 breakdown. These are what play out in the entry, with us seeing that happening in full force. This also explains why the ship ended up on a crash course to Prodigy City, and it turns out there was some industrial espionage. Now, as always, we begin the episode with the title over recap of the top of several scenes. This includes us getting close-ups of the body of the xenomorph, which was present for the first 3 episodes. It was dead by episode 4, spoiler alert, so instead we got the doll's head on the beach, which, as many of you guys pointed out last week, might be a nod to Newt's doll. It's likely back here though, due to the fact it's alive for the flashbacks. You also see the shots of the Maginot with the head itself resembling the creature. Amongst these are cuts of the breakfast and the crew going down to sleep. One thing you might also notice is that as the sleeping bays close, that Petrovich's eyes are wide open. This was also mirrored in Morrow, with both waking up for the rest of the journey. Don't know if that was intentional, but either way, it's worth pointing out because yeah, that guy's the spy. We then get an empty breakfast table and then the ship's corridors. Originally, these were designed to play off the biomechanical design of H.R. Giger's work. This inspired the xenomorph, and the tubes and pipes in the environment were meant to resemble the creature. So you would constantly feel like it was hiding in the ship's walls, which sometimes it was, to be fair. They also played with the colour and have the bright white corridors contrasted with the black ones. The film began in those lighter environments before switching to the darker ones as we got towards the end of the movie, which was always a very subtle touch that not many people notice. We then get text from Mother saying that the Maginot is 17 days away from Earth. The mission's been 65 years, which is vastly longer than the 10 months the Nostromo was in space for. Obviously, this has had to travel to numerous planets and pick up numerous different specimens, hence why the trip's a lot longer. During this time, the crew's wives have turned into old ladies and their kids have grown up and even died. It's pretty much a mission that's cost them their entire life back home and their lives in general, and I do wonder how much them shares were worth. Obviously, this crew had more of an idea of what the mission was, whereas the Nostromo had it as a secret objective, so they were probably paid a lot less. Now, throughout the entry, we learn the backstory behind Morrow. Like Ripley, he had a daughter who died while he was away. Ripley ended up drifting in space and ending up in the Romulus/Remus, which was kind of a retcon, but we do see her ship in the movie and then it gets blasted out at the end. It's then picked up decades later, and by that point, Amanda's died of old age. She looked happy though, but yeah, playing Alien Isolation, nightmare. She also lived a nightmare as well. Morrow's story, like Ripley's, is very, very tragic. We learn his daughter's called Estelle, and she died at the age of 19. All he gets is a pretty incompassionate note saying her possessions have been left in storage, which I can imagine him going to collect at some point. It's incredibly dark though, as we see this happen into year 8 of his 65-year mission. She also had similar aspirations to Joe, aiming to study at university and go on to try and forge her own future in this capitalistic hellscape. We see how she started looking at schools, but was only able to go to the ones that were Weyland-Yutani sanctioned. These schools have their own curriculums and have restrictions on what you can read and learn. She wants to go somewhere like Harvard, but they'd have to pay for it themselves. How nice of the companies to pay for college, with the one caveat, you can only learn approved things. But yeah, it very much shows how the corporations now run things. The letter also gives a clue to just how important that Morrow is to Weyland-Yutani. Her friend only got a partial scholarship, whereas she gets a full ride. So, how important is Morrow? Well, we learn that Ms. Yutani picked him up as a feral child off the streets of Ghana. He later talks about how he had a palsied arm and probably was getting by on his wits. But she cared for him, and thus he feels like he owes her forever. I do kind of wonder though if she took him in because he'd be able to be used as an experiment for their cyborg arm tests. That's me kind of filling in the blanks, but I don't know if Yutani would have done it out of the kindness of her own heart. Because of this though, he's a full-on company man. All he cares about is getting the cargo back safely. Despite this though, he just gets a cold message saying his daughter's dead and we've kept her things for you. There's no personal message from Ms. Yutani and not even a company pizza party. I do wonder if he will realise he's been used at some point because, yeah, you'd not send anyone you care about off to go and get a xenomorph, especially if you're probably going to be dead before they get back. And he's not even captain. Despite that though, he's probably the only one in the crew who's not a complete moron. Now this is shown early on when we see Morrow woken up by his assistant. 2 facehuggers have gotten out and attacked the captain and Bronsky. We learn that Bronsky and Zavaria are sleeping together, and their romance was hinted at in episode 1 when he was grabbing her at the breakfast table. The lad even recorded it, which is what we see later. He says she likes to be on top, which is what happens in the tape. And what the fuck is going on this ship? I think you need an HR team here. Like, Morrow even has a look as well, where he's like, what's going on with these idiots? Now, unlike Alien, there's 2 teams who rotate on a sleep schedule. Because of this, they have at least 3 pod bays. You might notice that a lot of them are empty, including 2 on the other rack. There's also 1 next to Morrow as well. As we learn, someone's been awake and sabotaging the ship. I did wonder if this was Petrovich, but judging off where he went to sleep in episode 1, it does seem unlikely. However, Tenga's the one who works this all out, and as we know, he likes watching people sleep. Where's the HR department? So I guess the message is, it's good to be a stalker. Unlike the slow wake-ups that we tend to get with these pods though, Morrow's quickly on his feet. We then see the captain and Bronski on the tables. A neat detail is that the captain's dead, so he's on the trolley, whereas Bronski's still alive, so he's on an actual operating table. This might have even been how they operated on them, as there's only 1 table attached to the scanner. It shows some sort of preferential treatment by Zaveri, which is a nice little detail. The room is also almost identical to the one on the Nostromo. It cracked me up how Zaveri says Morrow's in his underwear with sheer contempt.
You're in your underwear.
My guy's turning up to work in boxers and a t-shirt and you're bothered about that, but at least he's turning up to work and doing his job, love. He's the least of your problems right now, mate. Unless you want your boyfriend to have a baby. As we learn though, the captain died because of Rahim, who had tried to remove the facehugger. This is something they also did in Alien, but they didn't cut it completely. Here though, they severed the tail and it burned through and killed the captain. Later we hear how Zaveri also calls it a xenomorph, hinting that they know a lot about them. So why didn't they know they have acid for blood? That's like the big thing. Ultimately, Rahim's demise comes at trying to remove the ticks as well. The guy needs to just stop trying to pull stuff off because it never goes well. Either way, we see him smoking and he seems fairly casual about the whole thing. Kinda reminds me of something you'd see in the Napoleonic War or even in a pirate flick. They should have just done what the Romulus kids did though and freeze the facehugger directly. Now I have always wondered if killing the host like this also kills the creature inside. Technically the facehugger did its job and planted the embryo down the captain's throat. In Alien vs Predator, we ended with the Pred alien bursting forth even though the Predator was dead. We also had Sebastian get killed and then it bust out anyway before the Predator caught it. So I did wonder if one might spring from the captain, but they eject him before it gets to that point. Which, yeah, maybe they aren't completely incompetent. Chibuzo and Rahim though, they seem incredulous at Morrow asking about the fire and why the egg crates were open in the first place. As we see, they're pretty lax when it comes to security, and this even leads to Chibuzo's water bottle getting infected with the tadpoles. Zaveri doesn't think that the investigation's a pressing matter though, as her science officer has a facehugger, showing her priorities her boyfriend's safety. Now protocol dictates that anyone who comes into contact with an alien must be placed in cryosleep for the rest of the journey.
So you're saying freeze him with that thing humping his face for the rest of the ride?
This was also suggested by Parker in Alien.
How come you guys don't freeze him?
Morrow wants to lock the place down though and ensure nothing gets loose, which Zaveri reluctantly agrees with. Probably happy to do that as well, as Bronski will be placed in cryo, so in her mind he maybe could be saved, which might not be the case, and yeah, we'll discuss it more in just a bit. If you were paying attention in episode 1 though, then yeah, you already know what happened with the character. We saw Bronski's body during that entry, which told us ahead of time what would happen here. Actually kind of liking this episode of The Thing and its prequel, which is also called The Thing. In the first film, they went to the Norwegian camp and looked around at the aftermath of the destruction. Come the prequel, we actually saw how the entire film played out, even down to how an axe ended up in a door. If we go back to the first episode, you can actually see the empty pod where the mole went to sleep. We can also see that Bronski had the embryo burst out, and then the facehugger crawled off to go and die in another pod. This is what happened to Kane as well, and they later found the facehugger. They also talk about how long they've got left, which is roughly over 2 weeks. They make a joke about how they're not counting down the seconds, which is something Teng did in episode 1. Outside, we also get Morrow meeting with Malachite and his boss Shmuel. The latter is played by Michael Smiley, and I cannot unsee him as Tyres in Spaced. They're looking through a similar window to that of the Nostromo crew when they watch the surgery. Turns out that the fires fried their navigation systems, and they become like a missile that's pointed directly at Earth. The later damage turns them into an arrow, and they're just careening through space. But someone was responsible. It's a fantastic slow burn mystery that Morrow investigates over the course of the episode. We learn how it was Petrovich who set the fire as he decided to sell out to Cavalier. When the ship crashed, the Prodigy was like,
"We're all trying to find the guy who did this and give him a spanking."
It's obviously this guy, right?
"We're all trying to find the guy who did this." But this is what he wanted all along. The Nostromo also had major issues as there was a fire when they landed on LV-426. Both also had someone working with the company. Weyland-Yutani may have even placed Ash on the ship, so they had someone who was loyal to them no matter what. Which you could see Morrow as, but the androids don't really change sides unless they're programmed to. What made me laugh though is how Malachi asks,
"We're gonna be okay though, right, boss?"
He's wildly naive, and he's clearly being kept in the dark for most of his life. He even had to be told about who runs the world in episode 1. Shmuel also has spitting tobacco, which kind of plays into how the whole crew smoked during the original. It was the 70s, mate. Morrow also smokes a cigar later on, and we saw Apone do this in Alien and a soldier do it in episode 3. The fact he's chewing tobacco though, that might be for a practical reason. An engineer might end up near gas, so it's dangerous to have a lit flame hanging out your mouth. But these guys, I think they're stupid enough to do it. At the lab, we see how useless Chlamydia is, and he even grabs a stool as a weapon. Having just watched the latest episode of Peacemaker, it also killed me how Morrow kept calling him Chlamydia. Like big tits. The scientist, though, is calm as all the samples are still locked up. It's all green, so they're all safe. Which I wonder if this will come around again. Yeah, obviously that returns later on and tells us the eye guy's gonna escape. We then see the samples in their boxes, but we haven't seen all of them in action yet. There was that weird bug thing that boy looked at in the lab, and lots of insect-like creatures in the containers. The plant still hasn't attacked either, and there were some spindly things that haven't broken out yet. We also see the facehuggers in a tube ready to be experimented on. This is very similar to the lab in Aliens, where Bishop reads up on the creatures. We then spin around and see the ship from the outside, which further exemplifies how similar it is to the Xenomorph. It's got the semicircle at the top like the alien head, and the antenna at the bottom that's like their inner mouth. Now you might notice it's silent as we zoom in on the bridge. The explosion later also has no sound because, like they say, in space, no one can hear you scream. The episode itself is actually titled In Space, No One, which of course plays into the slogan of the franchise. Here we then cut to the bridge and see the window that was in Alien. Morrow is adamant that this is not a mere accident, but argues it's either incompetence or sabotage. Probably a bit of both though, mate. Have you met the crew? Mother and the engineers carry out rigorous stress tests and simulations, so this seems like a targeted attack. However, Zaveri's now the acting captain, and she's adamant nothing's wrong. The attention to detail on set is just mind-blowing though. The red torch things are there just like the first film. The pipes are there as well that separate the two seats. Even the computer table behind the seats, that's like something that was present in the movie. I'm pretty sure this is also where they show the taser. They recreated it for Alien Isolation, and you got to walk around this area in the intro of the game. During this, we also see the symbols above the doorways. These are known as semiotic standard, and they denote where the corridors on the ship lead to. So, for example, the one behind Zavari says, pressurized area that leads to a pressure suit locker, then medical before going to a non-pressurized area. Morrow then brings up how she was banging Bronsky, which Morrow says goes against company policy. She says it's because you get lonely out here, and kind of plays into something that Scott wanted originally. Now in Alien, he was going to imply that all the crew were sleeping together. Ripley and Dallas were also going to have something at the film confirmed, but they ended up cutting this. However, we've kind of gone back to that. This is also something that he played up in Prometheus when he had Weyland's daughter sleeping with Idris Elba. Forgot the names, I'm blanking on the names and I'm ad-libbing right now. Also, I love how Morrow says he knows because he's the security officer and he knows everything. But didn't you just learn about that when you were woken up by Chlamydia? This is clearly a move to replace her as the acting commander though, and probably why he doesn't save her in the end. Also, you know, there was of course only room for one in the safe room. Morrow then reminds her that the instructions to bring the cargo back are crystal clear, whether the crew survives or not. Zaveri wants to go and talk to Mother, and both end up there at different points in the episode. Morrow shuts this idea down though, and he also locks her out the room at the end, which leads to her death. So it's a nice bit of foreshadowing. We get another clue as to just how powerful he is, as he says his orders are from Yutani herself. He is to get the cargo back to Earth, crew expendable. Even the cat. We then cut to the sleep pods as Raheem says,
"Not a victory for the enemy of reason."
Teng asks what this means, and his cadence really reminds me of The Matrix. In that franchise, Agent Smith infects a human and spreads his consciousness to Bane. This leaves the victim, Bane, speaking just like Agent Smith. That has the undertones of parasites and AI infecting humans, so I did wonder if this was done on purpose or not. Teng, just doing his best Agent Smith impression throughout the episode. Raheem then opines that the smart people bringing the parasites shows how stupid that said smart people can be. And yeah, lots of idiots on the ship, mate. Pot calling the kettle black. I do think though that you could see what they're doing as being purely out of greed. Humanity is multi-planetary, tech is super advanced, and people can live their #best lives. How about with the 5 being the 5, there's constant competition between the corporations. They all need to use people to be the best of the best of the best, sir, but this model revolves around exploitation. Despite all these advances, the corporations want to engage in reckless scientific experiments and are fighting a cold war between themselves. I did even wonder if it's a play on the 5 families of New York. They all had uneasy alliances and would screw over the other just to attain more power. If Wayland have something like the Xenomorph, then yeah, they can basically rule the galaxy. How that human error is always going to screw stuff up. Teng is creepy as hell though, and he stares at the girl he's obsessed with while holding out his hand. Teng is desperate for that pootie tang, and weirdly, this is where we see her with a wound at during episode 1. So I did wonder back then if this was connected to that, but obviously not. He seems to think he can do whatever he wants now though, as the captain is dead.
Captain's dead.
He exists though to basically be a red herring. We then pan down to the woman, but ultimately this doesn't go anywhere, which I do wonder if there was something that they ended up cutting out, because yeah, I was kind of hooked by this whole weird thing, but yeah, it doesn't go anywhere. Raheem then says how Bronsky wasn't a good man, which is a bit weird. We never got him expanded upon, other than a video home saying he met a girl. I think in this world, you just kind of hate everyone, as everyone's selfish and out for their own ends, which in turn makes you selfish as well. Going to the samples, we then see the giant plant thing that seems to be interested in Morrow. This is pointing out its pistil towards him, which is the female reproductive part of a plant. We saw it do the same thing to Toodles in episode 2, and I'm quite excited to see when it finally gets someone. When's it gonna happen? Morrow then goes to open the case in egg and then examines the acid burns. Something similar also happened on the Nostromo, and the crew raced through the ship to see if it would burn through the hull. That was an accident though, whereas here it's being used to damage key parts of the ship. He looks down the hole, which is just like what they did in Aliens and also Alien Romulus. It gave them a better look through the compound and let you imagine the carnage that went down there. The cigar also makes a very satisfying fall right through to the bottom of the ship. We then get to see just what happened as Morrow returns to the security room. It carries on that theme of voyeurism, which has been seen in lots of different characters. Wendy watched her brother, and then Boy watched Wendy watching her brother on the monitor, and we also had Kirsch watching slightly. Shoutouts to our t-shirt designer Sheridan for also pointing out there's actually a dark version of Peter Pan, which was written by M.A. Kirsch. Though the spelling's different, all the Peter Pan connections, I did think it might be something worth pointing out. Sheridan also does lots of great designs, mate, and if you want to pick them up, then check out our merch store below. We've just launched this one inspired by the series, which comes in single and double-sided prints. You'll look fantastic in that, and along with that, we have our Building Better Worlds one and also our Vitruvian Man inspired one. There's also lots of Predator ones too, all the ones behind me, and if you buy 3, you get 20% off. Shabow! Now as Morrow scrubs through the footage before the fire hits, you can actually see the egg containers being opened up already. Thus, it's a trap! The captain and Bronsky then rush in to put out the fire. However, the eggs are hatched and ready to go, so they quickly become incubators. 2 are unleashed, with them both being incredibly strong. Though the captain manages to hold one for a bit, we did see in Alien how they crack through Kane's spacesuit. It also feels like it builds off some of the stuff from the facehugger scene in Alien vs Predator, which is also a banger scene and breakdown on the channel now. As the captain goes to help Bronsky, we can also see a door that's exactly the same as the one on the Nostromo. There we also had the dripping water and the same aesthetic that we do here. As the captain gets swarmed, you can also see the thing that goes down his throat, just like what your mum likes. In Alien Romulus, we saw poor old Navarro get facehugged with the aliens launching at her in the egg room, just like they do here. When it was pulled off her, we could see that tentacle coming out too. We then see Petrovich mess with the electronics and open up the egg case. I did like how the character was really difficult to make out though, and you couldn't tell if it was either a man or a woman. Those unisex overalls and just the thick black hair, yeah, I was constantly looking around and trying to guess who it was. Not you, Teng. Morrow has no clue who it is either, and he starts an investigation. Gareth Keenan investigates. Sorry, that's a ridiculously niche reference there, but moving on. Zuri's distraught at her bonk buddy being frozen with a facehugger on him though, and she has him dirt with a label saying Utah. Presumably, this is Earth from where Bronski's from. Placing soil on someone's grave that's from their hometown is a pretty common practice, and I do actually think this tradition would carry across the space as well. It makes sense that a Weyland-Yutani employee would be from Utah, as the company controls North and South America as well as Mars and Saturn. Also, huge shoutouts to our editor Steesh for pointing out the soil is reddish, and the area where it's placed on his chest, in regards to the camera anyway, that could be foreshadowing the chest burster. The mock funerals then interrupted with flashes of her shagging him, which is a nice way to remember him. Intercut with this, we then see Morrow watching the tape of them in the cargo bay. As this is against company protocol, they had to do it out of sight, but they've still laid down a mattress and pillow like some sort of home away from home. Reminds me of a video I watched, mate. It had an alien in it and face hugging in that. Doing it near the samples is very, very creepy though. Noah Hawley actually discussed how the show's about how a lot of different things replicate. The facehuggers do it in their own way, and we also see the tadpoles later on. So this idea of sex would probably be weird for the creatures watching it, but it definitely ties in the show's themes. H.R. Giger's designs were very, very sexual, and the themes of Alien fit in with ideas of forced birth and also sexual assault. She then says to him, "Almost home, baby," but her memories are infected with the facehugger. Not the only thing getting deep. She seems almost insecure when she's in charge though, and I wonder if her wanting to be on top is her trying to control him during their lovemaking. And I just want to segue here as well and say that was our editor Matt who pointed out that one, mate. You can take credit for that one. The music is fantastic here though, as we see the facehugger's tail tighten around Bronski. I think this scene is really important though, as it highlights she's accepted his death. The guy is still alive, but she knows things won't work out. So it empowers her to then go to Mother. We then cut to Malachite, who's very annoyed because he was told they'd be collecting rocks. He signed up for a biological survey, but he's then told if it was for rocks, it would be a geological one. I wonder if he even thinks his name is a rock as opposed to a mineral. He's thick. They're all incompetent. You should be an alien covenant. You'd fit in great there. The pair crack me up though, as he asks how he knows all this, and Shmuel basically just wants a bit of his pie. Malachite has a meat pie, and this reminds me of a Cornish pasty. They were originally used for workers away from home and popularized by the miners, making them a working class staple. Miners could eat them without cutlery, and they provided a full meal. They actually invented pasties so you could hold the crust and then eat the filling without getting dirt on the bit you were munching on. So yeah, kind of ties into that. And though this looks nothing like a Cornish pasty, it still shows they're on this working class diet. Like maybe he got it from Greg's on the ship or something. Malachite's shares are then threatened when he asks if someone damaged the ship on purpose. He does lose a 16th of them later on, and the amount of shares was a point of contention at the start of Alien. They basically blackmail them into not paying them at all if they act disobedient, and thus in the end they decide not to speak up, which is also a thing that kind of pushes Petrovich to side with Boy. He intimidates his colleague as he puts his blade to his neck, even suggesting it could be him, which shows just how ruthless he is when it comes to the mission. Guy even manipulates slightly and has no problem killing kids, or robot kids anyway. He then hands him a gun. You can see how nervous and scared that the lad is, as the gun shakes like crazy when he holds it. He's clearly at his depth, likely not even expecting to need one. We then see him with the taser gun, which is what he used to save Joe in episode 2. The reason for this is later expanded upon, as Zavari says they can't kill the xenomorph as its blood will eat through the hull.
They bleed acid.
Which is the same thing that Dallas said.
Don't say anything like that except molecular acid.
Must be using it for blood.
By using the taser, they can capture, not kill. Now, not only can he stop it from being a threat, but he can also deliver it to his boss unharmed. It's something the Nostromo did as well, as Brett came up with a cattle prod device to help stop the one on their ship. We also saw a similar weapon in Alien Isolation. Now, about the room, we can see the semiotic standards above the door. The first means directions up, down, left, right, meaning that the corridor gives full access to the ship. It's also pressurized with artificial gravity and leads to a bulkhead door. Over Chlamydia's shoulder, we can also see the spacesuits. These appeared in the original movie and they're what we saw down the corridor at the beginning. He also wore these suits several times in Alien Isolation and would often approach these stands and then get dressed in them. Savary then heads to Mother and loads up the system just like Dallas did in the first film. Even the sounds are identical. Beep beep. Entering into the chamber, the seat's the same, complete with the spin. Savary is officially taking command due to the captain being dead. I love the way they shoot this moment as we have her in focus along with her screen. So it just allows the two to have a conversation. Her new role's accepted and she's immediately asked about the cargo. Mother doesn't care about the captain's death. The line must only go up. The line must go up. We see that the eggs are also called ovomorphs. Ovo is based on ovarian and it's a technical term from the canon. She requests to destroy the cargo so the threat doesn't increase. However, she's once more reminded that that's a top priority, not their safety. I love how he keeps saying acknowledge and then threatens her with giving control to Morrow. He's obviously loyal to the company, so if she won't do it, he definitely will. With a deep breath, she realizes she's royally fucked here and they would rather she die than lose the xenomorph. At first, I found the lights reflected in the screen made the text a bit difficult to read, and normally, it's presented in solid black and green, but they may have done this for a reason. This could show she's not getting the full picture. Giving control over tomorrow will also cost her as well, so in the end, she reluctantly agrees. I think the fact that it's her boyfriend though, she held a funeral and she's now asking to kill the creature, which as we know would kill him, yet that shows she's ready to make the tough choice. She's doing that for humanity, whereas Morrow's just doing things for the company. And we understand why when we learn about his daughter's death. Cutting to him, we hear a version of "We'll Meet Again," which was originally sung by Vera Lynn before I improved on it. Now, if you recognize that opening and this version, then you are a man of culture. This is the cover by the ink spots that was used in the Fallout TV series. MT covered that for the channel, and we will of course be back for season 2. The opening few notes were also included on their song, "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire." Of course, this is the song from Fallout 3. "We'll Meet Again" became synonymous with World War II due to the lyrics and even had a resurgence during the COVID lockdowns. It's about seeing someone you've not seen for a long time and basically a song about hope. Due to its usage in the war, it was something that spurred soldiers on when they were hoping for happier days when they'd be reunited. However, since then, it's also taken on the meaning of seeing someone in the afterlife. Morrow is reminiscing over his daughter's cards and letters, which the song nicely fits with. The first letter we see is Estelle telling him she had a nightmare and she says how she dreamt that he flew by the moon. This is something he'll actually do as well, as that's what the ship passes by right before it crashes. She's even drawn him a picture which looks like a child's dinosaur, and a reach could be that it's a xenomorph. Meanwhile, Raheem prepares the captain for a space burial. He says, "My bad, should have been me, mate."
Not yet. No offense.
Which did crack me up a bit. He will ironically die in this room while also trying to remove an alien, and yeah, you were right, not just yet, but very, very soon. Kane was also prepared for burial in space and shut out the airlock, much like the captain here. We then see Morrow recall walking with his daughter on a beach. It continues the Ripley parallels as she lived in a town on the coast of El Salvador, which is a deep cut reference. The beach also reminds me heavily of Prodigy's Neverland. I did actually think at some point, they might reveal they tried to keep her alive by making a deal with Boy. Yutani obviously didn't protect her though, and yeah, with immortality being such a big theme in the show, I do wonder how his daughter's death will play into it. Also, love how the fire is shot in the foreground, and this is what Estelle died from, so it will forever tarnish this memory. Now, in discovering the truth about Petrovich, it's possible it could have inspired his plan with Slightly. Having someone on the inside who'll work for you and can bring everything crashing down, that's what Boy did here, so this may have inspired why he's doing that with Boy. As he closes up the memory box, we can also see a magazine with what looks like a Casio digital watch on the cover. This might be a reference to Ripley's dual-face Casio and Alien, or it might just be a reach. After this though, he goes to sleep and all is calm until a massive explosion rocks the ship. It wakes him up, and you can see he's been sleeping with a gun on his chest. showing how paranoid he is. They then have a meeting on the bridge, but Teng's just carrying on as per usual. Seems like a bit of a psycho, that lad. The costumes for the characters are also really good though, with Tang and Morrow looking like they have on core hat workwear, which shows the working class nature of the crew. At this point we learn the fuel's almost empty, meaning they can't avoid Earth at all. You don't really seem bothered about it though, Teng mate, to be honest. Things then go from bad to worse as Xeno's blown right out of Bronsky. Just like he blew the back out of We know that Xenos can survive harsh environments like the cold vacuums of space, and the one Ripley ejected into space was then picked up by the company in Alien Romulus. There were also spin-offs where the Queen kept going on after aliens as it landed on a planet. So yeah, freezing it wasn't ever going to hold it. It seems here though that they know far more than Nostromo, and it makes sense why future missions wouldn't be this ambitious. Raheem, like the idiot he is though, says,
So what? We find some nets? How big can it get?
But Zavarian and Morrow arm up. However, this is actually a callback to the first movie. There we saw Parker have a net ready to trap the Xeno on the Nostromo. As mentioned, they're getting non-lethal weapons, and I guess if it bleeds, you can stun it.
You son of a bitch.
We then cut to Chibuzo, who's eating, drinking, and basically leaving every container open that she can. Whether it's the tank with the ticks or her water, she's leaving it open. And I'm never eating a sandwich or drinking water again. And just a piece of advice, mate, yeah? Do not drink and eat around alien parasites. Like, in general, do not have your lunch there. She then drops a rat in, which is similar to what she did in episode 1. She thinks they won't eat dead animals, but this is quickly proven false, showing just how much of a limited understanding that they have. We also see the eye watching her, and I love how all these different eyes kind of stick together and create a full image. Kind of like how, you know, we have two eyes, but our brain joins them together into one image. I'm the science officer of heavy spoilers. The ticks also exhibit intelligence, and one breaks its way out the lid. Oculus also escapes later as well, and the pair reminded me a lot of an octopus, which octopus might even be a playoff, even though it of course also means eye. But yeah, if you've ever seen one of those videos where the octopus is trapped in a jar, you'll know they can watch what way the lid's screwed on and then reverse that notion and break themselves out. They are masters of escape, and the creatures here are also highly intelligent. My guy the eye even distracts Chibuzo while the tick sprays its seeds in the water. It then goes and hides in the sandwich, and she gets a narrow escape from becoming lunch herself. However, as she's fitting in the eye, she's distracted by Raheem pointing it out.
For fuck's sake!
Yeah, so the latch doesn't close there properly, and you might notice throughout the scene the light's still red. But she's so focused on how incompetent that she's being, she's even more incompetent. Anyway, she heads out with a flask and the eye breaks free. We see it using its tentacles like a slingshot, which is also something it did to Nibs in episode 2. He's constantly almost infected until poor Malachite gets it, but it reminded me a lot of something like Final Destination. There we get people having gruesome deaths, but it's like lots of misdirects and things I think are gonna happen. Anyway, we then get to them meeting at the lunch table. Above the entrance, we can once more see the symbols for ladder, which you can spot behind them, pressure suit locker, and lastly the astronic system. They also walk past a booth which has a tiny little nodding bird in it. These featured at the start of Alien and also appeared in Alien Romulus. Teng's been taking cigarettes and overstepping boundaries, and Chibuzo says this is why she eats in the lab, which, yeah, good work, mate. The Xeno is now out there though, and to make matters worse, they're flying on fumes. They also have to deal with the saboteur, so no one is allowed to leave their quarters, and Malachite loses his shares for wanting to eat. Malachite also asks,
What's the saboteur? Is that like a Frenchman?
and he's of course on a ship named after a Frenchman. Maginot created what was supposed to be an impenetrable line of defense that would let the country withstand invasion. However, this had its flaws and ultimately turned out to be useless. These fortifications were bypassed because the Germans went through a forest which had been deemed impassable by the French. Therefore, it wasn't really fortified. The Germans also pushed through the Netherlands and Belgium, so the term Maginot and not Maginot, that's taken on the meaning of something though impenetrable that's broken through with ease, which you can definitely apply to this ship. Everyone's a fucking idiot. I love how we see the chili bottle as well, which he uses on his food. We then slowly zoom in on the water, and you kind of wonder who's gonna drink from it first. He then ends up taking the sip, and I love the tension throughout this scene. Malachite was also coughing, which is again very similar to Kane. Both were eating what looked like noodles, and both were coughing up a lung at the table. Granted, Kane was about to have something burst out his chest, and Malachite is just Pussy orders the lemon and herb at Nando's. And look, if you order that, mate, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I just think you're a piece of shit and I hate you.
If you don't chew Big Red, then you.
What it does, though, is continue the trend of people dying after a meal, as Bronski was also infected after eating. Morrow then restricts the guns, so everyone's pretty screwed when it comes to self-defense. Morrow also shows how he's not listening to Zaveri, as he's now delegating shares out to whoever gets him info. He's completely distrustful, whereas Zaveri's far too trusting.
Did you sabotage my ship?
What? No.
Good.
Like clearly not vetting her staff. Meanwhile, Morrow checks the interviews. I love how Raheem says they're smelling recycled farts, which is something that people often say about airplanes. Everyone has an alibi though. You also wonder why ultimately people would work 65 years just to screw it up in the last 2 weeks. I did wonder if 65 was chosen because it's normally an age of retirement, so these people have basically done a life on the job. Ultimately though, it again boils down to greed. I do feel like even without the mole, they would have still screwed things up. There's a great bit where water also drips from the ceiling. Eventually, this is the saliva of the xenomorph and it neatly sets it up. The puppet actually had lines plumbed into it so it could drip saliva on demand non-stop. Fun fact, they also called the puppet Steve behind the scenes, which is something fans of Alien Isolation called the Xeno in that game. Raheem just complains and complains and complains though, and Morrow just stares at him until he cracks. Ultimately, Raheem just wants to go home though, and therefore wouldn't screw up the job. We then cut to everyone's favourite engineers. Not the ones in Prometheus. Down in the engine room, we see a giant spotlight, which was also an alien. We had a similar light shining on Lambert, which is when the xenomorph stepped in and we got its shadow hit the wall, which was an awesome scene. What I love about this episode though is that it doesn't really do the member berries thing that they did in episode 1. Instead, it uses the past to play with your expectations. So we think Malachite might get grabbed because, yeah, we've seen a similar scene before. They even have a chain dangling down just like the creature's tail, and the shadows are used in a similar way. This is a fake out though, but I love how they made the scene even more tense by having Shmuel's arm in the wall. We think something might grab him, but yeah, goes in a totally different direction. They talk about how you forfeit your life for a tiny share and then end up asking for another job, if you even survive. Malachite then throws up and he vomits blood, almost like the backburster scene. I love how Shmuel is just saying, you better not throw up, because yeah, he's kind of sick of his shit at this point. At the lab, we also hear that the eyes got out as well. Great work, guys!
You done fucked it up!
They mention how gamma radiation has been used, and this is a signature that they've used before to track the creatures. Gamma radiation is of course also tied to the Hulk, so they might be like, we've made them bigger than they ever needed to be. I'm reaching there, but yeah, I just thought that. Cross my mind, look, don't shoot me. Now in the first movie, Ash made a tracking device that noted changes in the air density. You could see that on a little screen, but it proved futile for Dallas. It was a precursor to the one used in Aliens though, and yeah, since then, motion trackers have become a big thing in the series. This is where things really start to ramp up though, and everything goes to hell. Zaveri also pulls out her stun gun. Obviously, they have to keep the creatures alive, but Morrow gets a pulse rifle, and I wonder if he gave her this so she couldn't use it against him. Cutting to Tang getting interrogated, we see he's the #1 suspect. Guy has serial killer vibes written all over him, and Morrow knows he's been going to that girl's capsule and still doing his filth, which is what he calls it. He asks how he bypasses the keypads because sometimes he'd have to wake up in order to do this. So potentially he knows someone can do this because he's been waking up as well. Just so creepy, and yeah, you kind of wonder, like, if you had a guy on board like this, how do you even handle it? Like when he sits down in episode 1 next to that girl, she gets up and leaves. But there's nowhere to really go, and you can either eject him into space, kill him, or simply just learn to live with him. Now if you watched our breakdown of episode 1, you'll know we also pointed out that there was a moment in which the Xeno looked down on Teng. That's the full scene we get here, and while Morrow gets the final file needed, Teng gets attacked. It drips down on him, and finally gets a reaction out the guy they call Robot. Felt a lot like Reese getting acid dripped on his leg during Resurrection, and there is a breakdown on that movie on the channel now. Enjoy yourself. Anyway, Morrow then looks through the log and learns all their messages. This included things like Malachite not knowing what an apprentice was, and just constantly watching this episode, like, I know they're hamming it up and making it a bit of a joke, but what a fucking moron. Anyway, dies soon, RIP. If you watched our Alien Covenant video as well, you might remember that we brought up the theory on why the crew was so stupid. The corporation would need people they could easily control, so they handpicked dumb people for these missions. If you're not intelligent, then you're less likely to ask questions and yeah, be more easy to direct. Which might not be true, but yeah, that was going through my head quite a lot in this episode. With the mission being 65 years as well, you wouldn't exactly get the cream of the crop applying. Only those who are desperate, like a former drug addict or a younger, less experienced person. It's here that we then get 70s adult movie star Petrovich talking with Boy. I love the twist and how he was basically trying to get people everywhere to find out what Yutani was up to. Petrovich asks for a new body, as he'd never be able to afford that on his own. We know that it doesn't really work on adults though, and Boy says,
We can do that. Almost.
Around this time, he'd had Wendy and the Lost Boys for quite a while, so he knows fine well that it's possible. However, that almost is kind of like we can almost do it with adults, and it's sort of a Faustian deal that I feel, yeah, he's kind of laying the groundwork there for be like, look, we said we could almost do it, not definitely could. I also feel like he doubts Petrovich will survive the crash.
What if I don't survive the crash?
All Boy says is, well, that will suck for you. Again, it's just exploitation and the rich not really caring for the poor. Which is what got Petrovich to turn sides in the first place. If we go back to that conversation in episode 1, Petrovich was also the one who brought up Boy when they mentioned the 5.
It's since AI. It started by a kid maybe 10 years ago.
Boy Cavalier.
That's the one. Youngest trillionaire ever.
He was the one who knew who he was because obviously he'd been talking to him. Rahim also told him it was a bad idea to eat a heavy meal before cryo sleep, but as we know, he hasn't been sleeping. The captain also said that the comms were down, and he said,
I can have a look.
Clearly wanting to make sure it wasn't fixed. Malachite also left the scene by grabbing the chili sauce bottle, which was, yeah, just something I noticed on a rewatch. It's at this point that Morrow comes across his empty bed, and I did wonder who was watching him. At this point, it could be the Xenomorph or even Petrovich. In the first film, there was 2 enemies, in the Xenomorph and Ash, and I like how they changed it and have the Xenomorph and a person, and then all the other specimens. It also explains why Morrow was so invested in finding out who Boy was after the crash. I do wonder how Petrovich was recruited in the first place, as Prodigy wasn't a thing when the Maginot left Earth. But they might end up filling that in, or just completely gloss over it. Look, we kind of know what went on. As Morrow heads off to confront him though, you can see the pods on the right of the screen. Now, I might be reaching, but they actually look a little bit like a splayed out facehugger. In space, no one can hear you reach! We then see Malachite being scanned. The table in the scanner was also used on Kane, and it gets him an internal look at what's going on in his body. It also gives us a similar display to what we got with Kane when they investigated the tube down his throat. This is a scene that we saw at the crash site, and now we theorize it could have been the exact same facehugger throat scan that Kane had. But as we learn, it's checking Malachite's GI tract for ticks. So the theory was wrong, and we were reaching, surprisingly. Rahim also mentioned during the interrogation that he used to be a drug addict. So I do wonder if he'd managed to get them on board, and was possibly even using them during this episode. Even things like morphine can be addictive, and there's several stories of surgery deaths due to doctors being on it. I don't know, mate, I'm trying to explain why everyone's an idiot for like 50 minutes now. Now, I did research whether ticks have ever been known to emit gas, but for now, this is purely science fiction. However, upon removal, ticks often secrete fluid, which can stop them from being pulled off. Either way, all 3 die, and they were of course discovered in the lab during the premiere episodes. At that time, I thought Malachite had a chest burster, but yeah, again, now we know. You might also have noticed Rahim was hanging up in the tubes, so at some point, yeah, the crash kind of moved all the bodies about. Morrow then urges them to seal the room, and we see blasts of air just like Alien Resurrection. There we saw the scientists keep the Xenomorphs in check by hitting them with something similar. The clap then comes to say Teng's been grabbed, and Morrow realizes the Xeno's been using the vents, which is how it got about in the first film. Morrow and Chlamydia then head through the corridors, and we then get a shootout. Petrovich takes out Chlamydia like antibiotics, and he then dies in the lab. Morrow then kills Petrovich by stabbing him through the back, which is something that the Xenomorphs also do to their prey. Something that the Queen did to Bishop as well, and it's a nice play on the series' iconography. We see just how strong Morrow's bionic arm is as well. The fact he can hold the guy up like this one-handed highlights his strength, and he's someone who can probably go toe-to-toe with the kids. Due to Morrow being unaware the lab was locked for a reason, the eye then escapes. The ticks also crawl across the table, and this is where they feed on the soldiers that Morrow ties up. If you go back to episode 1, around the 1 minute 50 mark, you'll also see that Claps found suck dry, which I'll not make a joke about because rest in peace my boy Chlamydia. Meanwhile, Zaveri's focused on the important stuff, like making sure she pours dirt outside the room. The Xenomorph then descends, and they give us a guy in a suit rather than a CGI creation, which I actually prefer. Like, it has those human elements of it, but also the twisted design of Giga. So I think it works really well, and it kinda sniffs the air around her. The creatures have skulls inside their dome, but they don't technically have eyes. Instead, they rely on stimuli around them, which in turn creates a picture in their head. The Xeno smelling her is also similar to what the one did to Ripley during Alien 3. It trips her up, which is what the creature did to Joe in episode 2, and a tail also went up Lambert's pant leg just before the monster killed her. She then begins to run, and this is where we join the chaser in episode 1. We saw things from the Xenomorph's point of view and watched as Zaveri ran down the corridor. It was really similar to some of the shots from the original trailer, which will play now. They actually end up using some of those notes in the scene as well, but they're way more low-key due to Zaveri hiding out. She then attempts to hide, but it gets closer and closer, and ultimately she makes a dash for the ladder. If you've played Alien Isolation, then you might know there's a bit where you can also troll the alien. Just basically climb up and down the ladder and it can't get you, mate. Just keep going up and down, love. Speaking of that game, she then gets out an ion torch, which you can also use to burn doors open with. She sees Shmuel, but it's at this point we learn what happened to the eye. Very similar to some of the stuff he got in the thing, and yeah, never thought we'd get Michael Smiley fighting against the Xenomorph, but here we are. Just before that though, we get one of the best shots in the entire series. Shmuel grabs Zaveri, and we then pull out from the glass to see the Xeno climb up on the ceiling. We then pan down, and Morrow climbs out the vent. Just a seamless one shot that I'm guessing took lots of work due to gravity. Gravity always messes stuff up, mate, but the fact it crawls on the ceiling, which is probably on the floor in real life, and then you get him coming up outright, fantastic work. Morrow then goes in, and the eye seems to call out to the creature. I think its entire MO is to just jump from body to body, and it knows if the Xeno comes, it has a chance of doing this. Morrow then blasts it with a stun gun, but it doesn't really seem to affect it. My guess is, due to it being a separate entity, it's unharmed by it and still can control the nerves in the body. Same way like, you know, if you get shot in a game, it just pushes you back, but you're in control so you don't actually get harmed. Just the person you're controlling, does that make sense? The fight then happens with Shmuel biting into the creature. I did wonder if the acid blood would affect it, but all it wants to do is take control. The Xeno then spears him through the back, and the eye attempts to latch itself on. The hide's too thick to break through though, but it ends up buying Zaveri and Morrow time. Well, time for Morrow anyway. As we know, the eye goes after the cat, and we've already seen what happens in this scene. Zaveri is brutally killed, while Morrow reports that the crew's dead. What we learn though is what song Morrow was humming. This is We'll Meet Again, and he thinks of his daughter. This riffed off Ripley singing You Are My Lucky Star, and both use this as a way to keep calm. However, him singing it here and the lyrics, that could be him accepting his death. He's thinking about how he's going to meet his daughter and likely doesn't think he'll survive the crash. But he does, and we then cut to the present at a Weyland-Yutani owned city, which I believe is New York City. The skyscrapers dominate the landscape, and there's banners up just like what we had with Boy. Treated like a head of state, we see this reflected in her gods. They appear like the Praetorian ones of old, which were the basis for the ones in Return of the Jedi. As you can guess, their name comes from the fact that they used to guard over emperors. The name actually originates from ancient Rome, where they would protect the Caesars. So it just shows how important that she is. She says that Cavaliers agreed to arbitration, but Morrow wants to take his soldiers. It's kind of heading in a different direction, as I thought he'd sneak aboard the island through using slightly. However, this hints they're going with all-out war. The cyberpunk-esque world of a Japanese company ruling over America is seen here, just like Blade Runner. In the 80s, especially the bubble era, Japan was seen as possibly the next superpower. They were dominating technology, and those ideas are ever present in everything cyberpunk. The Weyland-Yutani skyscraper just dwarfs the city, massive, and it's reminiscent of the Araska Tower in Cyberpunk 2077. He then looks over this great and vast empire, and we hear Cherub Rock by the Smashing Pumpkins.
Billy Corgan, Smashing Pumpkins.
Homer Simpson, smiling politely.
The song appeared on their best album, Siamese Dream. You said I was wrong for saying Black Album was the best Metallica record, but...
Why you booing me? I'm right!
Cherub Rock is a scathing takedown of the indie scene at the time, as well as corporations backing punk bands and basically manufacturing everything, and basically the entire music industry being fake. The lyrics are, who wants honey? As long as there's some money, who wants that honey? You know, it hints at selling out, which is something that Morrow is also doing. By ensuring that the cargo was delivered, he killed everyone on board. Petrovich also sold out as well, and yeah, unfortunately, the people who actually cared about the people, they all ended up dead. The Smashing Pumpkins were of course also called sellouts as well when they signed with Virgin Records and released Siamese Dream, so again, it's a clever needle drop from Noah Hawley. Either way, that closes out the episode, and huge thank you for joining me on this doomed journey. I had a blast as a crew member of the Maginot, and I love how this worked as its own sort of standalone short film. It constantly kept me guessing, and though I would have liked, maybe a bit more filled in, overall, this was my favourite entry in the series. I love when a show can take someone you think's a villain and then paint them out in a brand new light. And that's exactly what we got here. It had its horror, humour, style and atmosphere, and they're all elements that made me fall in love with Alien in the first place. So yeah, as a big Alien fan, it was great in a sort of what-if tale and a very solid entry amongst the series. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video, we're breaking down Alien Earth. We are back on the Neverland Ranch, island, after a detour to the Maginot last week. Episode 6 is packed with Easter eggs, hidden details, and a lot of things that tease the future. Returning to our hybrids, we're reaching the endgame now as the monsters are getting loose and Morrow's trying to assault the island. While it hasn't exactly promised the alien invasion title of Alien Earth, it's been gripping nonetheless. Should call it Alien Island and Alien Block of Flats. Neverland will most likely be the focus of the remaining episodes though, and this is why we get shots of that between the recap snippets. This also turns the xenomorph shots that we've had throughout the series. The only one it was missing from was episode 4, where we got the doll's head on the beach. The Xeno didn't pop out until the end, but now it's here, so it makes sense to include it, even if it's the dead one. What this does is also confirm that the one we've been seeing is indeed that one from the start. Also felt like the way the creature fades in over the top of the shots of the island symbolically makes it seem like it's infecting it. Noah Hawley is all about superimposition and how two images can be laid over the top of each other to create some kind of metaphor. I'm a sort of film analysis, sort of an ending explainer, you see. We also have a shot of the creature on the slab next to someone else, which I believe is Bronsky recovered from the Maginot. The creature was born from him, and again, it's a marrying of these two things. In these intros, we're always observing something, and it speaks to the voyeuristic nature of the show. This is something that Scott wanted the opening to feel like in the original, almost like we were wandering through the corridors ourselves. That's brought over to the show here, and we get a long shot of a corridor. Just in case you forgot, Alien began with long pans through the Nostromo, and that's sort of what we're doing with the facilities here. In Alien, we then cut to the helmet, which in itself was designed to look like an egg. Here we get a corridor shot, and then cut to the eggs as Cavalier reads Peter Pan. It's the start of the book with Mrs. Darling, and is called Peter Breaks Through. With the breaking through, potentially be talking about the xenomorph being out, what happens with Tootles, what happens with Slightly, and yeah, lots of different characters. In the chapter though, Wendy's mother wants her to stay young forever. The girl, however, knows that she has to grow up, and it's an inevitable part of life. This also ties in with death and immortality. Wendy's mother wants her to stay young forever, which is something she could achieve at Netherland. However, she leaves that knowing full well she'll die one day. In the show, the corporations are trying to find immortality, but deep down, we know that isn't possible. You have to copy your consciousness across, and is that even you, or is it a machine basically mimicking your personality? AI at the moment, very scary how much it can mimic things, whether it's art, writing styles, and you do kind of wonder if in the future it'll be able to do personalities as well. In the book, Wendy of course also leaves and grows up in the end. And how this applies to the episode, we know that it's something that Joe wants for his sister. I'm unsure exactly how long Wendy's been a hybrid, but it could be coming up to like around 2 years, which makes the line,
You always know after you're 2. 2 is the beginning of the end.
very apt here. I also wonder if 2 extends beyond age. We have our 2 connected characters in Wendy and the Xenomorph. Them 2 coming together is the end, and the 2 could also apply to Joe as well. We also have the 2 corporations meeting in Boy and Yutani, and pretty much every character in the show has an opposite. Whether it's Morrow and Kirsch, Wendy and Xeno, Joe and Slightly, yeah, all there. Following the themes of voyeurism, we then see the eye watching Wendy while Wendy's watching the Xenomorph. We then have Kirsch watching her. This continues the themes of characters watching others, which has been seen in a lot of cases. Wendy watched her brother, while Boy watched her watching her brother, and Kirsch has been spying on Slightly. Also, if you're wondering why I'm wearing glasses as well, I know I keep banging on about this every video, mate, but I've got conjunctivitis, just in case you haven't seen, yeah, in case you haven't seen. I've tried to be creative with it though, like on the 28 years later video, I said I had the rage virus, and then I made myself a Bond villain for the First Light stuff. Every week at the channel with Alien Earth, you know, we try to do something alien themed for these breakdowns, so this week it's the eye. I've got the eye, mate, it's intentional. Nah, but we were going to cover like the entire area in red makeup, but the doctor was like, yeah, don't do that. Don't irritate it. Don't make it worse, you idiot. And Screen Crush is better. You what? Anyway, this is sort of like an Arthur cosplay as well. So sort of like an Arthur cosplay thing I'm working on, or I don't know. But yeah, basically I caught a disease to commit to the bit. Now this episode is all about Wendy sort of rejecting her humanity and listening to Boy over her brother. But there's others who have gotten into her head. Not only has the Xenomorph, but we also have Kirsch. After we hear him talk, we cut to the childlike creature. I don't believe we've seen a Xeno at this stage before, as normally it bursts out the chest and we don't see it until its adult phase. However, here it's like an adolescent, and the next time we see it, it's fully grown. I think the events of Alien happened roughly over the space of 24 hours, so this is quite a rare sight. The way she communicates with it is also similar to the control Ripley 8 had over the species. There, the clone Ripley was acting motherly to the newborn, and Wendy has a clear affection for these specimens. She clicks with it, but it does still jump at her. Somewhat mirrors Nibs, who jumped at Dame Sylvia, and she has a sort of digital lobotomy later in the episode, which it's gonna be fine. I can tell it's already gonna work out fine. There we have Boy's hybrid attacking a human, showing how dangerous they are compared to humans, while an even more dangerous thing also jumps at a hybrid. Later on, Wendy mentions how she wants to reject her humanity, which is a conversation that's mirrored with Joe and Kirsch here. He explains that she's enslaved and is owned now. It's human life versus exploitation. She now has a mortal life, but it's a life in servitude, without choice, and purely for someone else's gain. Joe's out of his depth and trying to look after her, and yeah, in the end, it's something that probably isn't going to happen.
That's like an onion asking, how do I take care of a star?
Her watching this animal is also much like how she watched the scorpion in episode 1. She wanted to squash it, but Kirsch said to imagine how the scorpion felt menaced by the giants behind the glass. This clearly changed her perspective, and now she's not violent towards these creatures, instead viewing them as something more. This is built on in this episode, as those early conversations are the genesis of her outburst to Dame Sylvia. Her brother, though, is just worried for her safety, despite her being super powerful. Kirsch mentions how she took down an adult male xenomorph on her own, and the lab should be secure, so yeah, everything's gonna be gravy. Joe does correctly guess the flaws here, though.
Safe isn't always about bodies.
Kirsch is confused by this, as he just seems to care about how strong the machines are. But we do see in Tootles that, yeah, no one's invincible and that things can go to hell. And it's a big scene where Tootles goes Tootles. It shows that the care for these creatures shouldn't be left in kids' hands though, and ultimately it's what's going to bring the island down. Beyond their bodies, we also know the hybrid's mental health is vulnerable. However, Kirsch doesn't even think of this as being a problem. I think in his eyes, if he can make them want to step away from humanity, they'll be able to lose their emotions and become the perfect machine like him. The xenomorphs also don't have emotion either, and they don't have morality, which is something Ash brought up in the first film.
A survivor, unclouded by conscience or delusions of morality.
Kirsch has had a line of supremacy over humanity throughout the whole season. On the way to the crash site, he just considered humans as animals. Regarding Joe, he said how he will die eventually, which is in the same vein as him wondering why Joe thinks he could look after his sister. It's why he's incredulous that Joe thinks that something as powerful as Wendy could end up just living a mundane family life.
And you want her to be a family?
As he says, she could create like faster than light travel, and why waste such potential on a loser like Joe? He's an average Joe with your stupid baseball cards. You moron. He seems like a nice guy though. Hope nothing bad happens to him. Joe also says how they could go 2 years without recharging, which is interesting as they've been recharging her a fair bit. Like the entire bed's a charging station. I do think this line sets up their escape though, and exactly how long that they'll have together. Perhaps his sleeping was also just a force of habit. It shows how much he was holding on humanity, and though she didn't need to sleep, she basically did that out of habit. It all kind of ties back to the aim of the experiments though, which was to basically make machines that were humans. They were at death's door, and Wendy just wanted to find her brother after being granted a second chance. Things have changed though, and just like how Peter Pan wanted Wendy to stay in Neverland, Boy's keeping her here. And every day she spends here, she loses a bit more humanity. So in trying to make a machine that thinks that it's human, what you're really doing is just making a machine that strips away the humanity. Wendy's been warped into this corporate, almost techno cult and is shedding her humanity day by day. This video is brought to you by Bombas. Bombas is a brand that elevates your style while making a meaningful impact. Its creators founded the company in 2013 after discovering socks were the top requested item at homeless shelters. From then on, Bombas set out with a mission. For every pair sold, they donate a pair to someone in need. To date, they've given over 150 million clothing items to those who need them most. The socks are exceptional as well. I'm wearing them right now. As mentioned on our last video, I was training for a half marathon, but now I've done it. I've done it, mate. The socks made me feel like I was running on air, and it was an absolute pleasure. Bombas offer a variety of styles for any occasion, from hiking and biking to casual or dressy looks, all crafted with premium materials like merino wool and extra long staple cotton for that luxurious feeling. With a 100% happiness guarantee and free returns, there's no risk in trying them out. Plus, new customers can enjoy 20% off by scanning the QR code or clicking the link in the description and using the code HEAVYSpoilers20 at checkout. It's a purchase that feels good when you wear it and makes you feel good because you're supporting a great cause. So check out Bombas in the description and use the code HEAVYSpoilers20 for 20% off. Thank you again to Bombas for sponsoring today's video. Definitely recommend you check them out, even if you just want to try them. Makes a massive difference when you walk around comfortable, and yeah, cannot recommend them any higher than I've already said. So thank you again to them for sponsoring. Now let's get into the rest of the breakdown. In the lab with Adam, Arthur and Dame, we then see what the true aims for the machines are. They just want Nibs to seem happy, be smiling and waving, and basically charming towards investors. Like it's some sort of Tesla robot show. They basically just want to sell the products and have people hand over their money to live forever. With a caveat. That is of course a deal with the devil, as I'm sure they'll have terms and conditions that means Boy owns their lives. And thoughts and memories and everything he wants. Sometimes I feel like Hawley actually wanted to make a Blade Runner show, and a lot of this feels like it's related to the Void Comp test. You might also notice that Atom has the collar turned up on his suit. Had been driving me mad for ages what this was a nod to, but it's the same style to what Burke wore in Aliens. Like Kirsch though, Adam doesn't care about fixing Nibs the correct way. Normally, you know, you're getting a child psychologist, and we learn she's always been emotional, which does kind of explain why the crash and the encounter with the eye affected her so much. If you're putting people into machines that already have psychological issues, and your whole thing is just like, oh, just erase their memory, not really fixing the person at their core. I do wonder if the eye's also what made her pregnant, and that somehow this fear infected her. That eyeball as well, you know, it's just the best part of the show for me, and seeing it watching the Beatles, it's just basically going around and infecting things and freaking people out. Now, the way they talk, it does seem that some safeguards and adjustments were implemented at some point, but she's still going against what they want her to be. Humanity and the emotions that come with it are merely an inconvenience to them. Corporate life demands that you just become a drone and work to make sure that the shareholders come first. And editors, if you're watching this, you better make me look good. You stupid fucks. Make the line go up. Adam then demands that they wipe her memory before the crash and change her tribute sliders like it's Pip-Boy. I imagine it's like the movie Companion, where you can set things like agreeability and aggression. The mental health aspects ignored in the end though, and this is so she can make a good impression on the information architects from the Five. He wants machines to act like humans, but do this while behaving like machines. So there's definitely complexity there. Arthur disagrees with doing this to a fault though, and he says that it's basically very far from ethical. On the flip side of this though, Dame agrees to do the dirty work her husband won't. Goes back to their conversation in episode 4 as he wanted to follow the scientific process while she just seems to think that Boy is right as he's so far ahead of everyone else. I do think though that, you know, they're paying her out like she's wanting to just work for the corporation, but I don't know if she's just all about the Benjamins. Is that right? I'm all about the Benjamins. Hey Americans, I'm just like you guys. I'm your cousin from over the pond. So yeah, I think to her, if she does the bad stuff like this, she can stay on the island and make sure the kids are kept safe. To a certain degree, that is. Bit of an awkward situation there though, mate. Bit awkward. His wife has proper done him over and in some ways led to his death, even if it's more on slightly than her. Arthur did say in episode 4 that the hybrids were not ready and they needed to walk things back. It's interesting that he had concerns about signs and rushing ahead, and in this episode, Kirsch later mentions the protocols. He says to Toodles how you must follow the scientific method, but everyone seems to be ignoring this. And again, him not following that leads to the lad's downfall. Ultimately, Arthur gets fired and told he'll be shot if he doesn't leave. And yeah, you should have took the firing, mate, eh? Being shot is better than that shit. I do wonder if the fact he's been fired and gets hidden away though, it means that people won't be looking for his body. Dame might think that he left without saying goodbye because she kinda screwed him over. The staff will think he's probably already left and he's the perfect person to infect. Also, I've been getting comments about how, like, I'm calling her Dame, but Dame is basically, like, in England, it's like the female equivalent to Sir. However, her husband's name's Arthur Sylvia, so I feel like Dame might actually be her first name. We've got characters called Boy. But yeah, my bad if it's just Dame, but it would be weird if it was, like, Dame Sylvia, because normally with dames, it's like, Dame Judi Dench, like you do the full name, not just the surname. Either way, I'm not an expert on that, so moving on. I think what this scene shows though, and the series repeatedly, is that in this corporate hellscape, there's the constant threat of firing and the loss of shares that basically makes people go against their own best interests. They are bullied into submission. Now, there is actually an economic theory that the government won't cure homelessness because it's needed as a threat to keep people in line. If there were no homeless people, you know, people would just up and leave their jobs anytime they felt like it. You wouldn't need to work because the government would pay for it. However, the fact you could be homeless if you're fired, ultimately, that keeps you in line. We then cut to Wendy leaving the lab.
The pronunciation's a bit tricky, but I'll get it.
Kind of plays off how Curly just downloaded her French language, you know, like she was in the Matrix.
Omelette de fromage. Omelette de fromage.
But here, you can't learn Xenomorph on Duolingo, so she's gotta do it the old-fashioned way. The Xeno must have been like...
Sorry, say it again?
Joe then expresses his apprehension at having biological weapons in the building. We've always, you know, seen the Xenomorphs as killers that must be wiped out at all costs. You could say it's xenophobic.
I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit.
His sister, though, is more like a bleeding heart, bloody wokey bleeding heart, and she says that the samples in Xenos never chose to come to Earth. We mentioned in our episode 4 breakdown how the show's humanizing the creatures and showing them beyond the killers that they are, which they still are. She, however, has somewhat of a bias. She can stand up against them, and I imagine they may have uploaded her brain into the cloud or something. Well, I hope they have, because Tootles is fucked otherwise. Surely there's like a Steam cloud or something for the guy. Joe then says that humans have brains, think, and have community, while xenomorphs survive, eat, and sleep. However, they do have a hive, and probably a community that all hangs around the Queen. What it does, though, is call back to the conversation that Wendy had with Kirsch on the way to the crash site. He mentioned how humans see themselves as the top of the food chain. We ascended to conquer nature and stop being food.
In the animal kingdom, there is always someone bigger or smaller who would eat you alive if they had the chance.
To us, the xenomorphs are mindless animals. The characters here say they're akin to an ant or having a bee infestation. To Wendy, though, they're as sophisticated as us.
They have hives, systems, whole colonies.
Wendy is like,
We all like a bad boy though, don't we?
Yeah, not a fucking terrorist, though, Chris.
You've done a lot of clips on this bit, Matt, you fucking skyver in this script. Now, the creatures have been compared to ants before, and this is something I mentioned in Aliens.
Hey, maybe it's like an ant hive.
Bees, man. Bees have hives.
You know what I mean. There's like one female that runs the whole show.
Joe is rational though and says the Xeno's a killer, but Wendy thinks it could all be fine. I can change him. It's a start of her becoming more than human. She's going beyond rational fear and seeing herself as a protector of life. We have said before she's becoming like the Queen, and I could even see her fitting into that role. Joe clearly doesn't want to do this though, but she says this is a yes place. However, she's often told no and held back from having her own agency. If she asks to leave, yeah, you can guarantee they'll say no. I actually think that by having this mentality in place, this is a yes place, it basically removes their choice. If you have to say yes to everything, yeah, you can see how that removes boundaries. Consent is out the window and they're all enslaved to Boy. Boy just wants to control her, and she even said this in episode 4.
I can speak for myself.
Showing how she was starting to drift from Joe. Slowly, they're seeing that Prodigy owns them. Whether it's them seeing through their eyes or wiping their memories, yeah, they don't have a choice. And Wendy later kicks off at Dame for erasing Nibs' memory. If she was starting to form some kinship with the samples, then at this point, she's fully moving towards becoming one with them. So far, they haven't wanted to control her, and there's no duplicity to them. They just eat, drink, survive, hit the thumbs up, and basically are loyal to their instincts. I do wonder how deep the surveillance goes as well. If Wendy commits a thought crime, she could also have data wiped from her memory banks. Wendy tells Dame Sylvia about how the samples didn't choose to be here, and they're now sort of in custody, which matches her situation perfectly. The samples are just experiments, and she even reclaims her real name. Toodles also tried to gain some autonomy and choose his own name too. So we've seen these rebellious kids breaking free from their masters. Kirsch talks with Wendy, seem to have changed her over time as well. She asks if they're people or something else. It's actually very similar to a line that we got in episode 2.
Fear is for animals. You are not animals. Now move.
Her views on the samples have been influenced by Kirsch even before she became a machine. He asked if she wanted him to kill a scorpion, like we mentioned earlier. This is something that is dangerous to humans and thus very, very scary. But it isn't deadly to machines. She said not to kill it, which shaped her worldview going forward. I think everything just boils down to perspective, and how the characters do anything is how they do everything. For example, Boy sees everything as a corporate product, and thus he'll take the xenomorphs and purely try and weaponize them. Wendy, on the other hand, sees life as being precious now, and thus she'll protect them no matter what, and won't exploit them. Kirsch said that they can remove all of her humanity, and that in the end she'd become something beyond that. Dame scoffed at it, saying of course he'd say that. He's a machine. Sounding a bit clankophobic there, love. She says to tell her what's wrong though, so that she can fix it. As we see in this episode, she gives up on all her morals just to stay employed, and even betrays her husband. Wendy must now know as well that any quote-unquote problem will be seen as corrupt data that must be purged. Boy Cavalier has shown disdain for Joe, so potentially he could even wipe her brother from her memory. Joe is desperate to get off the island as well, which if he leaves and they then wipe Wendy's memory, it'll be like he never existed. Their dad's dead as well, and beyond him, there's nothing tying her back to basically being a human. Now, I don't know if Joe's gonna get off or not. He's gonna need a boat or aircraft, and probably someone that will get her to leave as well. Like Boy though, he's not letting her grow up. He wants her life to be like when they were kids, but she's became an adult since then. I do even wonder with the machines if they'll ever even be allowed to grow up, or if they'll just keep wiping their memories back to this starting point. Kind of like how Nibs loses days, could potentially down the line could they end up losing years. Either way, we then cut to a city and see the Utani Prodigy mediation. Last week, I said the Utani city looked like New York City, however, I was corrected, and apparently it's Chicago. This whole scene was hinted at in episode 1 though, and it's what we saw when the Maginot crew were discussing Prodigy. That was a fantastic piece of foreshadowing, as the Maginot crew discussed the company while the mediation scene about their crash was hashed out in the boardroom. Kind of like how their deaths just devolve into a game of numbers and statistics rather than being actual people. Boy even refers to the people in his city as his citizens.
Because now it's my job to figure out why so many of my citizens are dead.
Believe me.
Which I do feel is him sort of saying my citizens as in my property. Kind of feeling like he owns them. It's almost akin to a plantation, and we know the people of his city are also paid in crypts. Boy is also the one who gets the money rather than the actual victims. Tessellate by Alt J plays in the background, which is an interesting choice as the song's written from the perspective of a man trying to get over his ex-wife while with a new girlfriend. It seems like it's being used to describe the situation here. Whale and Utani want their stuff back from Prodigy, and there are two lines that meet. Look, that's all I've got. Want music analysis? Want it back. That's the analysis. And it's used to having want it back. Look, go watch Fantano or something, mate. Fuck off. I'm not, it's a movie, a TV show analysis channel, yeah, mate. And we'll have a cup with a dog. Boy Cavalier then swans in late wearing the most diabolical pajamas I've ever seen, and they almost seem like a prison jumpsuit. Now, I really hope this whole barefoot thing is like setting up a die-hard situation where he ends up stepping in something. Maybe acid, or even like that goo from the eggs, or maybe even some broken glass. But yeah, I do feel like that's what we're heading towards. Now, not having to wear shoes also shows his privilege. He never needs to worry about stepping in dog poo or needles on the street, and he walks around his own island and these pristine boardrooms. Not that I've stepped in a needle on the street, but you know what I mean. There are actually some tellings of Peter Pan though, where the character goes around barefoot, and this is due to the character's flight ability. So it does sort of feel in line with that. Putting his feet on the table is highly disrespectful, and he's kind of the new money amongst the four. They inherited their wealth, cities, and well, everything, and are more like members of the royal family than, say, someone like Jeff Bezos. She's unfazed and then scoffs at his childish act, and he even shows his contempt, calling this bureaucracy vile. To him, he lives in the future and is moving fast and making trillions.
But in the future, where I live, we move fast and we make trillions.
Again, he's of the move fast and break things mindset that Mark Zuckerberg basically talked about. However, he uses the letter of the law to help him out later. The barrister even says it's a professional hearing and they'll do it professionally. To which he says,
For what?
Fines and such are often just seen as the cost of doing business for the rich. Even when Apple got fined, it pretty much didn't matter because they made way more than they got charged for. Like last week, Ed, I saw something about Disney basically getting fined $10 million for basically taking child data from YouTube and using it to sell products and stuff or something. But $10 million to Disney, nothing. Fuck all. Sorry if you're watching this, Disney. I know I'm a Disney shill and a Disney fucking shill.
Or he'll send you to bed without your supper, little boy.
Now, I see his age as being a thing that infuriates the established business, but his behaviour warrants this sort of response. Again, like the new tech CEOs of the 2010s, he's upended the world of business. And being very cavalier about it, boy is he. Now the barrister is officiating this meeting on behalf of the five. In reality, he's just a toothless bureaucrat who can't keep the two business titans from bickering. I did like seeing Morrow and Kirsch stare at each other though, and this was almost like a boxing press conference. Utani says how the ship, data, equipment, and all the stuff on board is property of her company. Boy then mentions how the ship didn't crash in the abstract and goes on to imply criminal negligence. He implies it's an attack or the pilot was drunk. Well, the captain was incapacitated at least. In reality, he was working with the chief engineer to ensure that the Maginot crashed on his turf. There he could just secure the samples for himself and get even further ahead than the rest of the five. It's corporate espionage, and Morrow of course is aware of this. However, it doesn't seem like he's told Utani. I do wonder if he's keeping this back and the characters all have their secrets. Perhaps he's not even had to tell her and they're just gonna attack anyway. He mentions how her company's doing a cover-up and that she had alien specimens on the ship. This goes against the conventions and by law, he gets to retain them. She's also kind of inherited this problem. It was her grandmother who sent everyone into space 65 years ago and now she's having to deal with it. Restitution for the damage doesn't seem to interest him though, and the samples are all he cares about. They're priceless. If he can weaponize them, then he can take over whatever city or country he wants. Not to mention the pharmaceutical research and potential for new drugs. He's just negotiating the fees for fun, as he can keep the specimens for as long as the quarantine takes. So again, while he thinks that the rules are a joke, he's more than happy to use the letter of the law to get one over on arrival. The off-world quarantine's also interesting, as it reminds me of Alien Resurrection. The US America was a ship run by the United Systems military, and on it they researched the xenomorphs. Both it and the Maginot crashed into Earth. One, as we've seen, has led to a major breakthrough in the understanding of the creatures, while one was supposed to be the end of the research of the aliens. Also wonder if there was an off-world research base that we saw the Maginot crashing into on its way to Earth. It might have also been the Renaissance Station in Alien Romulus. This show is set about 20 years before that movie, so it's a bit of a reach, and yeah, they haven't really said it's connected, but we're trying to draw parallels here. Also, the timeline and what is and isn't canon right now, yeah, it's a complete mess. Boy then says it's not safe to hand them over yet. For the planet, again feigning a bleeding heart for the safety of his citizens. He even asks for thoughts and prayers from Yutani. This is a term that you'll often hear after massacres and tragedies. It's always criticised for being completely meaningless, and politicians will often vote against the thing they're now praying doesn't happen again. At the end of the day, it all comes down to money and power for the rich. No citizens were included here, and they're basically just feudal lords. His conspiracy theories about an aircraft smashing into a tower, that also reminded me of 9/11. There, the first responders were sent in, and it was used as an excuse to wage wars for oil. Similar to how Yutani wants to invade Netherland for the samples. But that might be a reach. Either way, Yutani shows how desperate she is, and we go from 15 bill to 50. The meeting then closes as Yutani drops her mask of professionalism and tells the barrister to shut up.
Oh, shut up.
Which did make me laugh. Mara then mentions how the island's upped its security, which we have seen so far. There was a huge presence in episode 4 when Dame and Arthur met, and even Joe has to fill in later on. They plan to extract the xenomorph after destabilizing the island.
I could have one of the xenomorphs by the end of the day.
Sorry, xenomorph. Right guys, I've got a bone to pick here because I started off these videos, started off these reviews saying xenomorph for like the first 4 episodes, and then got loads of shit from people saying it was a xenomorph. So I started changing everything, how I pronounce it, I rewired my brain. And then he comes in and says that. Well, I'm going back to it. Nah, but there's obviously like different ways you can pronounce words, mate. I don't know if you've ever heard of accents and dialects and stuff, but across the world, there's lots of places that pronounce words differently to you. So it's actually a bit stupid when you correct people's pronunciation on YouTube, you fucking dickhead. Either way, Morrow has learned from Cavalier and knows what he needs to do. I'm sorry, I do appreciate your comments. He's getting revenge by recruiting Slightly. He's created his own mole, just like what Boy did with Petrovich. Basically, reverse Unoing it. After the meeting, we then get another head-to-head with Morrow and Kirsch. I cannot wait to see these guys have a showdown. Kirsch looks down on Morrow for being human, however, Morrow implies he's now going to be obsolete. He's looking over the hybrids who will eventually replace him. Humans will prefer to be put into more durable bodies, and they'll be able to do the jobs of the synths. They were created in the first place due to the dangerous environments on the majority of planets. They could withstand it and then terraform it so humans could live there. This colonization was discussed in Andy and Romulus, and it's originally what they were made for. However, I feel like humans will just be put into like a subscription service hybrid body just so they can pack parcels at like the Prodigy warehouse factory. Forever. The idea that they're obsolete though, that could be seen in Andy, who was saved from the trash by Rain's father. You do get the feeling that Boy's just playing with toys and tossing them away once he gets bored. He's made the synths, the hybrids, and now has moved on to the specimens.
I'll see you soon, old toy.
As smart and clever as Kirsch is, he'll be rendered obsolete when the company doesn't need him. Basically, synths expendable. I do feel like this also ties into his secret plan. Boy is ripped into him a few times and has been angry at not getting what he wants when Kirsch is supposed to be better than man. This combined with what we see in the episode, it makes me think that he's working against his boss. Kirsch knows that Slightly's being recruited by Morrow. He's not shocked by Morrow saying, "I'll see you soon, old toy." Therefore, the fact he's keeping quiet and basically letting this play out is showing that Morrow's part of his plan. By watching Slightly talk to Morrow, he knows the whole plan and can follow it as it progresses. He hasn't told anyone and seems to be the only person other than Slightly who knows they're being spied upon. So why is he doing this?
Why?
Well, Asimov's 3 laws of robotics state a robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. Asimov was mentioned in episode 4 when Boy said technology is indistinguishable from magic. When Toodles said he wanted to be called Isaac, I also wondered if he meant Isaac Asimov. Obviously, you know, he meant Isaac Newton, but saying Isaac again, yeah, my mind did go to that. What it means, though, is that synths cannot directly harm humans. However, what Kirsch can do is allow either the creatures or Morrow to take out Boy. In doing this, Kirsch would no longer have a master and he'd finally be free. That's the only reason I can see why he's letting things progress, though you could see that as still harming someone through inaction. But he's clearly not acting on all this suspicious stuff going on. Either way, it's a theory time. I'll not do the theory time, but it's a theory there. I think it's also important to note how the pair mirror one another. Both are controlled by their corporate overlords, and I did wonder if the thing behind both ears was to signify their similarities. Anyway, cutting to Nibs, we see her getting a respec. Her sliders are changed, and Dame says how removing the trauma is a gift. Wish I could like remove the trauma of watching Alien vs Predator Requiem, mate. Either way, it's like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, but ultimately the people in that, they wanted their memories back. That is how people grow and learn from their mistakes. I love this scene though, as we see the events of the show go in reverse. Morrow even said something similar at the crash site to the kids when he was asked about being a synth. There it felt like he wished he could remove the worst parts of being a man. Morrow knows the pain and hurt that comes from losing his daughter and also losing his crew. He even says,
"Gotta get me one of those."
Which is referring to the hybrids, but also a line right out of Batman Begins.
I gotta get me one of those.
I love how Nibs wakes up and says hi, and then we cut to Wendy at her bedside. She even sleeps in what looks like a kid's bed. Wendy was the first person they saw when they woke up in their new bodies, so it's sort of like poetry they rhyme. Nibs then combs her hair in the mirror, which is something that sent her a bit mental in the past. Here she's fine though, and you can also spot the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil framed in the reflection. This originally was supposed to be about how you shouldn't let negative things cloud you. You should just ignore them, which is something you could apply to Nibs. However, people have said it symbolizes ignorance, and Nibs is now detached from what's going on. I don't know how they'll even explain the specimens to her. Like to her, they just showed up one day. I do wonder if they could even implant memories within her, which is something they also did in Blade Runner. They might do to Wendy, and again remove her brother, so in Neverland they never develop. Nibs says it's like she slept for 1,000 years and has clearly lost a lot of time. Reminded me of the ending of AI, where they basically resurrected the mother thousands of years in the future.
I must be a little confused. What day is it?
Surely the wiping of the memory won't go unnoticed though, as the kids all talk about things and can hardly keep secrets. It leads Wendy down the path we mentioned earlier, and thinking Kirsch's ideas are the way to go. Nibs can just sense something's wrong though, and Wendy works out that Dame Sylvia was behind it. We then hear Boy reading Peter Pan once again. Once again? It's actually the end of the chapter that he started earlier. In the book, it foreshadowed Peter Pan arriving as Mrs. Darling can see him appear. In a way, it's her seeing the children growing up, or at least trying to stay young forever. Boy Cavalier is Pan, who brought people to stay with him and never grow up. However, this passage being said here, I believe it's referring to Morrow. He's been talking to Slightly for a bit now, and Kirsch is Mrs. Darling. He's seeing someone invading his house and talking to his children. Someone trying to corrupt them or lure them astray. Perhaps he's Peter Pan's shadow or something similar. As we saw last week, Morrow manipulating poor old Slightly is causing him to lash out. Both he and Smee were the most childish ones, but he's being forced to grow up. He's being isolated by an adult he shouldn't be talking to, and it's similar how Boy tried to isolate Wendy from her brother. Smee is the only one not really involved in any of the side quests. He's not involved in the lab like Tootles or Curly, nor is he being manipulated like Slightly, and certainly not a favourite of Cavalier. He says how everyone's cranky and says being grown up sucks. Bro just wants to chill out and play games. He's basically that kid who's had like a great childhood while his mates are going through some really bad shit.
We're grown-ups now.
I love the guy who plays Smee though, as he really pulls off the kid trapped in an adult body. Very much like Tom Hanks in Big.
We're still friends though, right?
His mannerisms are expert, as he sulks until Slightly promises him they'll play when he's finished his work. I do wonder how that plays in the whole metaphor, because Smee's Hook's right-hand man, and he's not really close to Morrow, who has a knife for a hand in a hook hand. Slightly then heads to Joe's room. We can see Joe's drawing a map of the compound and basically planning an escape. It even says 90 steps down the corridors to the hybrid's room. So the plan is to probably grab his sister and head out. We also have an unknown room and a question mark on the other side, but I feel like he is gonna explore it. Interestingly, he calls her by Marcy as opposed to her codename Wendy. And slightly weirdly comes in looking suspicious and what you up to, mate? I love how Joe asks his name as well, and then Morrow speaks in his mind almost like an answer.
Arush.
Not only is he being spied on by Prodigy, but Morrow's watching as well. We then get another superimposition of the egg opening up while over the top of Slightly, showing what his true desire is. The acting is great here though, as Joe seems so desperate to urge him out the room. I love the way Slightly plays it, and he's basically conversing with two people and looks very unhinged, which creeps Joe out. The theme of duality is also shown here as well. We have Slightly stood there with his reflection also in the mirror. He says he wants to show him something and says it'll be fun, which is such a kid thing to do, but what you up to, mate? What you doing here? Luckily he's saved by his squad mate and he looks so confused as to why Slightly's even there. Joe then tries to probe his teammates in order to get away off the island. One of them says about a freaky machine going on the fritz. Again, highlighting how everyone's slightly on edge around the synths. And hey mate, one of them's his sister. They're also wearing rain covers, which reminded me a lot of the planet scenes in Covenant. The general environment also seems similar to Vietnam, and that war was what inspired the costume design in Aliens. He does say, however, that Yutani's pissed and will send in her cyborgs, not synths. So it seems like her cyborgs like Morrow are the fighting force for Weyland Yutani. It makes sense why Morrow mentioned that he loved killing synths. He's probably killed a fair few or even interrogated them as part of corporate warfare. The world building is fantastic here though, and I do wonder where Hybridyne systems are at, as they haven't been mentioned yet. They were the company that made Ash and Bishop, with the name being a play on the company Cyberdyne from Terminator, which was a movie made by James Cameron, who also made Aliens. The same movie that Hybridyne was name dropped in. It's all connected. Joe then asks about ways on and off the island and basically is probing if the people protecting the boats are their people. He keeps asking about boats, and it's a dead giveaway. He's trying to escape, mate. The woman says they have a good thing going though, as they're on an island and also getting paid. It's almost like busy work, they're not in danger and there's no fear of the looming threat of Weyland Yutani. She just wants to do the easy work, take home some money, and despite the little shop of horrors below them in the lab, she at least feels content. He, on the other hand, just wants to get off the island of Dr. Boyro and dip right out of there. She also says they're just the help. This not only has a racial element to it, but also the fact that they're in servitude to the higher-ups.
We're the muscle, the help.
The line about knowing where the monsters are also reminds me of something that Boy said.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to return them to Yutani and get back to the work at hand?
So I can wake up one day with a xenomorph in my belly? No, thank you.
Seems everyone is much more comfortable though knowing where the creatures are. Me though, I'd be out of there. Just like I'd never be one of those idiots who visited Jurassic Park. For them, their hands are the safest ones, but I'd be on the first boat out of there. I did wonder if the monsters they were referring to might be those in charge or even maybe the synths. The Zeno and Wendy are who we cut to next, and both could be seen as a threat. It has now grown and is almost at full size. It seems like the Xenomorph was chill with her, and her pronunciation of the Xenomorph language is actually getting better. Boy could finally be close to having that conversation he was so desperately after in episode 1. I even wonder if she and the hybrids, along with Kirsch, will stand together with the creatures. Cutting to Tootles, we then see him chilling out with Curly and Smee. Now I've started to think in the Peter Pan metaphor that Curly is Tinkerbell. She was at Boy, aka Peter Pan's side, and was clearly jealous of Wendy. So yeah, that makes sense, and someone did tell me it. I'm forgotten who you are, but write it below if you're like, that was me. Write it in the comments, that was me, and I'll bet it was you. Yeah, it was you, so give yourself a pat on the back. Either way, Tootles is asked to go to the lab to feed the creatures and also check the data. The chaos that's about to ensue, it happens because Tootles is so adamant to prove himself to Kirsch. Machine wouldn't be bothered about doing this, it would just do what it's programmed to, and thus that human element ultimately causes the island's downfall. And it's also a good reason why you need to take 2 people. I do wonder if his eagerness to be at the center of the experiments is also because Tootles was always missed out in the book. He said how the character, would step around the corner and have no real adventures. So he's wanting to go beyond that. By making sure he's the favourite and lying about Curly being with him, he then gets trapped in the container. It's also a continuation of last week where the scientific protocol failed. All errors and things are normally ones that are human, and I love how it's basically a repeat of last week. We even have the green and red lights above the door. He's watched by the Oculus and also the Xenomorph as he goes about his rounds. The plant thing tries to jump scare him, but he knows it's harmless, so it's just like, whatever. I think the lack of fear he has with these creatures, though, is also a reason why he's so cavalier. Any human would probably be on their best behaviour. Well, except like the scientist who has lunch next to the specimens. Yeah, but everyone other than her would be very, their guard would be up. Toodles, though, he thinks he's invincible. And that's what makes him just mess about. Like, no way would I be going in there, mate. Send Curly, you go in and I'll wait outside. Now it's during this that we finally see the flying things who eat electrical items. It's foreshadowing that they'll end up eating him, and I absolutely love that detail. The feeding window comes off, and it's here he makes a big mistake. He opens the door as we see the red light showing it's not secure. Isaac Newton was a genius, mate, you idiot. He tries to keep the door open, but is then spooked by the sheep. I love how sheep are like these timid creatures that follow each other, but this one's just on its own and being sinister as fuck. He ends up stuck in there with the bugs, and I love how we see him by the cameras. Their wall nest is also a lot like the Xenomorphs, who secrete things to the walls and build out from there. The specimen is a nightmare-inducing creature that looks a lot like a beetle. It reminded me a lot of the mosquito things in The Mist and a breakdown on the channel now. It's also akin to the Astal Natural Born of the Void from Elden Ring. It spits out a sort of acid that corrodes his skin and fries all of his components. Flies also ingest their food like this, and every time I see this happening, I think of the movie The Fly, where they have that big arm wrestling scene. We hear his motors whir though, and the technical sounds as he dies. He's fed on, and I wonder if the Oculus wants to somehow infect one of the beetle things. It could then fly out and potentially escape through the vents. We do see it closing in as they start to feast, and clearly it has other plans. It's also kind of doing a victory lap and stands up like, yeah, I'm the boss. As this is going on, we hear Boy reading out another passage. This time it's how Peter thins out the Lost Boys when they start to grow up. The original book was much more savage than the Disney movie, and there Peter killed them when they grew up. Here Toodles was growing up and even chose his own name. He's being killed before he can become a full adult. In the book, he got tricked by Tinkerbell, and she basically wanted him to shoot Wendy. So I do wonder if Kirsch tricked him here into opening the door by sabotaging the window. Cutting to Wendy, she then confronts Dame Sylvia about what happened. The scientists have slowly lost control of each of the hybrids as the experiment seems like it's failing. Maybe bringing samples to Neverland and using the kids to help experiment, maybe that was a bad idea, mate. Maybe that, mate. Did you think about that? Dame says how she's there to help them, but she's done a pretty crummy job thus far. She even admitted she hadn't had a session with Nibs in quite a while. Cutting to her husband, we see him pack up his things to leave, lest he be shot. I never noticed as well that he had a bead seat cover. It's actually a really nice touch that continues the 70s retro futurism of the original. Guy should skip out on packing though and just buy some new clothes when he gets home. Did you know, Arthur, that our merch store right below has lots of things inspired by the show? There we have our Isolation shirt, and one's like our Vitruvian Man one, and also the Game Over one. Lots of different designs on there, and if you buy 3, you get 20% off, so treat yourself. We then see him pick up the photo cube he had earlier. This is his world, but now he's leaving it behind. He tried to have kids with Dame, but the pair couldn't do it, so they had these adopted ones that he's basically walking out on. It's funny, as leaving the island is what Joe wants, albeit with his sister. Arthur was also the only one who actually cared. I do wonder if his name is also a reference to the legendary sci-fi author Arthur C. Clarke. He knows he's being watched, and I'm actually surprised they didn't just escort him out or have like a guard on him. Seems mental, they just let him hang about in his office and help Joe with his sister. There's even a blind spot where he can type and turn off the trackers for the hybrids. Also, kinda killed me. They would just take what he was saying at face value and have him like, look at the camera and then look back and go, yep, everything's fine. Why don't you come over here and look at what I'm typing? That also just happens to say it's fine. He just looks at the camera and then back because, yeah, he loves us. I love how Toodles is also up on the monitor as well, and if they were paying attention, they'd know and alert security. As Joe walks in, you can also see a black thing on the wall behind him. This is actually mold. Huge shout out to Tony Toasty for sending me a link in which Hawley addressed this. So it turns out those mysterious guys that we've seen about the compound, spraying the walls, they're actually getting rid of the mold. Hawley said that due to climate change, the temperature's gone up and now places are more moist and moldy. So mystery solved. I love the idea that the place is just molding away though, and it fits into the notion that everything here is decaying. He's given the bow code, and that really reminds me of Jurassic Park. There we saw Dennis Nedry steal from InGen and try and escape at the ferry, only to get spat in the face by a dinosaur similar to poor Tootles. In the book of Jurassic Park, they actually talk about how that's acidic, and this is sort of a nightmare facility that's playing God, waiting for things to go wrong. The question is though, how long will Marcy survive in the wild? She has 2 years worth of power, but it's not like she can just go and plug into the wall socket. What about if she gets broken? Or she ends up doing a nibs and going mental? I'm pregnant! What do you mean? What the fuck? You can't just put her in a bath of rice like a wet iPhone. Ultimately, Joe leads to the death of Arthur as well. He notices that Tootles' tracker isn't connected. Now most people would be like, well, I'm not getting paid for this, mate, I'm off, not my problem. However, Arthur's flaw is that he cares too much.
I noticed how you seem to care.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I do.
This is what made him get fired in the first place, and it's also why he rushes to Tootles. Emotion seen as a weakness, and if he'd been like a machine, he would have just flagged up security or maybe not even cared. He also turned off the hybrid tracker because he cared as well. But in doing this, no one will be able to track Slightly. They may have been able to see Slightly dump him in the vent, but yeah, that's all out the window now. The camera then zooms in on Slightly, and I do think Kirsch is making sure this all happens as per whatever plan he's hatching. Morrow then threatens Slightly's mother. He's really lost his humanity, as he too was someone who lost a child, just like her from her point of view. So yeah, not a good dude. Arthur then falls into his lap. The lad's stuck at the code panel and all seems lost as he now has no one to sacrifice. Seems like he's praying, and then Morrow is almost like a voice from heaven who answers his prayers. Sort of a benevolent God guiding him through what he needs to do. Anyway, we see firsthand exactly why humans aren't allowed in the lab. Just like Tootles, he opens up the container, which is reckless, but he cares that much about his children. We then zoom in on his keystrokes, which might be how Slightly knew how to open the egg container. Interestingly, the beetle things don't seem interested in Arthur. It may be because they only eat electrical things. On the flip side of this, the eye eats hay, and I'm guessing that it has to have the diet of whatever its host is. I kinda hope that's the case with the flies and that they don't ingest organic matter. In doing this, we'd get an actual threat for the machines, cause most of the things probably aren't dangerous enough to them. The episode is also titled The Fly and clearly a nod to these creatures. And again, maybe even the Cronenberg classic. Slightly has now become Morrow as he traps Arthur in the room with the facehuggers. He's created his own mole he's infected. Again, no one will be looking for him either as he's been fired and it will be assumed he's left the island. I doubt he'll be wanting to answer WhatsApps from his wife as well. Poor Zaveri was also trapped outside the Mother Control Center, with this scene mirroring her begging to be saved. And then Kirsch watches it all happen as he sees Boy cheering. He's shell-like and pretending to fly. I'll take this off because it's fucking stupid doing the rest of the video like this. Guy is just winning and winning, but this fly guy is about to come crashing down. Earlier he read an extract from the Island Come True chapter of Peter Pan. This actually saw Peter return to the island after bringing Wendy and her brothers with him. Things then kinda went crazy, kinda went to hell, and Kirsch says everything's okay.
Everything okay?
Affirmative.
Which did remind me of this.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Did make me laugh as well, how he just tried to see if Arthur could hear him, but then goes to hide in the air vent. Classic video game tactic. As Morrow said, he's gonna have a bad few days. However, no one will be looking for him, and the chestburster will also be out and about with access to the vents. Basically just gonna spring out and go wherever it wants. No one will know there's a xenomorph free on the island, which I think is gonna be amazing. Slightly spared the acid-spewing beetle though, who comes to life when he goes back into the room. I do wonder how this is gonna play into it as well. I wonder if it's going to eat Morrow's hand, and the fact that it does this makes me even more sure of my theory that they don't affect humans, only machines. We We then close out with Keep Away by Godsmack, a band that I hadn't heard in a very long time. It's a song about wanting to get away from a toxic ex. The lyrics have things like "stay away from me," which could be about multiple people this episode. Slightly could be urging others to stay away from him as he's harmed someone, and Wendy wants Dame Sylvia to leave her alone. Slightly could also want Morrow to leave him alone, and yet lots of things that it could apply to. Either way though, we end with the door to the eggs open, the one to the flies open, and the eye biding its time, waiting for its chance. Mean ass sheep that. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Alien Earth. Episode 7 brings us the penultimate entry, and we're now in the endgame. Everything's going wrong on Neverland, and we have several major things happening. Will Morrow escape? Will Wendy make it off the island? Will Heavy Spoilers conjunctivitis be cleared up by next week? Well, we'll have to wait and see, but a lot of things come from this episode. Arthur is dead, the chest burster's out, and Morrow's in the custody of Kirsch. He will Kirsch the day he went to the island, and will likely be imprisoned alongside the hybrids next week. Beyond that, we also have some poor worker who'll have the eye put into their head. I can't wait to see it. Now, where we opens with the title and shots of the xenomorph. We once more get several other images that recap things from last time. This includes the fly, Toodles' body, and what happened to Arthur. Both are victims of different creatures, with the specimens claiming their first two victims on Neverland. Now last week, we watched Slightly taking Arthur to the vent. Alien isolation style. In between the episode, he's brought him back to his room, and he's now kept him under his bed. The monster under the bed is of course a very common trope, and something lots of kids are scared of. Including me. Ooh. I love the heavy breathing sound mixed in with the facehugger though, and it's a marriage between the two creatures that produces a lovely, lovely little baby. Aww. Next to Slightly, we can also see a white tiger. These are native to India, which is where Slightly's from. They have a rare condition called leucism, which means their fur doesn't have pigmentation. Each of the kids also had a rare disease that led to their death, so he may see kinship in the tiger. Huge shout out to James Cruz G9B, who pointed out that Arash Gurav was also in a Bollywood film called White Tiger, which this might be a reference to. James admitted he doesn't know if it's relevant, but we're giving you a shout out anyway because it's a nice little Easter egg. Slightly has no clue what's actually going to happen to Arthur, and clearly hasn't seen the movies. He's got a facehugger on him, and all Slightly's been told is that Arthur's gonna have a bad day.
They'll have a bad couple of days, for sure. But I'll make sure they're comfortable.
The kid is just super naive though, and thinks that Arthur will somehow survive the ordeal, even going so far as to comfort him. He tries to give him a drink and even adjust the fingers on the hugger. But this grip is extremely tight and will only be removed if it's cut off or frozen. Doing the former will make it spew acid, and this was seen in Kane and the captain on the Maginot. Romulus also showed how strong it was and how it was near impossible to pull off. Upon giving a drink to Arthur, its tail end tightens around his neck, which is also something that happened with Kane. Slightly also hasn't worked in the lab like Toodles and Curly, so has no clue about its physiology. The security here is just as bad as the Maginot, as how's there no sensors in the air vents? Why are kids allowed in the lab in the first place?
Why?
Fucking stupid. Once again though, he's pestered by Smee, who's desperate to know what he's doing. Smee gets pulled into his plan, and I do wonder if this is playing more into the Peter Pan metaphor. Morrow is Hook, and Hook's right-hand man is Smee. So Morrow using Slightly to pull Smee in could potentially lead to that. Slightly tries to say he's busy, but it cracked me up when Smee said,
"What are you talking about? We're never busy."
He does need the help though, as it's a race against time to get Arthur to Morrow. Now I really don't get what Morrow's plan was, because he should have known these kids were out the depth. Like if I told my kids, walk to the bottom of the street, they're gonna start, then go in someone's garden, end up climbing over a fence, and I'll never see them again. So I think Morrow was just playing with fire, and it was stupid thinking it was ever going to work. I think in the end though, he isn't that bothered, as all he wanted to do was basically destabilize the island. At the moment though, you can see that stress getting to Slightly. Ardash Gurav has been fantastic this season, and he perfectly plays this child who's going through a hell of a lot. He doesn't really act like an adult, and instead is just the victim of a manipulator, and he can't break out of his control. He's got tremendous range as a child, trapped in an adult's body, and Jonathan Ajayi also nails going from that inquisitive child to petrified of the monster under the bed. However, Slightly assures him that Arthur will be fine. This is fine.
This is fine.
I love how things change though as they learn the true horror. They seem to think the monster's just the face hugger as opposed to the chest burster, which they have no clue about just yet. The sad irony with the whole chest burster thing is that we know that Arthur and Dane were desperate to have kids. This whole island's basically a nightmare though, so it's taken that idea and twisted it to the extreme. The original Alien was obviously a discussion around male pregnancy and the fears that would come with that, and yeah, knowing he couldn't have kids and then has a kid at the end, very, very horrifying. Now the episode is called Emergence, and this could be applied to a number of characters. Firstly, we have the chest burster, and then we have Morrow emerging on the island. We also have Wendy emerging with her independence, and several of the characters going through an emergence. And an emergency. The pair then reluctantly head out to the meeting point, and as we saw last week, the trackers have been disabled. Kirsch is also willing to let the plan play out so Morrow can fall into his trap. Now, another thing I found interesting is that there's no alarms going off inside the kids' rooms, and we only see it when Kirsch makes his way to the lab. We do find out later that this is perhaps done on purpose. Wendy wanted to tell the rest of the kids about Toodles' death, but she was stopped by Boy. He didn't want to panic or scare the rest of the kids, and it plays into the whole see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil thing in the compound. So by not having the alarms go off, it's just keeping them ignorant. Luckily for Slightly and Smee, this chaos is the perfect distraction. They sneak out easily while the facility's panicking about the samples. Some soldiers run with the samples case as Toodles being feasted upon by the fly, and we later learn that they digest their food on the outside. Like real-life flies, they spurt an enzyme that breaks down their food into a liquid. Kirsch theorizes that they eat minerals because organic matter was scarce on their planet. So naturally, the environment forced the species to evolve to the point they could ingest such materials. Being in the lab's an all-you-can-eat buffet, and we see as the other goes to the controls. I do wonder if these creatures might even be a way that Morrow escapes, albeit at the cost of his arm. Because of this though, they're the perfect enemy for the synths. Kirsch sends in the soldiers first, as they're not after the humans, which is something we theorized last week. They didn't come out when Arthur was in the lab, and it was only upon Slightly's arrival that they then left the nest. They don't even attack the security guards when they're about to be tasered. Kirsch also watches on, and we do know he could have stopped this at any time. He also remotely shuts the egg chamber door, again showing he could have saved Arthur's life should he have wanted to. In the end though, I love this symbiotic relationship that the synths and humans now have. Kirsch has to shut the door so the soldiers can enter, and this is so they can lock up the flies. Both need each other, and there's been a real cavalier attitude because Wendy took down a xenomorph, but we need to remember how deadly these things are. That is what got Toodles killed, and he basically treated it like a zoo instead of a lab full of monsters. I think Kirsch is realizing as well that he's not as invincible as he thinks he is. So, what is his plan? What is it? Well, last week we theorized how he could be wanting to take out Boy, which is why he's letting Morrow's plan go ahead. The Asimov law of robotics states a robot cannot harm a human, and this, by proxy, would be a way to get free from his master. But we may have been off the mark with this one. He's made sure that Morrow's plans have gone ahead, but in the end, uses this to bring him to the island. In allowing this to go ahead, he's also gained another xenomorph to study without technically putting anyone's life in danger. He would be forbidden from doing this, however, he's allowed Slightly to do it, which means they can now study this other xenomorph. So yeah, two basically, they've got two now. Though I don't know if it prematurely bursting out was part of the plan, but hey, it happens to the best of us, mate.
It's not that common. It doesn't happen to every guy, and it is a big deal.
Boy then comes in and drops a hilarious British accent and says,
I'll send him to bed without any supper.
It's especially funny as Samuel Blanken is from Cheltenham. Cheltenham. Poor Toodles is just lying here though and referred to as that one by Kirsch. He then says Isaac, to which Boy is like, who? Simpson, eh? He had no idea that Toodles changed his name or even really cared. Now we learn that each hybrid costs $6 billion, but to be fair, he's just made $50 billion off Yutani. Conceptually, they can also download Toodles' brain and reset him, but they haven't worked out a way to do it practically. So sorry mate, there's no cloud saves for you. I do feel like the actor might return in season 2 though, and they could potentially use him in a similar way to Nibs, where he's like driven crazy by the fact that stuff's been erased and he's died. This is also something he could do with Wendy as she's clearly going bad, and yeah, just lobotomizer. They then review the footage and creepily even see the death through the eyes of Toodles, as we saw last week, and again here, the Oculus charged at the wall, which led to the flies being able to feed on him. Now throughout the breakdowns, I think most people have just assumed that the eye's like an animal. However, it's extremely intelligent and even able to communicate. Showing this understanding of cause and effect demonstrates higher brain functions. The eye may even gain knowledge from its victims and learn their language and memory as it inhabits them. So by being in Shmuel, it would understand English. It also makes it clear it was waiting for Chibuzo to mess it up so the ticks could escape. It was also aware that the lock didn't shut in place and then used that as a way to escape as well. It's a great development in the series, and Boy might finally get that conversation he's been after. We'll get into that more when we discuss the pie scene, but yeah, T. Oceles, he's the best alien in the world. Fuck you. Now they are interrupted by Wendy, who's now the only kid allowed in the lab. The accident is downplayed heavily and said that it couldn't be avoided, but it is contained.
What happened to Isaac?
Science.
Yes, science!
But yeah, it's clear Boy doesn't give a flying fuck about the hybrids outside of Wendy. This is because she's able to converse with the xenomorph, which is something that will benefit him. Throughout all the alien movies are like, we must turn this into a weapon, and if they can communicate with it like how Wendy does, yeah, it makes sense they would actually work towards that. In the past, I've always been like, well, this plan's stupid, mate, because it's never going to work, but seeing how Wendy orders it about here, you can see how you could potentially sell that to investors. When it comes down to it though, the kids are just tools to either get him his goals on an intellectual level or in Prodigy's share price. Makes you wonder why he even started this project in the first place. Oh yeah!
Money!
We also get quick cuts of the destroyed Toodle's skull. This reminded me a lot of Alien 3 and how the damaged Bishop was shown in that. Wendy's also shocked there's the possibility she could be killed.
No, we can't. We're premium.
There's lots of things going on here, as not only is she facing her mortality, but she's also seeing what she looks like beneath her synthetic skin. This idea of facing one's death is shown in a more literal sense later on as Wendy visits where they buried the kids. Wendy can stay in the lab, but she has to be watched at all times. Kirsch also being cold furthers the idea that he did this whole thing on purpose. Boy's also casual about Wendy keeping this quiet, with it seeming like the emotions the hybrids will be going through could just end up in the way. Emotions are ultimately what makes them different to a machine though, and in the end, why I think, in the Alienverse, we didn't work towards this. Synths were always there because they were programmable slaves that wouldn't necessarily stand against their masters. Whereas kids having emotions, people questioning things, yeah, that would be a big problem for a corporation like Prodigy. We even see this idea of wanting to break out with a subtle overlay of the xenomorph as she clearly starts to think of her escape.
We're not safe.
Now she's realised that this person can't protect her and the kids are in danger just by being here. She's then stopped by the guards, and if these caps look familiar, then it may be because it's what a lot of the Marines wore in Aliens. Though they try and get in her way, she's mastered Xenomorph on Duolingo and can now control the beast. It smashes against the glass like the like button, and we later see how it's basically an attack dog. I do hope they explain how she was able to pick up their signals, and also how she can mess with the security feeds. We know Boy hasn't added these as he doesn't know what's going on, so it does seem like she's gained these abilities herself. Finally, they're starting to see how powerful that she is, and that she can control technology and the creatures, which are the two biggest fears the humans have. Boy is shocked by this as he leaves, and then Wendy says,
"You can't just erase things."
This is of course referring to Nibs having a trauma erased, and also Boy wanting to just silently brush Toodles' death under the carpet. Then goes from bad to worse for Boy as they learn someone's disabled the tracking. This was of course done by Arthur last week, and it seems like he's the only one who can get it back on. Otherwise, I'm guessing they just do it here. Not a great security measure, mate. Should have asked for the codes before you fired him. The Xenomorph then watches on, biding its time. From here we cut to Joe going to Wendy's room. I love how the set designers still have lots of cuddly toys about, as it does highlight that Wendy's still a kid. It's also where she's at mentally, and also why she's not really thinking too much into the plan. Joe then tells her the trackers are off and that he's got a plan to escape, which we saw him drawing out last week. However, she feels responsible for the other hybrids. She's the one who sold them this deal with the devil and has damned them to this immortality of servitude. Going to get Nibs, we finally get a confrontation between Wendy and Curly. I did expect a bit more of a showdown after Curly was basically taking advantage that Wendy was knocked out. Curly has been your sort of Tinkerbell archetype, and she's been jealous of Wendy throughout the show. She wanted Pan's affection, but he's been besotted with Wendy. Now Curly's angry at first due to Nibs being freaked out. Curly loves Neverland, as to her it's the best place she's ever been. We don't really know much about their lives off the island, other than Nibs grew up on a farm and slightly has a family in India. But beyond that, there isn't really much to go on. Wendy and Slightly seem to be the only ones interested in their past lives, so I do feel like the characters could be nursing some trauma, especially Nibs. Nibs is holding Mr. Strawberry, which is a toy that she got from Dame Sylvia's room. She has to keep it after nursing it like a child, and it kind of represents the baby that she thinks she's having. It's also very similar to how Newt carried around a doll in Aliens. The name may have another meaning, but all I can think of is the name uttered by Cooper in Twin Peaks. It was never really cleared up what that meant in the show, but let me know below exactly what you think it means. But yeah, both are weird shows with lots of crazy things going on, and Nibs is crazy. She says that no one can mess with her insides and that she still feels whole. I think it just shows she's completely broken, and like that doll on the beach, things aren't together. We as outsiders can see a lot's missing, and in the end she becomes a killer robot, which won't look good to the shareholders, especially as the whole thing is like robots can't harm humans. Ultimately though, Nibs decides to go with Joe and Wendy.
We're all gonna die here.
Now this has a twofold meaning for me. The kids are of course already dead as their bodies were zipped up in bags and buried. Beyond that though, Toodles has just died and it's further playing on their mortality. Curly however is staying put. She says how the boy genius just wants to help people and is fully under his spell. Snitches get stitches and end up in ditches though, so Curly promises to not tell anyone where they're going. But I do think it's implied by what goes on that, yeah, she was the one who snitched. Now saying that, you know, Joe was like asking about the boat all the time to his mates who also show up at the end. I mean, he wasn't exactly subtle, was he? So it could have been either one of them, but personally I think Curly was behind it. Dame is someone she confides in and basically a symbol of trust for the children. Dame might have even asked about Arthur off screen, and yeah, she might have just cracked at me like, the kids are making a break for it. This is the best place I've ever been, 5 stars of TripAdvisor. I think the main thing we have to realize though is that Boy's eventually going to do something so erratic that it gets them killed. Though the whole thing with the specimens was played off as an accident, we know that Boy would have brought the samples back to his island with or without the help of the hybrids. He was working with Petrovich and knew exactly what cargo that the Maginot was carrying. Now if it wasn't that, you know, it would be something else, and the guy's got a very cavalier attitude. He's called Boy Cavalier. He's got a very boyish cavalier attitude because that's subtext then. But it's basically showing that if they stay here long enough, something's going to get them killed. Wendy is just very lucky she can speak Xenomorph, like some crazy Dr. Dolittle. Now, Wendy, Joe, and Nibs need a distraction, so Wendy hacks the security at the lab. I love how as we come in, we can see the dead Xenomorph's tables completely at an angle. The acid in the blood's just slowly corroding the table, and over the episodes, it's been bent more and more out of shape. Wendy then just decides, yeah, just open up the door, and she unleashes the Xenomorph on the workers in the lab. Feel a bit bad for that woman just doing her research, mate, but yeah, she actually manages to escape. If you pay attention to the footage, you can see her dash out the room as it goes after the soldiers. It absolutely cleans house though, and we see it wipe out most of the staff. Now one thing that I found interesting is that the hybrids are actually in Slightly's room. On the left of the monitor, we can see Slightly's cricket pads just before the worker gets skewered. This is something that we saw earlier in the season when Kirsch was talking to him. Might have just been a case of forgetting to redress the set, or maybe they chose to meet here to try and find Slightly and Smee. Either way, it's a badass scene, and us Alien fans have been eating good this season with the Xenomorph stuff. It also kind of shows there's a very dark side to Wendy. She's kind of moving away from her humanity and now views them as something that's just getting in the way. We then cut to Dame looking at pictures of Arthur that were clearly taken last week. Guessing she's wondering why he hasn't texted back, as he probably never said goodbye. Obviously, you know, she could have left with him and got a job somewhere else, but I think she feels a responsibility to the hybrids. Just like how Arthur could have left Toodles to his own devices, but instead he had to go in the lab and find him after seeing his tracker was broken. I do wonder if this loyalty will lead to Dame's death as well, as both have put the kids above their own self-interests. Boy then walks in raging and says,
"Where is he?" "Who? The spouse."
Now it's kind of similar to how he only referred to Joe as the brother. It shows how little he cares for the people around him. He only sees those in his life as employees and his citizens. Even those that died in the crash were people he didn't really care about. Though he mockingly asked Yutani for thoughts and prayers, he wasn't giving that himself. He was just there to basically make money from the crash that he caused. Now, we did theorize that Arthur's firing would cover for Slightly taking his body. However, Boy knows he didn't get on the transport. Because of this though, Boy thinks he's potentially loose somewhere, and we can see the pressure finally getting to the character.
Why? Because he's a fucking saint!
That's like the first time he's really had an outburst, and this downfall of his company is coming not only from the inside, but also the outside as well. Considering that we haven't heard of Prodigy in the movies, we can safely assume the boy genius isn't that smart and his company will soon expire, so sell your stocks. I do feel like we might even see the island destroyed next week, and that Morrow's strike team is just the first wave coming in. They're of course there purely to secure the Xenomorph, and then I feel like Yutani's just gonna send in the cavalry and bomb the shit out of the island. Dame's then given the bombshell news that Arthur's missing, and he's turned off all the trackers. She genuinely has no idea what's going on though, and then we get the alarm. Once again we watch his boys rude to Kirsch and he says,
"Be useful."
I really wish we could just see Kirsch slap the smug off that little shit's face, and I do hope we get that at some point. We then see a team moving through the room covered in the mist. I do wonder if this is where the eggs will be planted when the Xenomorphs finally overrun the island. Earlier in the season we saw the mold scrubbers working here, and it would provide the perfect environment for the creatures. Now, in case you missed our last video, we talked about how Noah Hawley revealed those guys were just cleaning away the mold. On that breakdown, Firestud Kai in the comments discussed how the mold may have a deeper meaning, beyond just what we said in that the compound's becoming infected. They said that if we can't even contain something terrestrial like mold, then it's going to be impossible for us to contain the creatures, which is a point I love. Look, I even wrote I love that as a reply. Mold is also harmful to humans, whereas it isn't harmful to the machines. So again, it's kind of playing into the different levels of danger. Behind them we then catch Slightly and Smee sneaking Arthur's body around. Kirsch comes across them and then reveals he knows what's going on. It was like,
"Hello, Austin. How was your honeymoon?"
Well, it turns out that Vanessa was a fembot.
Yes, we knew all along, sadly.
He then directs them to the best route, and as we know, this is all part of the plan. I love how this is the first time he's helping as well, but he's only doing it because he knows they're going to be late otherwise. He wants them to meet with Morrow, and then this will allow them to lead him into his trap. I did wonder if Kirsch also had turned the trackers back on, and this is how they were able to find the pair with Arthur. He may have even tipped off the team later on about Wendy, and out of everyone, seems like the only person who's actually in control. And the only one who isn't an absolute idiot. Like, we see all the staff running around to find the Xenomorph. For me, I'd be going the other way and trying to swim back to New Zion. Lend me a wetsuit, mate. Meanwhile, Joe, Nibs and Wendy head out and we see the kid's gravesite. Nibs sees her real name, which is Rose Ellis. We then see Marcy's, and it must have been insanely emotional for Joe. I think the fact they buried them also highlights the corporation know the truth. They know that the kids have died and that a machine simply downloaded their consciousness. It's now copying them, but isn't really them. It's simply an AI. Much in the same way that Grok can mimic an author or the style of an artist, this machine's now simply copying a human. And it really asks questions about the soul. If we have a soul, then can that be copied and turned into something digital? Or is this lack of a soul, while the mind's still going, basically something that's sending people like Nibs insane? Wendy reminds them that it's not them, which is something I agree with. To her though, it's sort of a reincarnation and they're still alive. But Nibs says,
I don't think I am anymore.
I think Nibs knows the truth, and this is what's been destroying her. When she's looked in the mirror, been confronted with a near-death experience, had her memory erased, she's slowly seeing that isn't how humans act. To me, she's trying to do outlandish things to retain her humanity, and basically doing things like saying she's pregnant, which a machine can't do, but the fact she's saying it is because, like, look, I am human, I am human. I do also wonder if these minds can switch bodies as well. Much in the same way they could theoretically remake Toodles. Maybe even a scientist like Arthur could transfer them, but yeah, that guy is soon to be crab food. Either way, the graves have clearly been abandoned, and due to the growth, no one's really visiting them. Which you really wouldn't, due to the machines now seeming like the kids. I think it's sad though how the children were basically just euthanized, and then machines that mimic them were pushed by the corporation like they were the brand new iPhone. What's really happened though is what Arthur touched on earlier in the season, and in the end they've just killed some kids. Well, to me anyway. I know some people think that they are the kids and they are still them, but if you disagree, let me know below. What we can't argue though is that beneath their exterior they're all just machines, and I think this revelation with Toodles really hammered that home. If you want to see what they're like beneath the machine, then did you know we've just launched our brand new hybrid t-shirt which features Wendy. Our artist Sheridan based this off some of the promo art for the show, and it's one of the coolest designs we've done so far. Sheridan hit me up just as we were about to publish this video as well and said, look mate, we've got an even better shirt I've just launched. It's the bloody eye shirt. It's the best bloody shirt on the design. Scrap that other shirt. but buy that as well. But we've got the Oculus Eye shirt as well that you definitely need to pick up. We've also got our Isolation shirt, and I've just launched a variant version of it with the Maginot crest on the front. As always, if you get 3 of them, mate, you're going to get put into the deal where you get 20% off. You buy 2, I think you get 15% off. There's deals, 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 and it's a steal, steal, steal. Cheers. Joe then spots the security team and they decide to move on. Wendy might just be telling herself that the graves aren't them as she sees a memory of her body being zipped up and then sheds a tear. It's an interesting take on what it means to be human though, and while I wasn't too hyped on this part of the story, especially in the early episodes, at the moment, it's probably my favourite part of the show. Other than the eye, but it brings back a lot of memories and I can't look at myself in the mirror because I've got fucking gammy eye at the moment, which I hate! In terms of the synths though, I think Wendy's up there with like Bishop or David for me, as there's a complex side of them that makes him a really interesting character. Now, I kind of see her and Kirsch as opposite sides of the same coin. Kirsch is sort of like David in that he wants to watch what happens when chaos comes for the humans. In Covenant and Prometheus, you know, that was in the form of the Xenomorphs and Engineers, but in this show, there's lots of different specimens. Basically, we're his experiments, and that's kind of what I get from Kirsch. Wendy, I think, also sees a lot of kinship in the creatures, but she wants to use them for the betterment of mankind. So it's a more human perspective, whereas Kirsch is more like a machine. Either way, they then head out, and Joe's of course been studying the security guards on the island, knows the patrols, and also what route to take to the boats. So, complete with 2 killer robots, he's able to outsmart them for a bit. We then rejoin Slightly and Smee and see as they're almost caught. We get a look at the patrol, which has something very, very cool. We can see one of them has a machine gun, which is held just like a smart gun, which is one of the best guns in science fiction. He even has the shoulder-mounted light and body armor that the smart gun operators have in the franchise. I was like this when I spotted it. It's interesting that this and the pulse rifle are being used by these prodigy security guards, as the Colonial Marines used them when they were working through Yutani. The other guys in the squads are using versions of the M418 pulse rifle, and I do feel the fact there's so many guards patrolling the island also means the facility's a lot less guarded. This could lead to the other creatures breaking out, though they do seem to reunite and capture Morrow. The soldiers pass by, but it's all gone wrong for Slightly. They're like, dude, where's my face hugger?
Dude, where's my car?
The creatures come off and we see as it's now dead. This is similar to how they found an alien after it had planted its seed. But hey, it seems like everything's okay, and to make things even better, Arthur's doing fantastic. Always saw like what he's going through here is sort of that weird euphoria that dying people have, which is known as terminal lucidity. Just before death, people will seem normal, totally healthy, and maybe even happy. In the franchise, it happened to Kane, Navarro, and now also Arthur. It almost kind of puts him into a high here. We know from Kane that he had a nightmare about smothering, and I do wonder if getting out of the dream then makes you feel better. Like waking up from a nightmare and realizing it's not real. Hey, it's not that bad. Arthur also doesn't remember things because his brain has likely repressed it. But it seems fine, and better than fine, mate. Seems great. Then leads to a very funny conversation where they try and convince him it was a gas leak and they dragged him out to safety.
Confusion is a side effect of the gas.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic piece of comedy, as Arthur casually says.
What is that?
He has no idea what the facehugger is and is confused why he's outside. We also hear that he and Dame had a fight and that he doesn't want her last memory of him to be that. Does kind of make me think he was expecting to go away forever and that the company wouldn't let the pair see each other. Because corporations basically control everyone's lives and he knows how secretive the island is. Now though he dies, I do have a theory about what could be coming down the line, which I will discuss later.
I think you maybe saved my life.
Then he just stares at him thankfully, which about that, mate. Arthur's also studying them though to see if they're telling the truth.
Children have to learn how to lie. And you two are still learning.
Like my kid I come in my house and I'm like, where the hell's my alien Funko Pop? I need it for the video, and the kid will be like looking around like going, I don't know. Kids need to learn to lie, basically. So he knows something's amiss. Morrow never mentioned the chest burster though, so the kids don't really know what's coming. As they head out, we then get some clever editing as we see flashes of the last episode. It's great visual shorthand for memory recall, and Arthur slowly remembering what happened. He realizes that something's wrong and starts to snap out of his euphoric state.
Wait.
However, he wants to still help the kids, even offering to take them back and figure things out. You know, the guys at this point, he could just go to the dock and he knows the boat code, so he could easily escape. However, he just wants to look after the kids, even under the threat from Atom that he'd be shot if he stayed there. We know that he never managed to have them in real life, and the hybrids are a chance at raising them. This is of course taken from him, and Arthur's a very tragic character. He didn't get to have kids, was fired from his job, lost his wife, and then lost his life. I think how it highlights in this world, trying to do the right thing gets you killed. Morrow, on the other hand, has been completely ruthless, and this is what's kept him alive. Like, even if he'd opened the door for Zaveri, that would have caused some more complications. And yeah, only room for one in the impact room anyway. Xenomorph might have gotten in earlier though, but because he was selfish, he ended up surviving. Arthur actually helps though, and says,
That's the thing about lying. You do it once, and you gotta keep on lying.
No, you don't. Slightly finally has someone who will listen to him and not just use him. He even sheds a tear, and then they walk off holding hands. It's all fine, it's all gonna— oh wait, oh crap. They're horrified as the chest burster comes out in a harrowingly awful scene. Just like the crew of the Nostromo, it takes them by surprise and sprays blood everywhere. We probably can't show it, but it does kind of show how much special effects have improved since the 70s, as though it's the same thing happening in the scene. You can see just everything's been turned up and looks way more realistic. Like even the padding they had with John Hurt, they don't have that here. However, I figured out your trick, mate. Sand is actually fantastic for stuff like this, as you can bury the person and have certain parts of their body popping out and then use a dummy for the rest of it. Which I believe is what they do. I think it's his head and then he's buried under the sand with his arms out and then they've got a fake body there. If that's not the case, sorry, but yeah, looking at their effect and trying to figure it out, I was like, this is how I would do it because I'm a big Hollywood movie star. I'm a big director. I made 10 James Bond videos. It all happens so fast though, and the creature scurries away before they even know what happened. The kids are traumatized as Smee says, "You lied to me," and the poor old lad has been used and lied to after thinking he was helping. He's managed to avoid the horror of what's going on so far, but this is a brutal wake-up call. Now Slightly's only hope is to bring the corpse to Morrow. So they drag his body along the sand, and yeah, the kids are just out their depth. We then see Curly going to see Dame. She says mum, which is interesting, as Boy constantly reminded Dame that they're not her children.
Mom, I'm here.
They'd obviously look for that kind of figure on Neverland, and it reflects how in Peter Pan, the Lost Boys wanted Wendy to be their mother. Throughout the breakdowns, we've constantly talked about how the roles have changed, and how certain characters have become different characters in the story. So I do feel like Dame could become the Wendy mother type figure, and Wendy will become a mother to the Xenomorphs. She will then become the queen, and lead them to take over the island. The moment reminds us though that they're kids at the end of the day, as she says,
Everything's hard and I don't know.
It's a very vulnerable moment for Curly, and I think it shows why the machines are breaking down. Ultimately, kids are chosen for this because they're young enough to where their minds can be copied without necessarily breaking them. We do know it can't be done on adults, however, in putting a kid in a machine, you're basically copying across someone who isn't fully developed mentally, and thus they can't handle what they're going through. So the only people who can be copied can't deal with it, and thus we now know why the hybrid program isn't featured further in the timeline. Other than like, they only came up with it in 2025 or whatever, but this is why it doesn't appear in Aliens and stuff like that. Anyway, Curly's now just seeing her perfect world crumbling around her and realizing Neverland isn't what it was sold as. Toodles is dead, Wendy's taking nibs, and she's sat there wanting a nice normal life. It's unclear as to whether she told Dame about what happened, but again, in my eyes, she most likely did. We then see poor Arthur splayed out on a bamboo raft as the boys take him out to meet Morrow. All his dignity's gone, and he's just a lifeless empty shell, just like Toodles. This also reminded me a lot of like the dead character in a Vietnam War movie. I have no idea when they had time to build a raft though. Like a proper raft that as well. No wonder that took ages. Morrow then appears with his crew like Frogman Special Forces and says they've made landfall. It's kind of like a nightmare where they just emerge out the water. They're clearly prepared for a fight and also have pulse rifles and smart guns. We then see Morrow say,
I told you to come alone.
He's cold and nasty to poor Slightly, and it seems Arthur died for nothing. It's crazy how Slightly's more human than Morrow, and he doesn't even tell him what happened to his mother. Slightly just breaks down, and Arthur's body is just unceremoniously dumped into the water. We saw that doll washed up on the beach during the episode 4 title, which is where I was expecting him to turn up. In the end, we don't see that doll or really what it means, but that takes us into theory time. Okay, so shut up for a second, right? I've been thinking about the eye, and I'm wondering if it needs to inhabit a host while it's alive. After all, the cat looked pretty mangled, and I'm pretty sure it killed the sheep upon entering its body. So really its victims are all dead and just being puppeted around. Because of this, I do wonder if the eye could potentially inhabit Arthur's body. This could lead to it talking to Boy, and we'd also get an amazing scene with Dame in which she sees what her husband's turned into. Just having him wanting to see her again being twisted in this sort of fashion would be such a mental way to take things. And I do kind of hope they do something like that in the finale. Anyway, that's a theory time. In space, no one can hear your theory time. Anyway, we cut to Boy Cavalier with the Oculus in his office in one of the most unnerving escalations so far. We learn that the Xenomorphs have escaped via a waste pipe and that the Lost Boys are living up to their name. His focus should be on them, but once again, Boy's attention's been taken by something new and shiny.
Oh my god.
Sheep have been used in major breakthroughs in science before, with Dolly the sheep being the first ever clone. That's kind of what they're going for here, and the eye demonstrates its intelligence as it's able to recite pi.
Pie.
All advanced civilizations would know this, and it knocks away the next two digits. Like, they're saying all advanced civilizations would know this, but I didn't know it, so maybe I'm an idiot. What? This is how I find out. As for the final insult, it drops some shit and shows how demeaning it is to be kept in a cage.
Oh, if only you could talk.
I do wonder, like, if it inhabits a human, if it would just attack another human, or if it would sit down and be like, look, I've got a human body already, I don't really need to upgrade. It's like when you get a new phone, you know what I mean? I do wonder if it would do that. Yes, it attacked Severi on the ship, but it knew that crew were hostile and trying to keep it in a cage. So maybe if you're like, oh, look, you just take over a body, I'm going to sort you that, 24-month contract, you sit down, enjoy yourself. If the eye would be up for that. It also kind of shows how much of an idiot that boy is. Wendy exhibited uniqueness at first, so he completely loved her. However, when she was out of commission, he then focused on Curly. Then he went back to Wendy when she could talk to the aliens. He's just so erratic and ultimately inviting more and more dangerous things around him. It's at the point that he's moving the sheep into his office. Like, what are you doing? Everything is on fire around him, but at least he has that smart sheep, I suppose. He even says,
"You're being ridiculous."
No, you are, mate, because it's all gonna go to shit. Can you not tell what the way the season's going? Now, I want you to pay attention to what Adam says here.
If this creature were to escape and embed itself in the human population.
Or just one person.
Emphasis on the human population, not the population. The fact he says human makes me think that our theory about Adam being a machine is indeed correct. Because normally you just say the population. Now the other evidence for this is that during episode 4, he of course caught that ball. This is something Wendy also did as well, and I believe he's a machine, which I feel this line further confirms. We know from that article on board that he was in a car crash that killed one of his family members. It even has me wondering if Adam's modelled after his father and he basically replaced him as an advisor. I'll not theory time it, don't worry, but I do feel like, yeah, seeing that here just kind of struck a chord with me. But yeah, Boy is going ahead with keeping the sheep close, even though everything is shown that they can't be contained. I think my biggest criticism about the show is how everyone's just a complete idiot. I could explain the Maginot Crew away because they just hire the cheapest workers, and only the desperate ones would work for 65 years.
Did IQs just drop sharply while I was away?
But last week, Dame just sent Nibs back to her friends after wiping her brain. The only thing that seems smart is the eye. I also think Boy does see some kinship in it though. It seems to just do things to see what would happen. Basically, to see the outcome just like what Boy is doing. Banging the door and stuff, it's not even sure if it'll help, but it knows it's going to cause some chaos. And this is what Boy's doing throughout the season. Either way, he wishes the sheep could talk, which leads him to maybe his most sinister idea yet. He wants to put the Oculus into a person and gets the idea from Adam's warning. Did make me laugh as well when he said this.
You know, someone who talks and uses a toilet.
So yeah, he's just had a shit in the cage. We see just how expendable his staff are though, as he wants to put it into a scientist. However, he then changes his mind and wants to put it into someone with a low IQ like a mold scrubber, just to see if it makes them intelligent. First we had the staff murdered by the Xenomorph, and now some poor buggers gonna have an alien eye in their head. Like, I wonder what the Glassdoor reviews are like working here. We did see Shmuel taking over as well, which led to him trying to solo a Xenomorph. I do wonder if we'll get some sort of hellish hybrid of the Oculus and one of the other creatures, which this could all be leading towards. Boy then realizes he has the perfect person, which is when we cut to Joe. So yeah, you're screwed, mate. We then see an old piece of equipment which looks a lot like the engineer's chair on LV-426. Don't think it's the same one, but yeah, just the way it's shot, it did kind of remind me of that. They're almost at the dock, but are then ambushed by Weyland-Yutani soldiers. Nibs looks like she tries to mimic a xenomorph to intimidate the troops. Reminds me of the weirdo scientist in Alien Resurrection. Their giraffe was trying to imitate a xenomorph, and Nibs is also just as loony as he is. We then get the xenomorph in the jungle, and when I heard about this series, you know, having it on Earth in these kind of environments, that was a big selling point of the show for me. I love that the yellowy head of the creature also helps it blend into the environment. It leaps from a tree and massacres the whole squad and reminds me of something out of Predator. This is like the perfect environment that we could have the creatures facing off against each other in. And yeah, with Predator Badlands right around the corner, a Romulus sequel coming very soon, I do hope that we're building towards a crossover in this. The fact that Wendy's immortal as well, it means that she can easily pop up in those films that are further in the timeline. The creature then approaches, covered in blood, and Wendy touches it for the first time. What we are seeing is basically what Ripley may have even been able to do in Alien 3 had she not had that horrific experience with them on board the Nostromo. I'm guessing that the creature would have protected its queen and thus would have protected Ripley from danger. So she may have even been able to use it as an attack dog as well. And also like that creature in general, they basically put the prosthetics on a dog to see if it would work, and there's some hilarious behind the scenes footage of Alien 3 where it's just a dog dressed up as a xenomorph. Wendy, however, sees some kinship in the alien as they've both been experimented on and also controlled. Joe then makes a face, and Alex Lawther's physical acting is just so good in this show. It's great to see him grow as an actor, and I think I've been a fan since like Black Mirror and End of the Effing World. We'll say, bleep the swear in there. We then see the carnage that's just as bad as what happened in those Green Berets out of Fort Bragg.
I knew this man. Green Berets out of Fort Bragg.
He's starting to realize that saving his sister means the cost of someone else's life. It's the genesis of him tasering Nibs and trying to stop his friends from being killed. He's starting to realize that this isn't his little sister anymore and that she's actually extremely dangerous. She has zero qualms about killing as long as it helps her reach her goal. It's quite a dark turn, and if she becomes the queen, this is the attitude she'll need. We then catch up with Arthur's chestburster, which gets hit with a net, reminding me heavily of the Predator franchise once again. We saw it was used on a xenomorph in Alien vs Predator 1, which we do have a breakdown on the channel now for. Can I tempt you with some breakdowns, sir? So here, it does feel like a callback to that movie, or at least them using similar technology. The way it slurs is very snake-like, and there's lots of Garden of Eden iconography. Beyond Adam Eve, Boy's trying to play God, and Wendy's been blessed with knowledge. She's tempted to turn against the humans, and will now try and leave the paradise due to what a snake can take her to. Now, we later learn that Who Grabbed It's the Prodigy security team. Morrow's then seen heading to the bunker, which is what I believe the kids entered all the way back in episode 3. The set design looks absolutely stunning though. It feels like a Bond villain's lair on the outside and like a spaceship when we're on the inside. Morrow thinks he's got one over on Prodigy until the soldiers rush in. It's a very similar scene from the crash site. There we saw Morrow hold up both Smearn slightly. Kirsch then entered and basically took over the conversation. He then says,
"What did you do?"
Which is also what Wendy says at the end.
What did you do?
Both end up with the same fate, and the pair are captured by Prodigy's forces.
Nobody likes a sore loser.
Morrow then looks at the chestburster. It's kind of an evolution of the egg scene in episode 2, as there he looked at the egg, was confronted by Kirsch, Smee, and Slightly, and then leapt away. Here though, Kirsch isn't going to let that happen again, and he looks at the chestburster and then gets arrested.
Finders keepers.
Kirsch saying that is also just like his lines to Morrow in episode 2. He said how the ship isn't a place, but it is in fact an object. It's like a ball that's gone over a neighbour's fence, and Kirsch is that neighbour. The lads then go over to him and stand behind him, just like what they did on the Maginot in episode 3. It's kind of like your dad getting you out of trouble. Morrow's in denial, saying that this isn't over, and he's then locked up. Did make me laugh as well how Kirsch says that Smee and Slightly are grounded. Yes, the parent dynamic is great. We then catch up with our other trio as they arrive at the docks. However, it's a trap! Now, one thing I haven't mentioned is how much attention they put in the framing of the kids as they walk. It reminds me a lot of Peter Pan, where the kids walk in a line. There they follow the leader, and Michael even has a cuddly toy. Just like what Nibs has in this episode. It further hammers home those connections to Peter Pan, and just like the Lost Boys were caught, these guys are caught as well. The boat itself's also painted yellow, which kind of mirrors the loaders in the premiere episodes that drove out to the crash site. So here they get caught, which leads to a standoff between Joe's friend and the rest of the Prodigy team. Mr. Strawberry's thrown into the water, and Nibs goes absolutely mental. Like, she completely tears off that security guard's jaw. Like some kind of Mortal Kombat fatality. Again, in a possible Predator reference, she holds up the body part, just like the Yautja would hold up a skull and spine. I do wonder if Mr. Strawberry might also wash up in the shore as well, and kinda be like the doll in the recap. The soldiers are kinda screwed though, as they've been told not to harm the merchandise. So they basically just stand there watching everyone go on the attack. Nibs and Wendy make easy work of them before trying to call in the Xenomorph. Proper like a kill streak reward. Siberian almost has her jaw ripped off as well before Joe sees sense and incapacitates Nibs. It's not clear if she's dead, as we do see her twitching like Toodles did. I love how they have the tasers as well, and basically have the gun set to stun mode. The white blood also drips out of Nibs, and yeah, I will be interesting to see if she comes back. Rashidi tells Joe to drop the guns, and can also be seen wearing the same headset that the Colonial Marines wore. In the end though, Joe's betrayed his sister, and Wendy's lost everyone she looked up to. She was desperate to reunite with him, only for Boy to try and get into her head. She even said she could speak for herself, and while Joe realizes this has changed too much, she realizes she can't trust anyone human. Because of this, again, I do feel like the only way back's to erase her. However, in doing this, Boy would lose the person who can speak to the Xenomorphs. I don't see any other way back though, and it's the one thing Prodigy have in their arsenal. Every time they do it though, they chip away at the hybrids, and it all comes with a cost. Closing out the episode, we then get Songs for the Deaf by Queens of the Stone Age, from their album Songs of the Deaf as well. I mean, I wish I was deaf when I quite like that album, to be fair. I did when I was a kid. I loved that album. I'm trying to sound cool and say I didn't like it, but I did actually love it. But yeah, like them System of a Down came on Kerrang all the time, and I would sit and watch them. We also had Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters, the absolute GOAT. Unless you're his wife, of course. Now, Songs for the Deaf is a concept album all about a road trip across California. The lyrics for this song discuss the study of dying and then being in a hearse. As we saw, Nibs and Wendy saw their grave and have fully gone off the deep end now. They've abandoned their old selves and embraced their abilities. The song was teased by Noah Hawley in an interview where he explained why he's got such big rock songs to close out the episodes. He said that he wants to make it a huge arena show, with each song being a celebration of what you've just watched. Overall, it's a good way to close out the episode, and this one was full of action, lots of whoa, what the hell's going on here, and yeah, crazy moments. Like even Sigourney Weaver's loving the show right now. Personally, I think it's pretty good. I think I do have some problems with the characters and the decisions, and yeah, I just hope that some of the plot holes I have, or even things like how Wendy can even do all this, gets expanded upon for the finale. I don't know what's going to be happening. There's, lots of things that could kick off, and at least the shows, constantly kept me guessing. But yeah, very excited to see how they wrap this up, and I'd of course love to hear your thoughts in the meantime. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video, we're breaking down Alien Earth. The finale is now here, and episode 8 sends things off with a bang. Though this closes out the arc of the first season, there's also still a lot left up in the air for season 2. I know some people might think it's disappointing, but in terms of wrapping up a story to a certain point and then setting things up for the future, I think it does a good job of, closing out some things, but also laying the groundwork for what's coming. Now, it's a very bittersweet ending. Though the kids come out on top, there is that invasion by Weyland-Yutani on the way. We also have the fact that the Oculus is out there, and it's now infected Arthur's body. And I have to say, theory confirmed, motherfuckers! Theory time shut down? Nah.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up.
I got one more in me! But anyway, this episode was packed, and I want to break it down, but let's discuss that ending first.
Now we rule.
So we end with the kids in charge and the adults locked up in what look like UFC or WWF Lions Den cages. This is what was initially used to house the synths, but the security measures were worse than Arkham Asylum. After the events of last week, all the kids were locked up, just like how all the Lost Boys ended up captured in Peter Pan. Tinkerbell herself was locked up in a lantern, which the hybrid cell looks eerily similar to. Now in the book and film, the Lost Boys and Darlings were given two choices. They could either walk the plank or get in line, which I felt was similar to how the kids here had to toe the line or end up in the cage. In Peter Pan, the kids also end up winning, and they use Captain Hook's ship to return to London. This is similar to the show, where the hybrids also end up taking over the facility. Boy Cavalier's just like Peter Pan in that he didn't really want the kids to grow up, but in the end, even he seems to relish their plan, just like the real Pan. In that story, Wendy was desperate to finally grow up, which is also something that Wendy wants here. Peter Pan continued taking Wendy's relatives to Neverland in her daughter Jane, and I feel like Boy's gonna do something similar. He has of course brought his brother Joe to the island, but I do think that he might even create a synth version of her father, especially with what we get confirmed about Adam Eanes. Which is another theory time confirmed! I'll not do that. I'll stop doing that. In the end though, the adults are surrounded by their worst nightmare, which is a xenomorph and some crazy synths. The xenomorph is of course the crocodile from the novel and movie, and Morrow lost his hand like Captain Hook. The creature has somewhat followed him throughout the series, albeit different versions. What we end with though is the patients running the asylum and Yutani's forces closing in for something they aren't quite ready for. Noah Hawley's discussed in interviews how the show will be a mesh of the fears around nature and technology. The specimens represent the former, with the hybrids and synths covering the latter. Hawley talked about how we have this inbuilt fear of nature and technology, as both of them are either trying to kill us or replace us. And the fact the pair have now joined forces makes this ending even more terrifying. I have no doubt Yutani's gonna get wrecked and then the island itself may be destroyed. There's gotta be a reason why we haven't heard of Prodigy down the line, and I feel like that will be the focus of season 2. Okay, so we open with the recap from last week, which also scans over the xenomorph's body. This is left on the screen for a lot longer than usual, highlighting how the beast is now beginning to take over. Even though Wendy controls it, you have to ask if it's had this corrupting influence. I feel like they see themselves more as kindred spirits, and they enable each other to go down a dark path. Not that the xenomorph was being nice to everyone, but you know what I mean. From here, we then cut to the beach to see poor Arthur's washed up on the shore. It's akin to the doll's head from the opening of episode 4, and his body will be controlled by one once the eye gets a hold of him. Shoutouts to my mate Big Dave English, who had a great read on it and how it connects to the rest of the franchise. He pointed out that when Ripley first tries to get Newt to sleep in Aliens, she checks inside the doll's head for bad dreams. Newt replies, "She can't have bad dreams. She's just a piece of plastic," which I'm paraphrasing. The doll appearing here though may speak to the company seeing the hybrids as empty disposable toys with no real soul. In reality though, they actually can have bad dreams and can't suppress emotion, which is what Newt's forced to do in order to survive. The doll and now Arthur washing up on the beach coincides with their various mental states unraveling. The doll could also be symbolic of the children and how they came to the island broken and were turned into shells without any real voice or emotion. Or so the company's thought. The doll could also play into Nibs and her toy. Newt talked to the doll to comfort herself but knew it wasn't real. Nibs though, she thought her toy was real and spoke to it as such. Also, Newt doll sinks into the water when she loses it, and Nibs' toy also gets chucked into the water as well. This is what made her snap and rip that guy's jaw off, showing her loss of innocence was complete. So this beach, water, and dolls and people being puppeted, it's all really symbolic to the franchise, and shoutouts Big Dave again. Turned into literal crab food, we see one set on his chest and the xenomorph approaches it. Crabs, scorpions, ants and bees, they were all things that inspired the design of the creature. So having one set over Arthur's chest wound is a very nice touch. It's an opening that's also akin to the beach scene in House of the Dragon, and also the moment in Jaws where the police find the young woman. The crabs are feasting, and it looks like it's protecting its food as the xenomorph comes sniffing around. The creatures aren't interested though, as they usually only kill to defend or take humans to use as incubators for chest bursters. And it may even be looking for its little bro. I think what happens with Arthur though is absolutely horrific, and not only did he lose his wife, he lost his life and now was losing his eyes, which sort of rhymes. It all kind of builds towards though one of Boy's original goals. He wanted to test the Oculus on animals and then take it to an actual human, but not a smart one like me, smartest man alive, but someone with a low IQ like those guys at Screen Crush. This would actually help to test whether it improves the species' intelligence or if it's only able to go to a certain level. Arthur was of course a scientist, but its death will likely have killed his brain cells. I do wonder though if some of his memories will remain, including his last wish. Arthur wanted to be reunited with Dame for one last time as they ended things on a bad note. So him being puppeted around and then coming across her is something I think will be a big scene in season 2. The Oculus is able to turn a sheep into a deadly being, and with it being in the head of someone with 6 degrees, I think it's going to prove very, very deadly. The eye takes over the pathways to the brain, meaning that it takes over the neurotransmitters. So with Arthur only recently dead, these might still be intact, and the Oculus will be able to pilot the scientists like a robot. Or like that alien in Men in Black. Now in these breakdowns, I've often talked about how the island takes what seem to be innocent ideas and then twists them into something dark. Dame in episode 2 talked about how they managed to end death here, and Arthur has somewhat defied dying. Kind of. We also know that they couldn't have kids, and him giving birth to the chestburster was again a twisted version of that. In the end though, he's just going to be another variable for season 2 as Yutani heads to retrieve their assets. Kind of mirroring how Boy Cavalier sent his security team and hybrids to the crash site only for untold horrors to occur. Sort of like poetry they rhyme. Now Boy also wanted to put the Oculus in a mold scrubber, and that line gets a nice little payoff. We later see Joe's mates going through the facility and they're trying to extract people when they hear something. Turns out to be a mold scrubber, but it was just an amazing piece of continuity and writing. Either way, from the crabs we continue with the xenomorph as it stalks in the jungle. It reminds me a lot of the stuff from the DC Aliens crossover, where they'd often have the creatures in jungle-like environments. It's looking for its mummy, and it comes across Dame as she goes to visit the kids' graves. Now, we have mentioned quite a lot how she sees the kids as her own children, as she and Arthur couldn't have them. So no doubt they threw themselves into the hybrid work, and even in the face of Boy being Cavalier, she still said she didn't take the children's deaths lightly. She puts a flower on Jean Meter's grave, which we later learn is Curly's real name. It's also very similar to how the kids were given a flower just before they died. I did say last week how this gravesite had probably been forgotten about, and this was due to it seeming like the kids were alive in the machines. However, we can tell by the rotting flowers on the grave that Dame's been coming to the site regularly. The stones themselves, though, are very corporate with just the names and a little bit of colour. However, there isn't much else. Clearly the corporation didn't really care about the kids enough to get to know them with personalised gravestones, and they seem to be as much a corporate shell as the machines are themselves. Dame is trying to give life to it by placing the flowers, but I think deep down there is that side of her that knows they simply died and just copied across their consciousness. However, she does speak to Marcy's grave in a way that shows she believes she's still going through growing pains. So she sees the kids as alive. But yeah, she's visiting the grave where Marcy's body's buried at and is clearly very conflicted. Again, playing off the whole twisted notion of death here. I still wonder though if the kids were actually dying or as close to death as they were initially made out to be. We saw how Marcy was given what I assume was chemotherapy, as she mentioned radiation treatments. It explained how she lost her hair between writing the letter and when we saw her put in an adult body. The other kids apparently had rare diseases, while Wendy most likely had a form of cancer, but I think in this day and age in the future, there would have been a lot of things that they could have probably cured. I actually think we might get some dark information released from Arthur's brain if the Oculus can indeed access memories. This could expose the fact that they didn't necessarily have that big death sentence that Boy told them they had. The fact she says growing pains could also refer to a couple of things. The kids seem like they were in their tweens or even their early teens when they were put into those adult bodies. It's of course a pivotal time, as I'm sure you know, as your body changes and you start to experience really complex emotions, which you can't often fully process. The kids are constantly in a state of flux with their emotions, they're constantly teens, and yeah, though they're in adult bodies, I can't imagine anything worse. The corporation simply don't care though, and they were just a product to be presented to investors. Because of the time they were swapped across, they're probably always going to be in this hormonal teenage state, which yeah, I don't think anyone on the island wants to deal with. They know so little but think they know best, which leads to the whole island being brought down. Though Boy was obsessed with keeping people young, I think in the end that's not the way to run things. Growing pains could also refer to her struggles with the adult world, which does make sense. We then hear a branch snap, which makes her look back and see the big old attack dog drooling in her face. It's akin to a lot of the attacks that we've seen throughout the franchise and reminded me of the really iconic image of Ripley and the creature from Alien 3. Luckily though, Joe's friends come to save the day. I did wonder why they didn't use that taser weapon, because we have seen that it definitely stuns it. But then again, all season long I've been wondering,
Did IQs just drop sharply while I was away?
the Xenomorph then heads off to Rip, and I love the bird's eye view where we can just see bodies in the courtyard. It's massacring people everywhere, and it looks kind of like the ending of Gen V Season 1. Now typically Xenomorphs don't actually kill, as they normally grab people and then take them to the hive. Stuff like Dallas in the Vet and Alien, and hell, even the one saving Rain from falling down the shaft in Romulus, that was all done to take humans to the hive. This is where they're infected with the chest bursters, so they can then go and create more Xenomorphs. Even if it's just by itself, it tends to find an area where it can take them to build a hive. The fact it's doing this though, and killing people outright, could highlight it's found its queen in Wendy. It likely knows that she won't be producing eggs, and thus there's no point in taking people away. It's a total bloodbath though, as the comms are down and the island's cut off from everyone else. Sadly, they said they wanted to remain on the island because they knew where the monsters were, but we see how stupid that is. And me, I'd be swimming to New Siam as we speak.
Utani is jamming the satellites. We're cut off.
I love the way Adams Eames reports this to Boy, and it's a very cool voiceover. It just sets a somber and dire tone for any humans left alive on Neverland, and dispels any idea of escape. We can even see the degradation manifest in the mold on the walls, and we first saw the scrubbers in episode 1 cleaning away this rigorously. Hawley had cleared this up though, and said that they had to constantly keep this in check. I love the symbolism of the mold though, and how as the island's falling apart, this is manifesting everywhere. We also learn that the hybrids are kept in a cell, but it's not actually designed to contain synthetic beings. And yet, surprisingly, doesn't go to plan. This sets up their easy escape, and also the fact that the humans will be held here as long as the hybrids want.
I'm not sure how long it will hold if they decide to break out.
We also get some cuts of the Native American figures from the kids' rooms. Initially, I thought this was a nod to Peter Pan, but I do wonder if it's also a comment on a foreign invader coming in to slaughter a population and then take the land, which definitely feels apt. The adult Xenomorph is on the loose, but the security staff keep getting picked off and the island is woefully understaffed, making a fight against Yutani's troops almost impossible anyway. As a big cyberpunk fan, I also love the idea of the corporations fighting against each other and it basically being like a good old war. Whereas countries used to invade other countries, corporations now invade other corporations. Even the name Weyland Yutani hints to how the latter took over the format.
Have a good journey, Mr. Weyland.
This was in the wake of the Weyland's death in Prometheus, and it allowed Yutani to seize the corporation easier. Corporations basically run the world now, and they've superseded governments due to them controlling every aspect of life. Hell, I bet even Amazon could do it right now if they wanted to, because I basically buy everything from them. This is also why Boy referred to his city as his citizens, because he's now more like a head of state. I think one of the best things the show has done is expand upon the state of the world, as we never really saw Earth that much in the original movies. It's a great comment on corporations, capitalism, and ultimately what often brings empires crashing down and how it's normally something from within. This is exactly what's going on here, and Atom basically rattles off how screwed they are. Boy is disinterested though, as he just reminisces back to when Marcy was transferred into Wendy's body. It's the same scene that we saw at the start of episode 1, however here we see her stand up and adjust to her new body. It's kind of like a baby deer standing up for the first time. Very Bambi-like. It's something that was kind of glossed over in the show, but I think Noah did a great job with how it's presented here. We go from here struggling like a deer to then panning over to the infected sheep, and it's a nice way to show how these horrors have infected the island. We then see her fall down, only for it to then cut to her in the jail cell. This is expert shorthand for showing her growth and what happens when she learns to stand up for herself. Ultimately though, it all comes crashing down. Boy's attention is then immediately drawn to the sheep and he says,
"Things you've seen. Yeah, that really would be an interesting fucking conversation."
This calls back to his conversation with Damon episode 2.
I want to talk to somebody smarter than me.
Thanks.
He wanted to finally have an interesting conversation, but he's very up his own arse. Like he thinks he has a brain the size of the galaxy. No one so far has been able to satiate his desire for a good conversation, and honestly, I doubt they'd even be able to have one that interested him. He thought Curly could after he gave her some reading material, but now he thinks that Oculus might finally give him what he wants. I was hoping that the eye would infect him for the finale, and we then get some sort of Resident Evil 3 type ending. However, he ends up locked in with the rest of the adults, but we do get an insight as to why Boy's mind's been all over the place this season. Kirsch later explains,
Sir, a defining symptom of ADHD as severe as yours is impulse control problems.
this is so severe he actually has to take pills for it, and his mind constantly jumps from obsession to obsession.
Let's fucking go!
It explains why he keeps switching his focus from the hybrids to the xenomorph and then to the Oculus. It's also why he just wants an interesting conversation, as this might finally keep his focus. He's just bored with everyone around him, and they all struggle to keep his attention.
Why don't you grow some balls?
We then finally catch up with Joe, who's been put in a cell with Morrow, which seems like a recipe for disaster. The cyborg's also being given a metal cuff around his cyborg parts, which I really loved. Joe has versions of his sister screaming though, and clearly has a lot of regret. It's here that we then jump to the hybrids. Curly says she's the favourite and shouldn't be here, and it's very clear that people think she's the snitch, including me.
You snitched.
Curly says she didn't know, but yeah, she's the only one who knew, and Arthur also disabled the trackers. As I mentioned, we saw her shoot her shot with Boy, only to end up being belittled by him when it turned out Wendy could talk to the xenomorphs. So she's constantly just getting the wrong read of the situation. Though she thinks she's the favourite, the only favourite of Boy is Boy himself.
Let's fucking go!
On a side note, Samuel Blankins is just very good as the smarmy dickhead. Let's just hope he's given good material when he returns in Netflix's The Watcher, which I think is gonna be great.
You serious?
Did make me laugh though when Smee asks if they told on him, and she's like,
"No, I don't even know what you did."
"Yeah, I don't know if you want to know, because that side quest was a side quest from hell." Now, I have been talking to Griffin from FilmSpeak a lot about the series, and he came up with a really interesting read on Nibs. Guy's much better at analysing stuff than me, but he said I could steal it, and he had lots of thoughts on the memory wipe and what the series is doing with Wendy. He said that Alien has always felt a bit like a female agency metaphor, and like a metaphor for birth and reproduction.
My.
Nibs had the feeling of being impregnated by the alien, and even though it was fake, her experience was real to her. In many ways, the clinic more or less forced her against her will to get an abortion because it went against the image they wanted to present with the synths.
Immortal for a low, low price.
Sweeties, you're floor models.
They robbed her of her agency and also her mind.
What's wrong with me? I don't have any of that.
She had no say in the matter, and I think that messed with Nibs even more. The fact that her body is no longer her body and that she doesn't have a choice is something that destroys her. She may not be physically pregnant, but she feels it, and their solution is to erase her memory and erase that part of her. The way the eye attacked her could also be seen as an assault, and due to the sexual nature of the Alien franchise, like with all the male sexual assault, you could see it as being a violation that the company now just want to sweep under the rug. They only want her to present as human, they're not actually interested in all the baggage that comes with that. Griffin said he thinks that also starts to eat away at Wendy. She fully believed that she was human, but then she starts to harken back to things like what Kirsch said about her emotions and seeing the world for the way it is, rather than how she feels about it. In the end, she starts to believe, well, if I'm a machine, then I might as well just cut off my emotional attachment because it's not doing me much good. I think the thing with Nibs disturbed her immensely and put everything into perspective. If humanity is all about playing God, cutting things open and seeing what's inside simply because they can, then she just wants no part of it. Which is also sort of the rebellious side that Wendy had in the book when she stood up to her parents in Peter Pan. There, she didn't want to grow up because of all that comes with being a woman, coming into maturity, but then once she realizes that staying young forever is arguably worse, she starts to have a change of heart. Griffin even said that Wendy might come around again in season 2, as she's in her rebellious stage at the moment. And I definitely agree with that, and go and check out his channel at FilmSpeak, as I know he's doing a video on the series, which I think will add a lot of interesting things. And he also edited this part of the video, so it's very fourth wall breaking for him now, getting a shout out while editing it. Wendy then talks about how they found their graves, and this is how we learn that Smee's named Christopher, and also get the confirmation with Curly being Jane.
Jane.
Tootles, aka Isaac, was also called Steven.
Yes, I think that's right.
His mum actually used to call him Steve-O. No, not that one.
No. Okay, I'm the favorite. I'm not supposed to be here.
Which is Curly once more reassuring herself that she matters. How about Wendy shuts this idea down for good and says,
No, in the book, Wendy Darling is Peter Pan's favorite. And then she grew up, and that made Peter mad. And so he kidnapped her daughter, Jane.
Which may even be what Boy wants in the younger Xenomorph. Though I do think it will grow pretty quickly, but it's a theory, mate, and we've been killing it at the moment. Just like the story though, Boy doesn't want his lost boys to grow up and they're stuck like this forever. He can wipe the memories and basically have them constantly repeat this period of their lives. Wendy then says,
All this time, we've been afraid of them. But I think they should be afraid of us.
I wouldn't necessarily agree they were scared of Boy and his staff though, and this is mainly due to the fact that they were indoctrinated and brainwashed that their maker is the be-all and end-all. But it does show how screwed they are. Kirsch, Adam, and the other synths can't attack due to their programming, but these kids have children's minds inside a machine. Once they overcome the indoctrination, they're deadly to anyone who slighted them. We saw that with Nibs last week, and they have the agency that machines like Adam don't. Wendy then gives an ominous look to the camera like a synth Jim Halpert. She knows she's being watched and has full control of the network. Now, I did think it was disappointing how they didn't really explain her powers and she kind of just becomes a Wendy Sue. They might explain it in other seasons, but for now, she can talk to the Xenomorphs and control machines, whereas the other synths can't. And she can just do it because she can do it. Don't ask questions. Boy is completely unaware of this and also has no idea why she can pick up on the Xenomorphs' communication. Which, yeah, I would have loved to have seen why she can and the other synths can't, but again, they don't really develop it. Before breaking out though, she then calls in the Xenomorph. This is across a hive network, which is why I can hear her. She may have even projected her voice via the speakers outside, as she has complete control of the facility. Looks so cool though, as it begins to emerge and we get Wendy laid over the top of it. This shot was used heavily in the trailers, and it's an amazing way to show it coming from the abyss. Wendy then shows she's now in charge by turning off the cameras. Kirsch assures Boy that they have their own power in the lab, but he's clearly had enough of Boy's shit and starts to clap back. Boy has fully lost control of the situation, and really it's all his fault. He could have just kept on with the hybrids on their own and perfected them and basically had these immortal bodies that everyone would have flocked to. The aliens would have inevitably tore Whale and Yutani apart from the inside, because they always do, but the fact that Boy took the creatures actually saved Yutani in the long run.
Brain the size of a planet. Why don't you grow some balls? You want to fuck with me, Yutani, huh? Let's fucking go!
Which reminded me a lot of Scarface in one of the final scenes where he's all high and wanting to take on the world.
You wanna fuck with me? Okay.
You wanna play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend!
Wendy then messes with the feed and Boy calls everyone morons. He then callously asks the soldier,
How do you feel about your eyes?
Showing that at this point, his plan's spiraling out of plan and he just wants to do whatever he can. Because yeah, I doubt anyone in the world is like, my eyes, mate, bloody sick of them, get rid of them. Unless, of course, you have an eye infection, or which I have been through, and I would have done anything to have my eye, Boy. He really is like a child pulling wings off a fly, and in the end, his vindictive side wins out, and he wants to put it in Joe. He believes that he's chosen someone weak, but ultimately we know Joe's a survivor. His sister also wouldn't stand for it, and it's him further going off the deep end. Wendy then broadcasts herself into Dame's room and plays the kids' interviews. She repeats,
We'll be okay. Won't we? Won't we?
It's clearly Wendy manipulating the footage, as Wendy says, won't we, very ominously. It taps into Dame's guilt over failing the kids, especially after she said the dead children are not something they take lightly, ever. Dame has failed the kids though, as well as her husband. She opted to erase the memory of Nibs, which has led to this uprising and seems to just want to stay with them, even if she has to hurt them. It's why, in the end, she's also in the prison with the rest of the adults. She may have helped create them, but she barely checked in with them and would never stand up to Boy. Also, love how we get Nibs saying she has mixed emotions.
I'm not really sure. I've got mixed emotions.
Which, yeah, kind of sets up her instability. Cutting to Joe and Morrow, the latter wakes up saying,
It's the best I'm gonna feel all day. Let me enjoy it.
Yeah, mate, it really is. The pair are together again after Morrow saved his life at the crash site. Morrow has got an almighty shiner though, and he says,
It's a yesterday conversation. I don't look back.
I feel like this plays into his name, as he's always looking forward to tomorrow. However, we saw with his daughter's stuff that he did in fact reminisce. So though he paints himself out almost like an unfeeling machine, he does have this side to him. Though he lets Severi die, I did feel like he'd lost all hope at that point. That was just him moving on, but I do think he genuinely cared about the crew, at least at some point. Morrow also says,
"How's the lung?"
Which is exactly the same thing that Boy asked Joe.
Yeah, how's the new lung?
Both did it in a belittling manner, and both kind of play up how they saved Joe's life. Morrow stopped the Xenomorph from killing him, and Boy gave him a new lung. As we know though, Morrow continued with the Xenomorph and it got free, and Boy used the lung to create another creature. So it's not really something Joe should be grateful for. He smiles when he talks about a rush, and says, "Feels good, doesn't it?" I think that Morrow may end up as a hybrid down the line, as he wants to be more than human. The guilt and sorrow that he feels for his daughter will possibly be something that can eventually be erased. In episode 2, he said of the Sins how he wished to be a machine, as being human comes with a lot of pain. He clearly wants to get rid of his humanity, and that's something that can be done to the hybrids. Morrow talks about the high price he paid for being saved by Yutani, and that everything comes with a cost, saying everything doesn't begin to cover it. We know he's lost not only time with his daughter, but also 65 years of his life. So it's like, what is he even living for at the moment? Joe had to do what Adam/Boy asked of him, or he would have had to pay the cost for his new lung and lose access to his sister. Morrow also had a full ride scholarship for his daughter, but ultimately it just led to more pain. So they both highlight the Faustian deals and how you never really get what you want. On the flip side of this, Morrow and Boy both want the specimens for their own gain. One wants to use them and make new unknown horrors, while one wants to give them to his corporate overlords. Just the absolute worst type of co-worker you can have. Proper Randall from Recess, this guy. Joining the soldiers, we then hear they want to get to the armory and stack up with the big guns. They've clearly realized the weapons they've got are ineffective against the Xenomorph and want something more powerful. I did also wonder if Boy purposely gave them less impactful ones because they could potentially damage the synths. Last week they talked about them being the merchandise, and had they shot them on the dock, then yeah, would have cost like $12 billion.
We're down to our last buck. How do you say give me some change in Portuguese? Muito obrigado. It's too late. Obrigado. There they go.
Ominously, they then head to the lift, which gave me major Shining vibes. The kids earlier said that they were ghosts, and Wendy is of course a name that also comes from the story. The kids basically prank them that the lift's about to self-destruct, and it leads to a very hilarious scene. Cutting to different feeds, I love how Kirsch is just sitting there carrying on with his work. Contrasting this though, we have Dame Sylvia, who's absolutely going through it. Haunted by echoes of the past, she's racked with guilt. It's like some sort of Edgar Allan Poe story, similar to The Telltale Heart. Wendy then finally cuts to her brother as Smee asks if she's mad at him. He rightfully says that Nibs killed someone though, and implies that Joe was right to shoot her. It's here that we then get a sort of flashback where Joe reads a letter from her. It seems to be really early days in her chemo though, as she still has hair. It mirrors the scene with Morrow and the Maginot in episode 5, and there we saw him remember his daughter and read from her letters. As mentioned, he seemingly had to do awful things to ensure she had the best possible chance at life. He's killed Sins, done lots of bad things on the Maginot, and in the end his daughter's just died in a fire. Joe has also seemingly done bad things under the contract with Prodigy. While his letters read out, we can see his squad seem to put down protests by the citizens. Boy rules over them, and they likely have zero agency. Democracy is dead, they can't vote or oust him, and in the end, they basically live in this huge company town. Joe was victim to this as well, as he was also told he couldn't leave, which has likely happened to these citizens. Protests happen at a checkpoint, and it reminded me a lot of The Last of Us. While he's a medic, he is still complicit in helping put the boot on the working man's neck. We know that Joe's dad was sick, and he was away when both his sister and dad needed him the most. Just like Morrow, a loved one died while he was out working in this late-stage capitalist hellscape. In the letter, we hear how Wendy says she wishes he could come home, but she's just a kid and has no idea he's locked into this construct for life.
Don't forget, you're here forever.
Both the families wanted their loved one back from work, but that's not the way the world works. The Prodigy staff's day then gets a lot worse as she unlocks their cell after remembering how much she loves her brother. Morrow plays it cool, asks for a cigar, and then knocks out the guard. This is something we've seen him smoke a lot, and it plays into how he promises to burn the place to the ground, which makes me wonder, Is he gonna like cover the place in petrol and smoke a cigar and throw it and basically set fire to the island? What a great scene if they steal it, and well, one credit. For the meantime though, he just doesn't seem to want to hurt the kids directly. He just wants his toys back. The guard's uniform here, namely the cap, also looks a lot like what the Marines wore on the briefing scene during Aliens. We then get a badass shot as he basically smashes off the hand restraint and loads up the gun. Kirsch is his first target, and he heads to the lab, which is where we see the body of Tootles. Rather than being buried though, he's just pushed out the way like a broken iPhone or something. Now, I think Kirsch might actually be trying to fix his mind. Last week he said theoretically it might be possible, and it does appear to be that sort of device. Morrow then arrives and Kirsch lets off a shot which damages the glass holding the plant. This escapes, so it's a nice split-second shot to let us know how that happened. The fight is great though, and I love the way they have Morrow fight with pretty much nothing but his strong hand. Oh, my strong hand! Yeah. He ends up smashing Kirsch like the like button, and we see the white blood dripping out his mouth. Morrow then rattles off about John Henry. Known as the most powerful and fastest man who worked the railroad, he apparently raced against a steam-powered rock drill. Henry won, but ultimately his heart gave out from stress. Now, how this could apply to the show is that Morrow is desperate to prove he's better than Kirsch. Eventually, I think this will come at the cost of his life though, and I did think he died here trying to show he was better. The plant escapes, and then Kirsch puts him in a sleeper hold, but ultimately he survives. This could play into the Asimov law of robotics and how synths are actually unable to harm humans. And yeah, I breathed a sigh of relief when he was still alive, because I did not want to say goodbye just yet. Also, all that milk on your clothes, Kirsch, you're gonna need some new ones. Why not check out our merch store right below the video? There we've got our alien-inspired clothes and have this lovely isolation one that you can see right behind me here. We've also just launched 2 brand new ones as well. The first of these is our Wendy synth one, which is based off some of the concept art from the show. We also have one of my favourite designs, which is the bloody sheepmate with the eye. Lots of discounts on there, and the more you buy, the more you get off. For example, you buy multiple shirts, you get 20% off, and it all goes towards helping videos like this get made, so thank you for all your support. Now, I love how we cut to Wendy watching the fight, looking bored as the battle goes to the ground. Yeah, which I agree, mate, the ground fights are very dull. It's here that Boy then comes in to taunt his hybrids. We get a long ominous shot of the corridor akin to the opening moments of Alien. We then watch as the xenomorph heads back into the facility via the waste pipe. The creature used the vents on the Nostromo and the pipelines at Hadley's Hope. So it's just nice to continue the idea. They use tunnels and pipe work to get around. Boy's very smug though, and he mentions how the kids are sad and locked in a cage with no one to play with. Curly then calls him a liar and finally shows she's breaking free of his control. Wendy, however, snaps her fingers and opens up the door, which instantly scares Boy. However, he does also seem a little impressed by it. Snapping your fingers is a command that often shows who's really in control and a way to basically cut through the noise in a minuscule gesture. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, I could do this with just a click of my fingers, and it's a great way to show dominance that, yeah, Wendy definitely possesses here. Also potentially why they had the snap in Marvel. But moving on. Now, it's here that we get some major backstory for the boy genius. He reveals that he in fact killed his father.
When I was little, my daddy was a drunk.
Which reminded me of one of Joker's monologues in The Dark Knight. Boy looked down on him as he was an alcoholic that abused him, and this thrust him forward to make his first synth at the age of 6. Turns out that Adam Eanes was said machine, and it's implied that he killed Boy's father. Now, when Morrow looked over his history, we could see some parts of an article. This said that Boy had been in a car crash which had led to the death of his ... which then left a mystery in the air. The journalist wondered why he'd not just used one of his synths to drive, which was something that the public kind of speculated about. However, if this was his father, then it dates his dad's death after his work had already began. So it might not have even been his dad in that article, and I feel like he may have had a hand in other people's deaths. After all, we see how cavalier that he is. He might have even kept Adam around and then faked his death to get the reins of the company. But what we learn is that this new toy became his father, and he kept up the charade. Mainly because no one would take a 6-year-old seriously in the world of business. Adam was the figurehead while he did all the work in the background. Presumably, this was until he became of age and then took over. But But this explains why he's obsessed with children's minds, as he knows from personal experience how good their imaginations are. It also explains his disdain for adults and why he wants people to stay as kids forever. Also wonder if Adam's identical looking to his dad, and then they basically staged a car crash. He took over and then they were like, yeah, it must have just been his father the whole time. But we're getting off track there, and what we do know is the mask is slipping heavily, as he says the kids are just floor models and basically gives a sales speech. They've just been a way to make money from this entire time, and he treated them well as long as they behaved. The minute the money started to be at risk, he locked them up and then started berating them. He's become abusive, just like his own father, and in a twist of irony, they've now replaced him. Nibs then just goes a bit mental and it all kicks off. This scene though might be one of my favorites in the show, and Wendy says,
"Run."
The kids are having fun with it as Smee pretends to be a beast, which is something that Nibs has also done to scare the humans in the last 2 episodes. It also reminds me heavily of Sid's toys in Toy Story. Each one of the kids then goes and gets revenge on the one who hurt them. Nibs goes after Sylvia's revenge for deleting her memory, and Wendy goes after Boy, while Smee and Slightly take on Kirsch and Morrow. Curly goes to take out the guards and then says that her name's Jane, reclaiming who she once was. We also get the lights set to strobe mode, with strobe lights being a big thing in the Alien franchise. The music is superb though, and it sounds a lot like the climax in Aliens. She says no one touches her brother, and we then cut to him in Wendy's room. We see Adam hitting the Alfred Hitchcock pose, and he's extremely intimidating. He once more offers a deal that seems great on the surface, but ultimately it's got a hidden side to it.
I think you'll like what he has to say.
The last time the pair had a tete-a-tete, Joe was forced to stay on the island and observe his sister. And yet, this deal isn't much better. The eye forcibly inserting itself into a person also fits well with the original movie's theme of forced birth. We then join Slightly and Smee, and I love how they pass by the mold, which we can see has now grown even more. The xenomorphs also running rampant in the corridors, while Nibs continues her therapy session. It builds off the back of last time they were here, and is sort of a continuation of her attack. Arriving at Kirsch, he then hands over what sort of looks like rosary beads. These are in fact what comes from out the synths, and they surrounded Ash and Alien after he was destroyed. We also saw them with the damaged bishop in Alien 3. I think though, because of their look, they have a lot of religious symbolism to them, and ultimately playing to the themes of gods and those who are held captive by them. Morrow ultimately tells Slightly he didn't hurt his mother, but it doesn't seem like he cares, showing his further detachment from humanity. That's all he was bothered about last week, but now he's ready to deal out vengeance. Joe is then taken to Boy's office, and we see the sheep chambers open. Adam says they're not monsters and that they know his sister has rights, which is obviously a lie. Joe then quips that his lung is free, but they're gonna take everything else, which kind of plays off his conversation with Morrow. But yeah, it all kicks off, and the Oculus eyes up its victim, Eyes up its victim, I said. Eyes up his victim. What do you mean you don't think that's funny? As mentioned though, Joe is a survivor. He's gonna make it. I love the way the sheep just drops to the ground as the eye escapes, and Joe makes a break for the chamber. However, it attempts to go in the feeding hole, which is where we see the Hay from last week. Using its slingshot abilities, it goes for his face, and when he's able to break in just in time. However, Adam's there to throw down. Reminds me heavily of the first Alien movie, and there we saw Ash fight against Ripley before the rest of the crew came and helped her defeat the synth. I do feel like Adam was programmed to be able to harm humans, which in the end is how he hurt Boy's dad. Clearly though, being born an adult has made him dislike kids. Adam says he didn't see the point in creating forever children and couldn't stand an eternity of "are we there yet?" Whew, and as a parent, mate, I agree. Atom Eanes for president. Like the minute we get out the driveway, mate, my kids are like, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Why aren't we there yet? We'll be there soon. We'll be there soon. Don't make a robot kill me though. I love you, kids." Luckily, our girl hits an almighty volley and knocks out the Oculus for now. Go! Now, we then see she's unlocked a brand new superpower as she manages to stop Adam in his tracks. Something which I feel is taken right out of Westworld.
I need assistance. Freeze all motor functions.
He's also on the network like every other piece of tech in the building, and thus able to be controlled. Again, like Westworld, she says she gets to say what happens now, and you don't get to hurt us anymore. In that show, Dolores became self-aware and helped the rest of the host robots rise up and fight against the humans. Wendy is now doing the same thing, and I'm not at all mad that Noah Hawley's lifting stuff from that show, because yeah, at this point, it's difficult to think of a better show discussing AI. Not to get too spoiler on that series, but latter seasons of Westworld also had similar themes of human minds being put into machines. I also wonder if they're going to put her on a similar path to Dolores, and that as she gets into the real world, her powers start evolving. Like, if she can access networks here without issue, then she might be able to do it to others. The siblings then discuss Joe shooting Nibs, and he justifies it by saying she was hurting his friends. They basically talk about how they're supposed to be helping people, and Wendy asks,
"Are you saying Nibs isn't people?"
She's furious at what happened and says, "Maybe you should call me it." At this point, he then belittles her by saying that the world is complicated and she sounds like a child.
I didn't make the world. You sound like a child.
To him, she has a very simplistic idea of the world. To her, you must be really nice, hit the thumbs up, do good things, but in reality, the world doesn't work like that. We saw earlier how Joe was at the side of a protest and he was stuck in this awful job despite wanting to go to medical school, which is where he could have helped people. To him, that's the way the world works and things are just complicated.
Don't say complicated.
People will be left powerless, and I think her pushing Adam over represents how she has the ability to destroy everything. Joe then says how the xenomorphs see them as food. This is a line which is very similar to something Kirsch said earlier in the season. He said how humans didn't see themselves as food anymore, but there's always something bigger and stronger out there that will eat you if it's given the chance. But Wendy thinks she can tame them, create world peace, and basically have you chilling with your alien bro. Ultimately, I don't think that will happen though, and I think she's very naive. We then see Boy skipping through the compound wearing a bulletproof vest. Obviously, you know, that'll be useless, mate, and he then comes face to face with the xenomorph. I love this scene and how we see it on the ceiling and then get all the flashing lights. This is what Boy's quest for a conversation's led to, and he ends up on the floor having just pissed his pants. Wendy and Joe also enter the horns. This is very akin to the original score for Alien. The soldiers then come in and the creature rips them apart. In the lab, we then see Joe's squad mates enter and get this little callback to Aliens.
Stay frosty. We're all in strung out shape. But stay frosty.
I love how you can see Siberian has a cast in her arm as well, as obviously it was damaged from fighting the hybrids in the last episode. Xenomorph tables are also completely bent out of shape, having become more and more melted as time goes on. The corpse of the creature is still smoking away, and it's just going to keep eating into the floor. The plant then ends up swallowing Siberian, and it sort of acts like a giant stingray. It crushes her up, and is basically a Venus flytrap on steroids. The guard is then knocked out by Curly, and we journey to the beach to see the eye infecting Arthur. I cannot wait for season 2, and I love how it actually looked like a normal eye. I feel like Dame might not even realize he's dead at first, and then we'll finally see the truth and be absolutely horrified. In the end, the Yutani troops swoop in and Wendy walks around the cell. She berates Dame for putting 6 kids in the ground and ultimately accepts her death and kind of that she's grown into something more. I love how Kirsch is just conked out, Eanes has his hands tied behind his back, literally, and Morrow is once more tied up, with extra measures this time. Wendy says Boy was never Peter Pan because he was never a boy, he's always been a man. And I'm not a rapper. He's a mean, angry little man who's let hate consume him. Wendy wants to heal the world with love and embrace every form of life. Whether it's a scorpion at the start or the xenomorph now, she's going to try and be better. We close out wondering how long the piece is gonna last, and they say that they want to rule. Boy laughs, but Joe and Dame look very apprehensive. I think deep down they know that Wendy's views are far too simplistic, and ultimately there's no way to keep a lid on this. Ultimately it will all come crashing down, and we close out to Animal by Pearl Jam. It's a banging track from their 1994 record Versus. This was a follow-up to their breakout hit album 10. Thankfully, after last week, this might be one of the easiest tracks to discuss. I've put the lyrics on screen so I'm not just reading them, but they are very, very straightforward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against 1 is quite clearly 5 hybrids versus Boy Cavalier. At 39:36 in the episode, we see the hybrids with Boy in the middle of them. The album was also originally going to be called 5 Against 1. They saw it as the 5 band members against the world and the industry, and were trying to retain their soul in selves, much like the kids are doing here. In the end, they win the fight against their corporate overlords, and if only Pearl Jam would have done the same thing to Ticketmaster. The lyrics then go on to say, "I'd rather be with an animal." In a way, it's what Wendy said to Joe, as she'd rather be with the alien xenomorph. They have no ulterior motives like the complicated humans. The album cover also features an Angora goat, and you can make a loose connection between that and the sheep who had the oculus in its eye socket. And thus ends our music analysis. Would you like to subscribe to my music analysis channel? In the end, that closes out the season, and I'd of course love to hear your thoughts on it below. In the end, I think it was a pretty solid start, and though I had my problems with some of the characterizations, I loved some of the things explored here. Though it started off as a very by the number, like shot-for-shot recreation of the original, I like that Hawley evolved things and took it in a new direction. And ultimately, I am excited to see where we're going with it. Sure, it might not always hit a home run, there might be some things I'm like, but ultimately, this is such an interesting series that has just left me wanting more and being constantly in awe. And I'm not a rapper, so yeah, I'd rather someone take big swings like this, not necessarily hit a home run every single time, but do something really creative that asks lots and lots of questions. I do want to do a video discussing more of my predictions on season 2 as well, so make sure you keep an eye out for that, and make sure you subscribe because yes, by popular demand, we will be going back through the Alien series again and updating all our breakdowns with our brand new presentation style. We're also working on Alien vs Predator Requiem at the moment, which killed me, but yeah, that's going to be coming soon as well. Just make sure you keep an eye out. If you want to have a rough idea of when we're dropping that, then make sure you check us out on Instagram at Heavy Spoilers. Also, if you've enjoyed the breakdowns and you feel like giving, we've got a membership program, 99 cents a month, less than $12 a year, and it will give you early access to at least 1 breakdown a week. It just massively helps us out. We'd really appreciate anyone who signed up, and hopefully, you know, if you just chip in a little 99 cents a month, you cancel it, that's absolutely fine, but it will just go such a long way towards helping the channel remain doing this sort of stuff. So yeah, thank you for that, and on screen right now, we've got a breakdown I think you guys are going to love. If not though, thank you again so much for sitting through this series with me. I've loved seeing you guys week by week, and yeah, I hope you've had as much fun as I have. Out of the way though, thank you for sticking through the videos. I've been your host Paul, as always, you've been the best, and I'll see you next time.